DevOps is not just about development and operations teams. If you want to take full advantage of the agility and responsiveness of a DevOps approach, IT security must also play an integrated role in full life cycle of your apps. Why? And thus, this security became a big deal and many coined a new term for DevOps, that is DevSecOps. That being said, I welcome you all to this extensive DevSecOps session by Intellipaat. Today, with this session, we are going to take a deep dive into the core notion of DevSecOps business ideology. But before we do that, make sure you enable that subscribe button and bell icon so that you never miss any update from Intellipaat YouTube channel. That being said, let's first discover the agenda for this session. We'll begin this session by discovering intricate details about internet layer and transport layer. After done with that, we'll discuss UDP attacks, OS and service fingerprinting. Next, we'll talk about sender policy framework and we'll also get ourselves introduced to the DDoS Cyber-attack. Following that, we'll try to gauge the attacker's motivation, SSL TLS protocols, DHCP, and finally the Miral Malware. I hope you guys are clear with the agenda for this session. So let's go ahead and get started with the first topic of this session.
Hello everyone. Yes, it is a beginner friendly. Don't worry. It's my complete responsibility to make sure all of you understand all of this. Okay. So, but if you want to get into AWS DevOps, you should go through AWS first, because if you don't know AWS itself, you won't be able to understand AWS DevOps. So everyone now pay attention. First of all, you are in this AWS cloud. AWS is cloud computing. First of all, what is cloud? Can you guys give me the answer about whatever understanding you have about cloud computing? Access to IT resource through internet, big storage space, platform as a service through internet. Okay, computing, virtual storage, store data on server. Great, good. Okay. Now, let me tell you one thing. Almost all of you are correct, but I don't like to go through textbook definition. Okay, I don't like to go through textbook definition. So I'm gonna tell you a scenario. Okay, we will understand what is cloud computing from a scenario. Now let's just say currently I'm in Mumbai. Okay, I'm in Mumbai and this is my machine, my laptop. Okay, now for any reason, for a project reason or for a you can say vacation, I'm traveling to London. I'm traveling to out of country. Okay, now when I'm traveling, I need to provide support to my team. Okay, I need to provide constant support to my team, to my client. Okay, so for that I need to carry the data of my client. For that I need to carry the data that will help me provide support to my team. Okay, so you know I will store all of my data. Since it's a huge amount of data, I will store that in an external hard disk drive. Now I know at many places this doesn't work, but let's just assume there is a lot of data that I need to carry. Okay, I will put that data in this external hard disk drive. This is my external hard disk drive. Okay, now I'm in London. Okay, I'm traveling to London. So here I have my machine, but while I was traveling to the London, there are few things that happen. Okay, there could be, I might have lost my external hard disk drive. That is a possibility. I might have lost it somewhere on the way. Okay, another possibility could be, somebody might have stolen it from me. Then one more possibility is that it might have got corrupted. Now there was only one source of my data, only one source, and that got corrupted. Now what? I lost the data. Can I provide support to my team anymore? Can I guide them on the project anymore? No. Can I help out my client? No. I'm in London, I have my machine, but I don't have my data. So I lost it. Now, what you need to understand, this is a traditional approach. I know it is very simple, okay, but this is something that will make you understand how cloud change our day-to-day work. So here we lost our data while we were carrying the data in external hard disk drive. So instead of this traditional approach, what I'm going to do, you guys know the answer. I will simply upload the data into drive. You can say Google Drive, OneDrive, Dropbox. I will upload my data in this cloud. Now it doesn't matter where I am. It doesn't matter where I am, in which country or in which city. Can I say I can get this data whenever I want? Yes, I can get this data at any moment in time, whenever I want. And as long as I have, and what do I need to get this data? Can I say I just need to go to docs.google.com? I just need to go to the docs. Now, when I'm in London, I can get this file whenever I want. And how do I get them? I just need to go to docs.google.com. I need internet for that. And that's it. I got this file. Now, when I'm storing this file on Google Drive or on OneDrive, this file cannot get lost, this file cannot get stolen, and this cannot get corrupted. Okay, so as long as I have this data in my Google Drive, my data is forever secure. Okay, it is always secure. It can never get deleted. Remember that. Okay, so what is the difference here? This is your virtual storage. Here also we had a storage, here also we have a storage, but this is the physical storage. Okay, this is a physical drive that we carry, and this is a virtual storage. You cannot see, you cannot you cannot touch this storage. This is virtual. Now this virtual storage is very, very important. Okay, and this virtual keyword is very important. Whatever service that you get on a AWS cloud, everything is provided to you in a virtual sense. Okay, now here I have just took the example of storage. Now whether it's a storage, whether it's a database, compute, whatever you want to go with, everything you will get virtually. Everything, not even a single thing will be there. Yes, there are few services that are physical, but most of the services are virtual in nature. Now guys, another thing here, I want you to understand another scenario. Currently in the market, the cloud jobs are above the roof. Okay, so what you need to understand is that why there is so much demand in cloud computing. Okay, so for this I always ask my student to imagine yourself as some kind of a founder. Okay, some kind of an entrepreneur, and you want to start your own you want to start your own organization, you want to start your own company, your own IT business. Now imagine you want to start some big business, like you just want to start your own linkedin.com. But for that, what do we need? Let's imagine our code for our website, our business, our product is all ready. What do we need for that? So for that, we need a server, right, everyone? Let's just say I have two server, server one, server two. Now, so I have two server, right? Now, these two servers are something that going to host my website. I have my code and everything is ready. So these two server are going to host my website. Okay. Now there are initially, let's just say, 1,000 users. So can I say 1,000 users can be easily handled by this two server? If there are 1,000 users, you guys can understand this can be easily served by two server, right? Now that's good. But what if, as I told you, it's an internet business. Now guys, let me tell you one more thing. In our course content, we are going to study services like DynamoDB. Now, of course, I know it is completely new for you. You don't know, Pratik, what is DynamoDB? But there are services that we are going to study in this cloud computing course, which are internet scalable, which are very, very much required in today's internet businesses, because these services are global services. They can scale easily at a global level from 100 user to millions of user, and that too from all over the world. That is why these are some of the things that you need to understand. Okay, now initially you had 1,000 users. Now suddenly these users are increasing from 1,000 to they are increasing, let's just say 100,000 user, and you can understand now your server will fail. Your 100,000, sorry, your two server will fail to manage 100,000 users, right? Now to deal with this, what do I need? To deal with this, I need a data center like this one. Now this data center, you can imagine just by looking into this pictures, you can imagine they cost you millions of dollars. Okay, setting up your own, this is basically data center. What is a data center? Data center is nothing but a big place where you have thousands of server, and you use these thousands of server to to run your business. Now for this, what is the very first problem? And guys, those who were there in our last session, it is a good recap for you, so try to interact. Okay, I expect answer from you guys. What is the very first problem? It requires huge capital expenditure. Okay, it demands huge investment in money to buy such a huge data center, right? Okay, now in the initial stages of my startup, okay, I cannot afford this. Now I have worked with some of the startups as well. Okay, I have worked with a lot of startups as well. Now I can understand this pain point. This, in the growing stages of any startup, it is a huge thing that is a that they require, you can say, investment that they need. Okay, now another thing, to store, what could be the another problem? To store such a 100,000 server, what do we need? We need a place. Okay, you need to buy a place, you need to buy a real estate to store all of this. Another big investment. Third thing that we need is, we need a lot of maintenance will be there, a lot of operation cost will be there. You have to cool, you have to set up a system that will continuously cool your server. You have to provide electricity, you have to provide, yes, power backup. Now all of this involves a lot of operation cost. Then to set up all of this server from 0 to 100, back in the days it used to require more than 6 months of time, at least 6 months of time to set up all of this stuff. The time is a big capital, big investment here. Now, by the time I set up all of this stuff, my competitor can easily identify my business and they can replicate it, and I will lose my business, right? You guys must have heard about this story. Back in the 90s, not in 90s, even today, Microsoft kills the small business. Microsoft just copy the product of the small business. I'm really sorry if you're the fan of Microsoft, but they copy the business of small business. They copy the product, they create their own, and since it is a Microsoft, of course they get most of the capital, you market base. I'm not sure whether you guys know about it or not. Do you guys use Notion? Anybody here use this software called as Notion? No one? It's a very all-in-one note-taking app. It's a great app. Currently it is on fire all over the world. No issue. But what I want to tell you, like, Notion is just a, new company right now. It got, I guess, $1 billion of value right now. But you're basically, exactly, your Microsoft creates product that replaces startup products. Okay, so they just kill the startup, and this is what happens. So this thing is so much important. In 6 months, your competitor like Microsoft, a giant, can copy your product and they can get your market base. Fifth thing, there is a lot of manpower that is required. Okay, lot of people to, lot of admin strength is required to set up everything for you. And the last point, scalability. Okay, so let's just say you bought a data center for 100,000 user. Now from 100,000 user, suddenly it goes to 5 million user. Can I say your data center will fail to serve 5 million user? Right, your data center will fail. Now again, if you have enough capital to buy even data center for 5 million user, but then again it will take at least 6 months, again you will lose everything. Okay, but what if your whole user base goes down? What if your business going down? Then what? Then you have already bought 10,000 server, your user base is going down, your business is not running. Don't you think your money in 10,000 server will get wasted? What about that? Guys, there is no replacement for such a huge big investment. Okay, please don't tell me ki, Pratik, you have learned so much. No, yes, you might have learned so much, but there is no replacement for the money that got wasted at such a huge capital. Okay, so I hope you can understand. Right, I was really surprised like how people can say this. But yeah, no issue. Now, cloud computing solve all of this problem. In a very simple term, in AWS there are services like EC2 and S3. Now, what is EC2? What is S3? Don't worry, we will see them in their dedicated session. But there are services called as AWS EC2 and S3. These are some of the services that literally change our IT world. How? For example, there is a service called EC2 that gives you server. Now, since it is a cloud service, is it going to give you physical server? No, it is going to give you virtual server. So I can just go to AWS and I can create a virtual server using EC2. So this two server I will get, they will be virtual server. Now let me tell you, this virtual server solves the problem of big capital expenditure. How? Can anybody remind me? Yes, you don't need to buy this server. Like, I'm moving to some other country for a project work for 3 months. I'm not going to buy a real estate there. Okay, I'll be there in hotel, or I might rent out apartment there. Exactly. So we rent server from AWS. So all over the world, AWS already have their huge data center. and we rent out their machines. So if I want something, if I want some server, I will rent out from their existing server, right? So it solves the problem of big capital expenditure. Then another problem it solved is buying a place. Now, guys, it's a cloud business. It's a server. Do you need to store it somewhere? Do you store your Google Drive somewhere? Okay, you don't store it anywhere. So you don't need to buy a place. Again, a huge investment got saved. Third investment. Do you need to provide electricity to this virtual server? Do you need to provide cooling mechanism to this virtual server? No, not at all. Okay, if I'm using AWS services, it's AWS responsibility to do all of that.
The place where you live, all those details, nothing more than that. Okay. So I'm getting to that point only. So guys, if you're clear with all those 5 steps and your account got created successfully, so whenever you try to log in, it will show you this page, root user and IAM user. So don't get confused, guys. Root user is nothing but it will be having privileges to all the services. So it's an admin account. But IAM user is, you'll come to know gradually, it stands for Identity Access Management. It's like child account. You can limit what all the services IAM user can use. Okay. So we suggest you to log in with root user because it's your personal account and you will be the owner of it. So you should be able to access all the privileges or all the services, right?
OSI layer as well, OSI model. In the OSI model, there are the 7 different layers will be there. The OSI layer is nothing but from one computer to the another computer, if they both want to talk each other or the contact each other, how the flow will go, right? From application layer, presentation layer, session layer, transport layer, data link layer, and physical layer. And again, no, in the physical layer, the data will go into the another computer, and again, so in another way, we can call the OSI layer, like there is another model also there, which is a TCP IP. So in the TCP IP, there are only 4 layers will be there: application layer, transport, internet layer, and physical layer. So in the transport layer, there are the, we will discussed about what is the port address, and we discussed about the 3-way handshake. And the 3-way handshake, what are all the flags we will get, like the SYN, FIN, R, reset, push, urgent, etc. And so let's give a small glimpse and we'll go ahead. Okay, so yeah, we're discussing about the IP header is the second layer of the TCP/IP protocol suite, which we call them as the internet layer. In the physical layer, the systems talk each other by the destination MAC and the source MAC and their IPs, which is the ARP protocol will take care. And yeah, here we are. So what is the IP protocol? IP layer is an unreliable protocol. It does not guarantee a successful packet delivery. IP layer is responsible for sending packet from one hop to the another hop. It is in the third layer of the TCP/IP protocol suite. The SOC analyst entire life, the entire SOC analyst daily activities depend on this OSI layer and the source IP and the destination IP, and also the source port and destination port. I would like to give you a small glimpse, like for example, if there is some the port scan activity happen. So for the port scan activity, you have to understand what is the source IP, and you have to understand what is the destination IP, and what are the ports included in this packet, and what is the destination ports included in the packet. Like that, is there any attack like port scan activity, address sweep, like you name any of the firewall related any of the correlation sets triggers, any attack trigger or any security incident trigger, then you have to you no need to install the Wireshark and do the packet analyzing, but you have to do that the minimum basics in the using the any of this sim tool. You have to identify all these fields to get the holistic view of that particular incident. So today we are going to discuss about few of the attacks, how they happen, and how we, as a SOC analyst, how you go inside and how you're gonna discuss laptops. So if anybody didn't install this Splunk, So I request you to download the Splunk from the Splunk website and install it into the Splunk, and we will work we will analyze some packet information, and also we have some of the we cannot get the production data, but we have the some test labs data, which is a universally approved some data we have, and using that sample data we will discuss more attacks today. So let's start the today's class. So here, we discussed about what is the sequence and acknowledge number and the TCP flags, what is the checksum, how the three-way handshake, perform. Just give you a small reminder. We have the client and server. Client is nothing but whoever initiating the connection, that person we call as the client. Whoever receiving that request, that person we, that laptop or that system we call as the server. So that is the client server means. So client send the SYN packet, and then server will send the SYN plus acknowledgement packet, and client send again the acknowledgement packet. So by doing that three packets, SYN packet, SYN-ACK from the server to the client, and again from the client to the server, which is the acknowledgement packet. Then the three-way handshake got completed, and then they both will the transfer the data between them. This is the basic functionality for any if you go on top layer, if any application, how it's gonna work like this. Even if you in your browser, if you say google.com, or when you open the facebook.com or any repeated website which having that https, right? So even there they use the ssl layer. Even the ssl protocol is depend on the three-way handshake only. They have to initiate the connection like this only. So you can open the Wireshark and you can see how that thing is going on, and the on the Wireshark, when you open and you open the facebook.com or google.com, you will get the same kind of packets you can observe. We did that again. We all today also will do a simple small lab. Yeah, we discussed about the how to initiating the connection and how they're going to close that particular connection, and we discussed. And TCP UDP communication, the UDP doesn't have the three-way handshake. The receiver, just take, client send the request actually. So the sender is nothing but the server in this client server protocol. So the server will send the responses only. We'll discuss more about this UDPs in the especially in the and so here. Today we're going to discuss about the what are all the cyber attacks we are doing with the IP layer. So let's discuss about it. So the mostly in the security operations center we have the multiple attacks, like for example IP spoofing attack. We're discussing about today about we are starting the class with the cyber attacks within the IP layer. So the three attacks which are majorly occurring in the security operations center. So first one is the IP spoofing attack, bandwidth consumption attack, and fragmentation overlapping attack. So what is the IP spoofing attack and how how the hackers do is attack can spoof your IP address and can target the other companies and make your reputation down. So what this guy do is the attacker in the packet they put the different IP address and they send the SYN packet. Once the server received that SYN packet, so what it thought the data sent by the let me explain you in the paint, then I will explain you this diagram. So let me open the paint and let me explain clearly. So yeah, here normally a client is there, and here we have the server. For example, at this time here Anurag is there this side, and this side we have the Francis. Okay, so now first Anurag want to initiate some connection with the Francis. So I'm telling you Anurag is initiating the connection. So what in his laptop, what it gonna do, it will send the SYN packet, right? It will send the SYN packet. What is this SYN packet contain, guys? SYN packet contain what is the Anurag What is the Anurag IP address? Anurag, can you give what is your IP address? Can you check in the Google and give me your IP address, Anurag? Also, Francis, could you please give your IP address as well so that it will be a good example? So you can see in the chat, Anurag, even no problem, Anurag, just type in the Google, what is your IP? Ask the Google, Google will tell you, just give me that, no problem. Yes, no problem. Yeah, give me the phone address. Francis, could you please give your IP address as well? Okay. You given the actually the private address, which is a 192.168. So okay, let me take something like can you okay, so the easy way is I will tell you how you can get the the IP address. So 1 minute. Okay, yeah, now I have got the Francis IP address, which is a 72.140.43.30. Okay, this is the Francis IP address, and Anurag IP address is 72.140. Sorry, sorry, both I am writing wrong. 49.36.144.131. Okay. So the IP address, this IP address is initiating the Francis, right? So the Francis side machine will get that SYN packet. This SYN packet is nothing but will contain the same IP address. It's a source is equal to 49.36.144.131. Hey, I would like to do the data transfer. So I am initiating the connection with you. So okay, once that Anurag machine sent this SYN packet, the Francis machine will give another packet which will say it contain, hey, sure, why not? So yeah, we can initiate, and is using the SYN plus acknowledgement packet. It gonna send it. It will say in this side, hey, my source address is 72.140.43 and 30, and destination IP, the destination IP is equal to 40, the destination IP, it said the destination IP as 49.36.144.131. So this is the destination IP. And once it received that, again Anurag machine will say, okay, fine, and it will send another message like ACK, and then between these two IP addresses, the data flow will go. So in between, so this is the normal packet should go. But in the IP spoofing attack, what I do is, I will, this is, this is Varma, and I'm going to send the same packet to the Francis, okay, Francis. And my IP address, I'm checking my IP address, I'm going into the Google and I will check what is my IP address. I'm giving what is my IP address. So Google has given my IP address is this one. So, though my IP address is this one, I don't use this. I will, I will maliciously, what I send the Francis is, when I'm sending the SYN packet, I will inform the Francis, hey, I would like to try to connect with you, but my source IP address is 49, 36, 144 and 131. Can we initiate the connection? So at this time, it's actually the Anurag number. If you remember, this is the Anurag IP number. You can see in that chat, this is the Anurag IP number. So what the Francis machine will do? Francis machine doesn't know, right? Because I have modified the packet. So it don't send SYNAC packet to me, but for example, here somewhere we have the Anurag IP address. So here it will send the SYNAC. Okay. So like that, it will send the SYNAC packet to the Anurag IP address. So this is the Anurag IP address. So it will send the SYNAC packet to the Anurag. And you can ask me, okay, by doing that, what this hacker is achieved, like what Verma is achieved is, I will send these malicious packets to, as instead of Anurag, I will use some brand company. Like, for example, we have the BBC News, right? So I will say, hey, no, I will sending the packets to the Francis about the BBC News. Like that, I don't not only send it packets to the Francis, I will send packets to the hundreds of members, the malicious packet, and everybody start initiating the connection with the BBC News. So what is the major benefit is here is the BBC News is going to lose the revenue. What? France, from the multiple members are sending the packets to the BBC. How the BBC is going to lose the revenue is everything nowadays, everything in the environment, everything is present in the cloud, right? In the cloud, suppose if your server is present in the cloud, even you will take the service of the CPU utilization and also RAM utilization also all are present in the cloud, and everybody using the pay as you go model. Pay as you go model. What is meant by this pay as you go model? For example, if I use only the 10 minutes of CPU and 10 minutes of RAM, then I will only give just 10 cents of money, right? 10 cents of money. Suppose if I utilized more CPU, more RAM, and more time, then I will pay more. That means in the daytime, for example, most of the companies where the business is present, then they pay more. When the night time, when there is no much business is going on, so that time they will pay very less money to them. But when this kind of attack is happened, because of this attack, they are going to space, they for all the SYN act packets which are coming to the BBC News, they have to provide some space to it. They have to analyze this kind of packet, whether it is the original one or a duplicate one, whether any fragment is stopped, is there any fragment problem is there. So the computer need to validate all those things and get to consume the more CPU and more RAM. And also there are the virtual IPs will be there, virtual ports will be there, even the virtual networks will be there. All will be bombarded with these false packets, and so like that they going to lose some of the revenue of it. And also this is the problem with the reputation as well. We will discuss more about this kind of attack in the distributed of denial of service, but not only in the distributed of denial of service, this is also happened in the IP spoofing attack. So they gonna send a SYN packet, they modify the source address to the server, and server don't send back to this guy, it will send SYN act to this guy, and this guy will send the reset packet. Like that it will go. So is the IP spoofing is cleared for everybody, guys? Still, do you have any questions? Okay, nice. How can they change IP? Like you can change IP in the packet level. Suppose if you can use, there are in the Kali Linux, there are the multiple tools are there, like a HPing or something. Using those tools, the hackers can change it. Okay, what as a SOC analyst, what you have to understand is, if you get the SYN packet, that means somebody originally initiating the connection. But if you are at this place and you got the SYN act packet, that means it is not the starting of the connection. This is something called IP spoofing. Immediately as a SOC analyst, what you're gonna do is you have to verify how many connections are present, and accordingly you have to take the immediate response. So As if you are a level 1 analyst, and if you don't have experience, or you have the 2-3 years of experience, they don't ask you most, they will don't go much deeper. But for example, if I am I'm having the 8 years or 10 years of experience, the question won't say what is the IP spoofing. They never say what is the IP spoofing. They say, in your company, as you are a SOC analyst and you are okay, so what they're gonna ask you is, if the IP spoofing attack is happening, if the IP spoofing attack is happening in your company currently right now, what you going to do the decision? What is the next steps you have to take? So they're gonna ask you in the company. They say, in if your company is already attacking, they attacking you, and how you gonna secure your company? So that time what I have to tell to them is, of course, as yeah, if you are a 3 years and 1 year person, or you are a student, they don't ask you this depth. But the first time, what are the next steps? What I have to do is, first I'll say, what is the IP I'm going to get? I will increase that particular IP, the bandwidth. I will increase a little bit CPU and a little bit RAM, so that around maybe another 10-15 minutes time I will get another 10-15 minutes time to I will take some another step to like I will get some time. If I have some time, then I can think better way. I can do some investigation, and I will do the correct thing. So later, what I will do, I will verify every company have the multiple IP addresses. Like for example, if you take the Google doesn't have single IP address. Google have the multiple IP addresses. For example, give me 1 minute. How many IP address there for Google? Now, for example, if you check for the Google, let me see, it contain in the Quora they given, but I need the list actually. So do I have the obtain the Google IP address range? Let me see the complete list of IP ranges it announced in the internet. Yeah, so see, these many IP addresses Google use. Maybe we are not that much big company of Google, but we every company, even few companies have the 3 to 4 IPs, 3 to 4 IPs in the for this kind of situation. For example, I am just clearing a little bit of page over here. So for example, I am running a company called Delaware CyberSec. Okay, and for me, I will contain the 4 different address. One is 1.2.3.4, 5.6.7.8, now something like 7.8.9.10, and also I have 4.5.6.2, something like that. 4 IP addresses I have. For example, all the data is coming to the 5678 only. So what I'm going to do is, I will make this as the null route. I will make whatever the bandwidth is coming to here, I will make it as a null route. So by doing that, what I can do is, I can for some time I can that all the packets, whatever the data coming, those all packets will be coming to the null route, and I'm releasing that packet. The original packet data which is coming to the remaining 3 IPs, so that I will use those IPs, and I will manage that. And second thing, what the next thing I have to do is, I will verify with my IT support team, if I can get some dynamic IPs for every 5 minutes, the IP is going to change. No, going to change. Yes, Lata, you raised a hand. So what is your question? You can type. Thank you. Yeah, I will do that. So, and also in the this kind of activity will come happening in the distributed denial of service. So there is a few more services are there, like you can hide under the CDN, a large CDN, which is nothing but the content delivery network. So using the CDN also, you don't know, you don't get the entire data packets to you. No, they will initialize the packet, they will analyze the packet, and if the packet is the original one and if it is a legitimate one, then only it will reach out to your IP address. If it is not, then it won't reach until this particular IP address. The CDN itself will stop from these these attacks. So that one thing, which is about the IP spoofing. And the next one is the bandwidth consumption, like as just now we have discussed, right? The same thing. So before I will talk about this bandwidth. So there are the I would like to tell you about the CIA triad first. So we have in the the CIA triad. So the CIA is nothing but the confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Okay. So these are the three different angles will be there. So what is this is, yeah, it's actually, this is a different triangle. I need perfect triangle. Okay, let's try this. Okay. So now in the CIA triad, so we will get here, we have the confidentiality here, and we have here the integrity, and we have the availability here. Normally, ideally, the cyber security, your company's cyber security should be present here, no, should be present here, like exactly the same distances between the any of it. So what exactly this confidentiality, integrity, availability is, I will tell you, by a few example. For example, you have some bank account, okay? For example, you have some bank. Tell me a good bank name, like in the world. Yeah, for example, Citigroup Bank, right? Citigroup Bank, like you are logging into any bank website, not only the Citibank, whatever you have the bank account, you want to log in into it, you have to provide a good username, good password, and after this lot of security checks, then only you can able to verify what is the data. So by doing that, no, it have easy confidentiality, it have the easy integrity, but it is not, it have huge confidentiality, huge integrity, but the availability is very far, no. So in that case, the triangle will change the shape like this. So the triangle shape will go like this. So here your company website will be there, where the confidentiality and integrity are very close to this. No, you have good confidentiality, you have good integrity, but availability is very difficult, because the three to four security checks you have to pass. Recently, even my bank come up with, after the username, after the password, after the OTP, even it is asking for some security question also, the four security barriers I need to leave. Even some banks are asking for the voice, like you have to repeat some phrase, whatever the phrase they give, you have to repeat that particular phrase, to log in into it. So all these, it will make the availability of that particular data very difficult. And if you take the Facebook, if you take the Facebook, if whoever using the Facebook, there you will get the integrity. Integrity is nothing but, if you have post something, everybody know you only written that post, right? How can they know? Because it is present under your name, so everybody know. For example, Prasad Nayak has posted something, and everybody know that is the Prasad only posted, because the post coming from the Prasad Facebook account, and it have the high availability. Everybody can see that particular post, right? You, like normally, if you did not provide particular permission, only these persons have to see, otherwise the Facebook, whatever you post in it, it will be visible to everybody. So in that case, the confidentiality is you going to lose. Do you understand? The confidentiality is you're going to lose the confidentiality. It will be very, very far. So like that, every different scenario, the confidentiality triangle will move from the two to three different sources. That means this particular dot, either it will be more integrity or more availability or more confidentiality, not only two, sometimes this particular point will come to the confidentiality. There are hundreds of scenarios, this CIA triad will change here and there. Okay, so that is the one thing, that is the one thing, guys. So that is about the CIA triad. And if you take any of the cyber attack, it will be affecting either confidentiality, either integrity, either availability. Whenever we are talking about the now when we are going to discuss about the bandwidth attack, this bandwidth attack is targeting this particular availability section. So what they do, is suppose, for example, I will tell you with a simple example. So in a real-time example, what will be the good way is, suppose a normal office is there. In that office, every day, mostly 100 persons visit that particular office.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
But today, after the particular day, there is some strike is going on. And everybody in front of the office, they are they want to ask multiple questions to them. So the legitimate 100 members cannot able to enter into this site, because the employees, the outside, a lot of members are doing the strike, something like that. So let me tell you what exactly this DDoS scenario, what they're gonna do is, every company, every website, like talking about every time, don't imagine the Google or Microsoft, those websites, those are big four companies, right? Very topmost companies. So Amazon, Facebook, Google, so forget about them. Okay, if you are working for them, that's a different case, but there are hundreds of thousands of other companies are there, so I'm talking about that. So if you take any other company, they have a limited network capability, limited bandwidth will be there. So limited bandwidth will be there. So when I consume entire bandwidth because of falsely, so the original people cannot able to access that website. 100 members may join, may log in into the website, but this time 10,000 members, maybe more than that members, try to log in into the website and try to book the particular ad hoc reservation service, which is a tatkal, right? So that time no other member cannot able to log in into this particular IRCT website, right? So that is the availability issue. That is actually the legal one. That is a the website has provided that, right? So that is illegal. If the illegally these many members or these many requests come, so the original members cannot able to access. So one more example is, like, for example, Amazon company is there. So normally the Amazon company, like in a particular few days at midnight 12 a.m. they're gonna provide some offers, right? Like 50% discount, 90% discount. Lot of members waiting for that particular time, and sharp 12 they initiate the connection, right? Normally, if there are, for example, 1,000 members logging in per minute. At this time, it will be like more members are trying to log in into that website to get that particular discount. So that time the website is getting slow, and as well the original member, the legitimate member who doesn't know about the discount, if he want to log in, he cannot able to log in. So that is nothing but the availability issue. Actually, the two examples whatever we have discussed is these are not attacks. These are the original scenarios. Like Amazon asked them to log in. The IRCTC, this particular website, is asked those particular members to log in at 10 a.m. So they are asking and you are logging in. So that is not attack. But if the attacker, the attackers, what they do is they will create this false packets, and they send this many number of requests, without planning, like, which is nothing but an attack, right? If it is not a plan and somebody want to somebody want to do some he want to hit your availability, that is nothing but a bad thing, right? Suppose why it become a bad thing is the particular company reputation will go bad. Suppose, for example, there is a some cyber security company is there. For example, CrowdStrike. Let's take CrowdStrike cyber security company. And that cyber security CrowdStrike company, if the same DDoS attack happened, then everybody what they say, you are a cyber security guy and you are not able to secure yourself, then what service you going to provide me, right? So that question will rise, right? So that is a reputation. There are 100 ways, right? Even maybe that particular stock market, at that particular company stock price goes down, so there are a lot of things will be, if you imagine, there are hundreds of things to reduce your reputation. Like the particular company CEO laptop got breached, even that impact the particular company's stock market, right? I'm giving the example. So these are the different examples, like how the brand reputation go bad. So this is the bandwidth consumption attack. So where the attacker will send the multiple SYN packets to them, and this gonna send the multiple SYN packets to the a legitimate user, and that guy, the bandwidth will be not choked, and he not able to send back any details to it. So here we're discussing about the DNS and NTP. So again, these we call them as the reflective DDoS attack, that we will discuss in the DDoS concept. And the next one is the fragmentation overlapping attack. So in the fragmentation overlap, what these the attacker, what they do is, okay, so let's go. So actually, okay, how to stop this bandwidth consumption is you should have a firewall, and that firewall should able to inspect the data packet and to verify what is present in the data packet. If the original, it need to verify it and it have to understand it. So if you have that kind of service, you have the stateful inspection, then only the firewall is able to understand it. Okay,
So that one thing. And second one is the fragmentation overlapping. In the fragmentation overlapping,
so in the fragmentation overlapping, what they do is, we have the firewall in between. Let me get the firewall image. Let me get it. I am just opening. Okay, right. Just bringing it. If any. Okay, fine. So what I'm going to discuss is, so we have the some data. This is your internal network, and we have some firewall in between your company network, and as well as the internet. You have the internet outside here. So from the internet, if the data is coming inside and going outside, you have this particular firewall. Using the firewall, you going to inspect every packet, right? So when they are in the stateful inspection, the firewall can able to go into that particular packet and it able to read what is the present in the packet, what are all the things present. So if I send some packet containing the description as like attack or something like that, immediately firewall can able to understand it and it won't no, it won't send, it will block that particular packet. Instead of that, instead of one packet, what I'm going to send, three different packets I will send. Actually, the server side, whatever we have the server over here, server have that particular capability, like though there are three different packets come, it will it will assemble that packets using that checksum or the particular fragmentation number, and it can read that. For example, I have sent like that ATTA and CK, like that I have written the three different packets. So as per the fragmentation numbers, so it will ETTA and CK. So it will it will write like that attack, and the it will it will impact on the server. How it evade that? Because we are sending into a different packets, we are sending it into the three different packets. If you send in a single packet, it will be blocked here, but when you send a three different packets, firewall here not able to read it, right? So that is nothing but is the fragmentation overlapping attack. So that is what we are going to do. So how to stop this attack is, we should have a firewall, how the server is behaving, how it can read the fragmentation messages. The same benefit it also should have, the firewall also should have to read that level. So then only that particular firewall is able to stop that particular packets. Okay, this is about the fragmentation overlapping. And I can see there is a few questions. Okay, Shashikant is asking, so how you mitigate the IP spoofing attack? So here at the IP spoofing attack, you should have a proper firewall. If it is sending the SYN packet, then it will allow. No, it will initiating the connection with the SYN ACK. It should not send. Okay, so that kind of firewall you should have. And yeah, deep packet inspection, Abhilash sent, and Dhruvan sent. Can firewall able to detect malicious IP? It will be sent into different packets. We'll do, yeah. No, we don't do any attacks, Anurag. We are from this SOC team. We will stop the attacks. So actually, so the Dhruvan is asking, is firewall is able to detect the malicious IPs. Now there are the different firewall scheme. Okay, Dhruvan. So I will tell you what is exact. Now we call them as the next generation firewalls. What is this next generation firewalls is, they are not only a simple earlier days firewall, even they are doing the behavioral analysis, and they have lot of the threat intelligence background. And uh, yes, of course, as per the behavioral analysis, they sometimes they block the particular IP, and as well as it's not good to block IP. It's not good to block the IPs always. So instead of the blocking IP, they block particular URLs, or the firewall create is called a field called signature, like as per the behavior. It will identify the signature, and as per the malicious signature, it will stop. Okay, yes, it can do the blocking of the IP, but blocking IP is not a good solution. That is a temporary solution only. Why the blocking IP is a not good solution is, there are the hundreds of no, for example, if you are using the AWS, okay, when you take one server, when you take a new one server, Suppose I have started some website. Imagine that I have started one website. Then the AWS asks, hey, do you need the dynamic IP or you need the permanent IP? Yeah, okay. So when I said I need the permanent IP, like that means only one IP should be present. So that means it will cost around $100. But when I say I'm okay with the dynamic IP, it will cost me about the $0. So as my website is a small website, I will go with the dynamic IP. But if the website is a legitimate website, then only they will go with the permanent IP. Now, forget about the permanent IP. No attacker will take the permanent IP, right? He want to do the attacks. So if you do with a single IP, his IP will be blocked, right? So he always take the multiple cloud servers with the dynamic IP. So today you block one IP, by tomorrow he will get another IP. Every hour that particular IP will be changed. So blocking IP is not a good feasible solution. Okay. So the Francis is telling even the geo restriction is also finding out. Geo restriction up to the matter, okay, into the some points, okay. So for example, today I have logged in India, and tomorrow if I logged in Europe, yes, then the particular firewall will generate a flag is stating that, hey, there is a geographically improbable access is identified, but it won't block until unless you opt that particular service, it won't block. Okay, so somebody raised hand. Sugandh, what is that question? Can you write your question here, Sugandh? I can see your. So this is all about the attacks we have. Okay, so yeah, we have discussed about the fragmentation, and yeah, so what is the cyber attacks with the TCP layer? The another one is the host discovery attacks. What is the host discovery attacks? Host discovery attack is nothing but I am sending the TCP SYN flags, and if I get the SYN ACK flag, that means everybody, the I can identify in the particular company what are all the servers are up and running fine. So what we are doing in the host discovery attack is, so what I'm going to do is in the one company of network, like for example, one company, let's take the TCS company. Okay, we'll take the TCS company. I know the internal IP addresses are they start using the 10.000 series, right? We have that internal IPs, right? So I am an attacker. So what I say is ping off every IP. So see, now everybody you said hi ping, right? Whoever I am sending the SYN packet. If I am getting the SYN ACK packet from around 1,000 IPs, that means those IPs are active and available, right? So whatever I have done, I said, hey, please ping or hi, right? Whoever listened, everybody immediately responded. Whoever not listened, they didn't respond it, right? So the same thing happens over here. By doing that, I will identify, though it contain around let me see, what is that 10.0.0, the 8 contain how many IPs. Now this is the our IP range contain, see, these many IP addresses will be there. Okay, 16. Okay, let me put that into the paint actually. So this particular series, it's 8. Okay, so it's the subnet is 8. In that can use, it's a 16,777,216. To do attack is difficult, but from this only 1,000 IPs have replied to me. That means those are forget about the A class, B class, we are not discussing that. I'm talking about 1000 IPs are responded to me. That means those 1000 IPs are available. So next time whenever I do the attack, I don't use the remaining IPs, right? So I will use these 1000 IPs and I will perform those remaining operations. So that is nothing but the host discovery attack. Okay. So he randomly send, or he will send in that particular a sub range of IPs, every entire the range of IPs he will send the packets and SYN packet, whoever will get the SYN ACK. So then, so okay, your question is how to stop it, right? How to stop it is, it is also it is nothing but actually the address sweep attack. Okay, so Narsimhulu is asking that how can we ping from outside network with a private IP? Of course, if you don't have, so that is what I'm going to explain you. If you don't have a proper IP address, a proper firewall, or properly you did not keep the particular mechanism, yes, of course, everybody can do. Actually, your question is valid question. If you were there in the last class, we discussed about the network address translation, right? Using the NAT, we can do that. If I know what are all the, if you're using a 10 series, I can simply do that. Like we discussed the NAT, right? In the NAT, what it will do, like you have the internal IP, you have the external IP. In between, you have this particular NATing mechanism will work. In the NAT mechanism, the particular firewall, internally it contain some IP address, and externally it contain another IP address, right? It contain the another IP address. So if the attacker sends some packet, he have to send packet to this particular IP address only, and then it will be natted and it will taken that to some IP address. And how it wanna talk is using that particular port, whenever it is sending the address like 10.2.3.4, suppose for example, using the port 3000 or something, like 64,231, there is some port is there. So whenever this particular host is talking with this IP address, it will, though it do the natting again, it is perfectly sending back all the different. For example, imagine that you don't have the natting, right? So there is no internal IP address, right? Yeah. So you can directly contact their IP addresses over here and you will get the reply. And there is some another attacks also there. What they do is they will for example, there are the 1000 members are there, and I using some phishing email or doing some virus installation into one the one machine. I can scan all the internal machines and I will get the out of the entire data using the command and control, right? So there are the multiple options are there in the SOC. What we are having is we have the two these correlation setters will be there. One is the port.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
Port scan, and another one is the address sweep. Address sweeping, like they are sweeping the entire network about the IP addresses. So when even the port scan, we say in a few companies they say vertical scan, and here in the IP addresses when they scan they say it's a horizontal scan. So what is this vertical scan and what is the horizontal scan? If you know the in between the in depth, then you will understand it. So let me explain you that. What is the port scan? Port scan is nothing but you take one server. In that particular server, you might have having the 100 applications. That means 100 ports will be there. In a single server, I have sent multiple packets to each and every port. If the particular port is open, then it will get the reply to it, and I will map that particular server, what are all the port numbers are opened. Using that port numbers, I know which application is using. Suppose for example, port number 443 is open, that means HTTPS is opened, right? If 53, port number 53 is there, DNS application. 8000 is there, that means they have this Splunk application. Okay, so like that, even they can identify using the banner grabbing or the OS fingerprinting techniques. Even they can identify what kind of the operating system you're using, what is the application version. Also, they can identify, attackers identify. So as a SOC analyst, when you see this kind of behavior, what you have to suspect? You have to suspect this is an attacker, and you have to investigate. You have to investigate in such a way, either this particular machine have some malicious software or some, is there any command and control. If you are wrong, that means that is a specific application, a legitimate application is doing this, and you can fine tune that particular the particular thing. Okay, so that is the one thing, that is the vertical scan. What is the horizontal scan? Horizontal scan is nothing but instead of one server, we take a hundreds of servers, and if we do that particular IPs, IP, if we send packets to the particular IP, so this is, we call it as a horizontal scan. So that is the happen in the host discovery attacks. And next one is the, see, we discussed about the port scanning as well as the OS and service fingerprinting. Actually, these three different attacks I have combined and I have explained in a single packet, even though that is everything using the TCP SYN-ACK packet. Okay, so all these, the basic functionalities, now all of them is using the TCP flags only. Okay, next go to the next concept, which is a UDP protocol. In the UDP protocol, it is present under the application layer, transport layer, internet layer, and the physical layer. So in the transport layer, we have the UDP header. Okay, let's discuss a little bit. What is the UDP contain? So UDP is nothing but user datagram protocol. UDP header is used in the transport layer, and and it is an unreliable protocol. It has fewer fields in the header compared to the TCP header of the TCP protocol. And UDP is a fast protocol compared to the TCP protocol, because the TCP required three-way handshake and verify all the packets has been reached the destination. But UDP does not worry about the packet reached its destination or not. Okay, we discussed this already. So UDP header contain what is the source port, what is the destination port, what is the length, and checksums. Okay, and the source port and the destination port. So the source port is 443, destination port, all like this, all will be contained. And another one is the length and the checksum. So it contains what is the length of it, 295, and the checksum is nothing but what is the hash value of it. So like, what is this checksum and what is the hash value? Let's go before further, let us understand what is the hash value and what is the importance of the hash value of any file. So everybody have to do this exercise with me. Okay, so guys, let's take one website. Let me check for you. Hash calculator online. There are the hundreds of there, but let me get you one good one. Okay, suppose for example Verma, and I need the SHA-256 and hash this. So my name, it is coming like that. Okay, so now everybody open this particular some tools noobs this website I am providing in the chat. Everybody open it and write. Don't put your entire name, you put just your simple name. For example, here I see Narsimhulu P. Don't put everything, you put just for your first name Narsimhulu. Abhilash, put Abhilash only. Give all the letters as the small letters like that, and identify what is the hash value for that. And copy that hash value, copy that particular hash value in the notepad. Is everybody done that? So I'm bringing the notepad over here. I'm pasting my hash value here. This hash value for Varma. Okay. This hash value for Varma, to identify that, I'm just writing that. Okay. So yeah. Now what I'm going to do is, in this simple Varma, instead of small v, I am giving the capital V. I'm just giving the capital V and trying the hash. Now let's take this. And let me verify with the old hash. Okay. Can you see that? It's for the capital V. No, you can see entire hash value is changed for the small v and a single capital V. No. Oh yeah, I'm really sorry. Okay, so sorry. Yeah, the screen was freeze. Actually, what I have done next one is, first I have verified the hash value for the Varma, right? After that, I have taken the hash value for the capital V, and when I do the hash, I have got another hash. I copy that particular hash and paste here. So I have got this hash value. Okay, so now you can see for the small V Varma and capital V Varma, a huge hash value is deferred. Okay, so it's a single letter also. The entire hash value will be changed. Okay, so this we call as the checksum. So and let's take one more a small example. That example is, what I'm going to do is, so I am creating one empty one file on my on the text document. I am writing this document name as abc.txt. Okay, when I am just opening that particular text file and I am writing like this: malware. I am just writing the malware, and I am going to save this particular file abc.txt. And again, I am I am duplicating this file. I am duplicating this file, copy and paste here. So now so here it become a abc.txt3. So I'm just renaming it. I am renaming this to jayakumar.txt. Okay, I am writing this name as the jayakumar.txt. I want to identify both the difference between the both. Okay, actually both contains the same. You can see that jayakumar.txt also contain the value malware. Just its value means the string of around 7 characters, and abc.txt both having the malware. There is no difference, not even a single space is not a difference. Okay, I am going to identify what is the hash value of these files. So I am writing again. So this time you open one more website called Virus Total. Virus Total. So open the Virus Total website. Okay. So once you open that Virus Total website, there is a file will be there. You can choose a file or you can drag and drop into that particular area. So here I am just a little bit minimizing this and I'm bringing that abc.txt and checking that particular hash. Okay, so this is the hash value I have got for the abc.txt. I am writing here. Okay, okay, how to know which hashing is that? Okay, so normally if you open that website, right, and the hash calculator, you can see there are the a huge number of hash values are there. Mostly everybody use the SHA-256, SHA-1, MD5, and sometimes SHA-12. These are the everywhere there are the different hashing algorithms are there. Whenever you provide that particular hash value, you have to very clearly inform them which hash value you calculated and given. Any value would be perfect. Okay, but most predominantly most of the members use the either MD5 or SHA-256. These are the huge majorly use the hash values. Okay, let's go to the next topic then. So now okay. So Jay Kumar asked one wonderful question actually. Anywhere do we have the reverse hashing algorithm? Actually, Jay Kumar, there is no reverse hashing at all. At least currently we don't have. Okay. You cannot reverse the hash. That's it. So you can have the hash dictionary. You can have the hash dictionary, but you cannot get the reverse hashing algorithm. You never get at all. Okay. So what is mean by the hashing dictionary is, so these guys, anyhow, you asked me, right? So let me explain you that. So there is a one attack called pass the hash attack. Pass the hash attack. Okay. Suppose if you are using a company laptop, you give username and password. Okay. So it, like for example, the laptop doesn't have the because this is a company account using the company active directory you are trying to log in. So this laptop ask your active directory server stating, hey, see, Jay Kumar has entered his Jay Kumar and he entered some password. Is that correct or wrong? It don't send your username password like that. It never send. What they do for your username and password, it will create, whatever you have made, it will create some hash algorithm. It will create a hash algorithm, hash value for your, especially for the password, and it will send those hashes to the active directory. It won't send the username or in the clear text. It will send the particular hash value. If the hash value is correct, you entered the password, the hash value is correct, then it will send back and it will give you the access. Even in your laptop, your username passwords never be shared, never be stored in a clear text. For example, the Rakesh, and suppose he given the password like something admin@123, it won't do that. So what it will do, it will create some it will create some hash value, and it will verify this password is matching with that particular hash value. The no, whenever you entered, it will create hash value whether both are correct or not. So what the hackers do is, they normally, they steal your hashes, and from his company, his computer, he say, I am logging with that particular hash, and he will send active directory and he will get the authentication into your account. That is the pass the hash attack. Okay. And what is the hash dictionary? What is the hashing dictionary is? Hashing dictionary is, so there is a normal, the like you are asking reverse algorithm, right? For example, admin word. What is the admin word? Some, like that one hash value, that they will store all these hash values, and when and where it required, they will match this hash value, and they will in reversely will identify what is the username, like what if that guy might have entered, what strings they have entered. So that they're gonna do. Okay, so Shivatej is asking, RawQ TX dictionary in Kali that can crack this hash value. Maybe, but you should have that now, like that's why you if you using this kind of small words, within fraction of seconds, that the Kali Linux tools can able to identify. So I am giving you one small example how you should store, how you should create your password. So I will give you one example. You never give your car number, or or any of your personally identifiable, your date of birth to anybody, like in the password. So the password, how you should save, how to create your password is, it's a every most of you might be already know. Like for example, if I am there, no like I will take one of the phrase, like for example, today I have visited some BBC News, and like for example, this something like let's take a peaceful word, okay, instead of the word. Okay, BBC doesn't have peaceful word. Maybe I'll go to the Palo Alto Networks, which is a good cyber security company. So we are discussed about what is the checksum and what is the length. And let's discuss few more concepts like what is the ICMP protocol. So we discussed the last week as well. ICMP protocol is used for the network troubleshooting processes, and we can get the response for any error that occurred, and we can take the immediate attention. Like for example, if I have the particular server, and if I am not able to access it through the web UI, and first the troubleshooting, the first step what we will do is we will use the ICMP, which is nothing but the ping. No, we say it's a ping. So it's very easy, like we already done, ping google.com. No, immediately it will give that particular ping, it is doing to the that is the google.com. Currently I am reaching out to this particular IP address, and for that particular IP address, you can see in my screen, reply from that 32 bytes came within 12 milliseconds, and the time to live is 115. Like that I have got properly, and I have identified these packets, 4 packets, and received fund 4, and the loss percentage is 0, and minimum and maximum, so that I will identify what is there any network latency is there, or by doing that I will identify that particular Google website is up, and the network connectivity is good. So that troubleshooting purpose we use the ICMP. And the next one is the now it will send the echo request like ICMP. Whenever we see the request, we will get the echo response, right? And this is the ICMP header. It is the data packet of ICMP protocol that works with layer 2 known as the internet layer. And ICMP header has a very limited field, but is very useful in the network auditing and the attacking. Suppose, for example, in the internet control message protocol, where I'm sending the 8. Now the type is 8. There are 255 different types will be there. So we don't discuss all those. We discuss which are very much important in every daily life, what you're going to use. So the type 8, code 0, checksum. Now you're giving this, and what is the status, identifier name, sequence number, everything we will get. So that one thing about the ICMP header. And we'll do a small lab. Okay, so I'm providing this like the Dropbox, and you can download this particular packet, which is once you download from that and you open that, it will open in the Wireshark. You have downloaded the Wireshark, right? It's an ICMP packet. You can directly download that as the packet Wireshark, and using that you have to provide these details to me. You have to provide these details like what is the protocol in the packet and what is the protocol number, what is the protocol number it contains, and you also give me what is the display filter query will be used to see all the ICMP request, what is the display filter query will be used to see all packets, and filter query be used for the response packets, and filter out all the ICMP requests from the source 192, 168, 42, 84. It's a small task actually, but it's a very good one. So we just discussed, right? It contains the type, checksum, identifier, all this information. Even I took the screenshot of one of those packet only. So I'm just providing this one. Just download. I given provide the link. No. Don't need to sign in. Okay, you just simply close the box and you are able to download it. No need to sign in into Dropbox. Don't sign in into Dropbox. Just close that sign in option, then you can easily download. Yeah, it works. No need to sign in. Just download, and which is a packet capture actually. And if you open anything, it will open like this. What is the frame and what is the Ethernet protocol an internet control message. Actually, you have to go into here. Then you will get what is the type, what is the checksum, status, identifier, and sequence numbers. Okay. So from there, you have to give these details. Let me do bold and increase the page size. I don't give much time. It's just 5 minutes, 5 questions, 5 minutes only. Currently, my time is 9:47. By 9:52, we'll get that. We need to get it. If you have installed the Wireshark, by double clicking on it, it automatically open the Wireshark. It's very easy. Okay, it's very easy. Small thing. Okay, no problem. I am pasting that link one more time. Actually, no problem. We have only one more time, so no problem. If you can do now, at least you can do later. I am pasting those questions also here, and you can do later. Okay, so it's very easy. Even you can do offline. So I'm just typing this here, and also these questions also I am typing here for you. So just only 1 minute I will wait. After that we continue, and you can do that lab offline. And tomorrow you can you can tell me like if you face any difficulty, but it's very easy. It's a straightforward actually, right? Okay. So the next one is internet control message protocol in the ICMP. So these are all the things we will contain. One is a type, code, checksum, identifier, and sequence number. So the type and code is nothing but there are the 255 different types are available for the ICMP, and the most common type and code for the ICMP is mentioned below. The ping request is 8, code 0, ping response is type 0 and code 0. Okay, which is nothing but it's a echo request and echo response for the ping. Okay, when you do the ping, you are requesting it. When you get the response, which is nothing but the echo response. And the next one is the ping utility. We already verified it. Ping utility is used to check the connectivity between the two devices, which is based on the ICMP protocol. And sender send ICMP request and received the ICMP reply. Please enable copy. Like, sorry, I didn't get what in please enable copy means. Okay, so the and using that, what and all we going to do? You cannot copy the questions. Acha. Okay. I'm really not sure about that. So let me check. I have that? No, I don't have that permission as well. Strange. No problem actually. So let's find some other solution. Yeah, you just take the screenshot for now. It's very simple question, but tomorrow I will come up with the I got you. Okay, tomorrow I will come up with the a good in nice. Okay, right. Let's go further. Okay, right. So using the UDP attacks, what and all UDP in the ping, like what and all you can get is like host discovery, port scanning, and OS service fingerprint. Not only the TCP, even the UDP also do the same. So we already discussed about that, right? So we already discussed this, right? So even you can using the ping also, we can do the host discovery. Like attacker can send the UDP packet on a particular port of the server to identify the live system in the network. And OS and service fingerprinting the same way, using the port to identify the port. They can do that, but sometimes what happened is in the to avoid these kind of attacks, most of the people use block their ICMP messages, like you cannot able to ping that particular server. So so in that case you don't get. But however, you also, like when they do the OS and service fingerprinting, for example, I'm using the Splunk and 7.5, it is vulnerable to the log4j attack. So how to avoid that attack is every software will release the new patches. Okay, so when and where the new operating system is they have created, you have to add, you have to upgrade your system into the latest version. By doing that, you will avoid lot of the security problems. So as we are discussing about the patch, I will give you a small glimpse. Microsoft generate Microsoft patches. No, Patch Tuesday. Every Tuesday, actually, the Microsoft Microsoft deliver the patching. Every Tuesday. So today March 12th, right? And the March 8th Tuesday, they have released these many patches. It is may not be for you every product, every product, everybody. It depend upon it. Okay, like for example, yeah, second Tuesday of every month. Okay, so for example, normally Windows team, what they do is, if something they are already using in their environment, they will patch this using the SCCM. There is one server is that, using that server they will do the patching. Also, for example, if we take the Splunk, right, we have downloaded this, right, we have downloaded the latest version. Do you know one thing? If you click the if you try to download again, let me show you that. When I click on the free Splunk, you will get this Splunk Enterprise, right? When you say download this Splunk Enterprise, if you see here, older releases, so there are the, see, if you take the Windows, there are the multiple older releases. The current one is the 8.2.4, 8.2.3.3 is there, 2.32, 2.3, 2.21, like that, hundreds of old versions, like until the 8.10. No, so every time when they find out something is a vulnerable or some software piece is not working properly, they will download that. The best practice always is, suppose for example that is the latest version, right? I always go with the next to the latest one by reading the release notes. Okay, every product release their release notes. Suppose for example I am looking into the release notes, then they will tell, these are the release notes. They have what is the new, and also there is a something called known issues. So if any of the known issues are present, then I don't use it. If there is no particular known reason which affect my system, then I always go with the n minus version, because if I go to the latest version, I don't know, right, what could be the problems. So I always go with the n minus 1 version. Even the SOC, that is a SOC analyst responsibility to make aware, to aware of that particular teams, like Windows team know mostly, but the other softwares you have to always inform them. That is the SOC analyst duty only in most of the companies. So you should aware of that. And that is that. And the next one is the ICMP attacks. The below attacks are the general and well-known attacks in the system associated with the transport layer. First one is the ICMP sweep attack. So again, like using the ICMP sweep, you will identify what are all the hosts are available online on the network. And the next one is a very crazy one actually, which is a trace route. We already know which is a trace route. What they do is, for example, to identify, they do the network mapping. There is a nmap is there in the Kali Linux. Using that they can do. Normally attackers, what they do, there is a time to live will be there, TTL. First he will send one packet, then the packet will reach to the first router and it will come back by using the TTL1. Then he will do the TTL2, then it will go to the first router and it will go to the second router. Every time it will go, it take one value of the TTL. So when it took the TTL of 1, it will become 0, so it will send a response. When he send a TTL2, first the packet will reach here and it will remove 1, and again another one will be there. Then it will go to the next router. That router will take the another one packet. It will become a 0 and it will send back. Now this time those persons do the TTL3. So this packet will go until first here 3 will be there, TTL3. Here it will cut and it will be 2. Okay. So it's already running for me. So I'm just opening my Splunk interface. Yeah, here you go. And I'm opening it. Okay. So today what you're going to do is, you need to add some data into the Splunk. So let me close few of these tabs. So this is my Splunk application inside my lab. Okay. And okay, I will go to one website called SecRepo. Did you see this? secrepo.com. Just log in into this. Okay, so everybody open this secrepo.com. Actually, here we'll get a proper good amount of samples of the security related data. And here you can see a huge number of logs will be there. Okay, so today what we are going to do is we will download this particular ssh log.dgz, okay, and we'll upload into the Splunk. So everybody opened the Splunk. Can you give the thumb symbol whoever opened it? So open this secrepo.com. I am giving one more time the URL in the secrepo.com. Open, download the ssh log.gz. ssh. I logged in just now. Download ssh.log.gz. Search for that and you will get that particular zip file. So how to add data, that particular data into the Splunk? So click the settings, and you can see here the add data. Once you click the settings, and the left side you can see the add data, and click on the upload. Click on the upload. So you can simply drag and drop that particular ssh.log. Just simply drag and drop into this area. So you will get that the upload will be completed, and click on the next. You will get some data over here, and source type is not there. So write source type as SSH. Let me see whether it is there. Yes, SSH data is there. Click on the SSH. Okay, you will get the SSH source type. Source type is also SSH, and click next. It's very easy. Okay, when you click next, so you will get the multiple options actually. So here it is asking for the index. Create a new index, which is a SSH index, and save it. Okay, it's telling in my computer it's already present, so I will use that particular SSH index only again, and review and submit. Okay, so I have added into it. So actually once you add that particular data, you need to select the source. You will add that source, and it will ask you the source type. The source type you just put as the SSH only, and after that input settings, create an index name with the SSH, and then next you will get the review option. After the review you will be done. So there are the total 5 steps in the adding the data. So I hope everybody done that. Okay, I went too fast. Okay, no problem. Let me add one more time. No problem. Okay, I'm adding the data. I'm adding the data again. I'm adding the data again. So what you have to do? Upload it. Click on the upload. Where is the upload button? Under the settings, upload, add data, and select source. Drop your data file here. You simply drop that particular file into here. Click the next button. The next stage is the set source type. You can see on top of the page, set source type. Actually, it's not able to identify what is the source type of it. Write SSH, and then click next. Then you will get the input settings like host and index. In index, there is a default will be there. Create a new index and write SSH index, and review and submit. So I'm not doing that for now because I already done it. So okay, I hope everybody done that now. Are you facing any problem? Do let me know in these steps. Can you say done or just thumbs up whoever done these steps? What is the third step? Okay, right. No problem. So once you have done that, if you remember that you whatever you create index name, right? You say right like index is equal to SSH and click enter and you will get the data. Okay. If you didn't get the data, increase the time range to all time. So in the search bar, it's something like a Google search bar, right? So here you have to increase the time to all time, then you will get that entire data for you. Okay. So for okay, so I'll just doing the last 30 days data so that I don't need all time. Okay, so you can get the data. So Sugandh, you missed this SSH part, right? So you write like this: index is equal to main. Okay, index is equal to main. Then you will get the data. The remaining everybody except Sugandh, everybody you created index is equal to SSH, right? So write index is equal to SSH and you will get the data. Okay, so everybody done that. Okay, so Satyanarayana is asking about the what is the difference between the firewall analyzer and as well as the Splunk. Okay, so in this it is telling in the last 7 days I'm telling a little bit about the Splunk. Splunk is a graphically a wonderful data analytics tool, and you know the everyone like it's very easy to troubleshoot it and also find out the root cause, writing the search queries and creating some reports and visualizations. It's a very easy. It also writes some query language, which is nothing but index is equal to SSH, and also we can write some statistics functions, some machine learning toolkit functions to identify something. So today we are going to write a security alert. Security alert, where you can call it as a security notable event. Write a port scan activity. We discussed today the port scan activity, right? Let's do that. Okay, so here you can see in the Splunk you have got 7,143 events. Actually we have uploaded right at 8:30 p.m. like whatever the time you have uploaded that particular time it is showing here. Okay, and then you can know there are the once the data is added that 7,143 events, you can see there are added that log file into the events. So before that, let me explain you. If you not with if you don't open that into the like how it gonna looks like, let me copy that and paste it into one folder and let me open that folder for you.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
Okay, so you can see here. Okay, I am pasting all this the ssh2.log. I am unzipping that actually extract files here. So I will get the log file here. When I open that log file, it is simply looks like that. So what is this? We don't know what happened to it. We don't know. There are a lot of things are there, but we seriously don't know, how many IPs are there. You can see 192.168. What is the different IPs are there? What's the different ports? We don't know all that information, right? But just imagine in the Splunk, okay? Splunk will tell you actually, yeah, there is no extraction happened actually. So we have to extract a little bit of data. So that is the reason it is not able to show any fields over here. So let's extract some of the information, guys. Okay. So click on the any of the event, first event actually. Okay. In the first event, click on the event actions and extract field. Again, I'm telling you, in your Splunk page, you just open the first event, like extract, like the expand the first event, and then you can see the event actions. Click on it and click on the extract fields. Once you extract fields, that particular event, right? So you have whatever the event is there, that will be present in and it will ask you a select method to extract field. It is asking for a select method, regular expression or the delimiter. So click on the regular expression and click next, and it is asking you to select the fields. Actually, there are the around 5-6 fields we're going to extract it. So the first IP address, we call it as the source underscore IP, source IP, and the next one is the 5 digits are the port. So we say this is source underscore port, source port. Next one is the destination IP, and next one is the destination port. Complete until here, and I will tell you what you have to do next. Okay, so do let me know if anywhere you stuck in between. Okay, Abhilash is asking that, can you show this again? Yes, of course I will show you. Francis, yes, Splunk is a, there are multiple SIM tools are there. One of the mostly used SIM tool is the Splunk. Okay, for the, yeah, it have the multiple filtering options. Yes. Okay, so Abhilash, I'm showing you again. Once you have the data, right? So once you click the index is equal to SSH, not only to the Abhilash, everybody, we need to extract the data, right? So you will have the multiple fields. Here at the I section, you have this, the arrow. If you click on that particular event and see, you can have this particular, this is the one, you can say this is as the one event. Okay, so in the raw file, the particular one is one event. The one event is happened. So what happened? From this IP, from the port, from the destination to this port, it become failure. It is inbound SSH something. Same like that. This is something undetermined. But with our without tool, with a naked eye, we are not able to identify what exactly happening here. To get some detail, we are added that in data into the Splunk tool. So here we have added, but however, we are not having those fields not extracted. So we have to extract few of the fields from this log file. So click that particular event. You can see there is a event actions button. Click that event actions button and say extract the particular fields, extract fields. Once you click the extract field, it will open into a new page and it will ask you a select method, and then click on the regex. Then you will open this page and here select this IP, say source IP, source port, destination IP, and destination port. Okay, once you done that, click on the next, and you can see there are a lot of things came, and click on the another next, and before you're going to finish it, click on the all apps. You have to give the permission, everybody can read, everybody can write, and finish. Okay, once you've done that, you can say explore the fields I have just created in the sets. You can go there. So now it will open those fields. Now you can see how many destination IPs are there. What is the destination port? How many source IPs are present? How many different source ports are present in the data? Okay, that one thing. Okay, so everybody done that? And actually there is another few more fields we can extract. Let's do that. Okay, again I'm clicking on uh, the same first event, click on the event actions, extracting the fields, again rejects expression, clicking the next, and I can see there is a field called undetermined. So I am saying here the field name is action. Okay, Prasad, you do what? In the source tab, you can see on the top of the page, there is a create a source type. Click it and create a new source type called SSH. If you are not getting the source type, then create a new source type called SSH and go ahead. And I would like to extract this inbound as rule, firewall rule, and SSH as protocol. Add extraction. Click on the validation. You can see most of the fields will be added already. Click next, and then again you have to give the proper permission for all apps and simply finish it. So now you can go to the first tab and you just simply refresh the page so that Splunk can get what are all the changes you have done just recently. Okay, now you can see I have got the action, I have got the destination IP, destination port, source IP, source port, and also the firewall rule. What are all the firewall rules are there, whether it's inbound or outbound, everything is inbound. Okay, so okay, you want to see the field types. So yeah, actually I would like to explain a few more things here. In the Splunk, once you add the data, right, so you will get the host, source, and source type. Those are called as a selected field, and remaining them are called as the interesting fields. Darnell Reeves, actually I'm not getting what exactly you're saying here. Can you retype your message? At the undetermined. Okay, no problem. I'll tell you. Okay. So what do we put in the field name? Acha, you want to put the field name? You can say um, undetermined, right? Sorry, undetermined. I did not put actually. I did not take the undetermined. Action. Sorry, yeah, action. Action. Action is the undetermined action. Okay. So now you can see that once I have extracted those fields, Splunk is able to create some of the statistics. Okay. So one of the statistics is, for example, action is equal to 3. Okay. When I click on the action is equal to 3, it's saying that there are the 3 values are there. What are all they? Failure, undetermined, and success. And failure is present in the 5069 events, undetermined present in the 1773 event, success is present in the 301 event, and accordingly what are their percentages, how much percentages these numbers consecute, and if you put them in a small chart how it looks like. Okay, and also there are the ad hoc searches also they will provide you in this action window. For example, if I click on the top values, it will create one search and it create a visualization and it will give me what are all the top values. And do you know what is the beauty of Splunk? By clicking this chart option, you can select what kind of chart you would like to keep. No, it's very easy actually. You want to put a bar chart, column chart, or the pie chart. And also there are multiple visualizations are there. Those all come up with the no those all are come up with the a different area. Yeah, now you are saying what about the others? We do know nothing that inbound and others to the right of undetermined. Yeah, so there are some undetermined. That means the firewall, that application is not able to identify it. We can do anything, so that is the firewall decision. Okay, again I am going back to the events. So I will go into the index is equal to SSH, and I will explain you how to write a correlation search. So now I am using one function called statistics function, stats count of source IP as source count by destination IP. Okay, so you can see that this particular destination IP targeted by these many source IPs. Okay, so here I will say where source count is greater than like 100. So by doing that, I got around how many I have got? I have got 20 values. No, I have got the 20 IPs. These are the IPs normally should have triggered a security alert, and I will go into each and every IP and I will identify what they happen. But the thing is, there are the few duplicate values are there. Okay, so to delete the duplicate values, we have one command called dedupe. So I'll say dedupe destination underscore IP. First, listen everything. I will tell you how to do that. Okay. So by doing that, still I have got around 20 IPs. So what I'm going to write exactly, I will tell you again. I will rewrite this sentence. No problem. I'll rewrite this query. First, let me explain what exactly we are doing. So I can see here some of the IPs is targeting using the a different port numbers and taken the SSH from this particular servers. Okay. Cheat sheet is difficult, but I'll try my level best to do that. First, let us understand what's happening in this events. So we have the multiple source IPs, and they are also targeting the one of the destination. These are the source. So what I need is no, actually I did a small mistake in this painting. Actually, let me rewrite it. So one source IP is there. It took the SSH into the multiple destinations. So I'm worrying normally as a normal day, maybe I will take either one or I will take maybe 5 servers SSH in a day, like for the operational issues. But somebody is taking more than 100 servers into SSH. So then I am suspecting there might be some security attack. So what is the query I'm going to write is, I am writing in English here. So I'm saying where single source IP and it contacted the more than 100 destination IP, more than 100 destination IP present. I need the list. So this is the command I'm going to give in the Splunk. But Splunk don't understand my English, right? So I need to provide it into a small query language. It's a very simple actually. So first I need to write where I am targeting. I am targeting into the index is equal to SSH. And then I have to write the statistics function, which is starting with the stats. I am taking, the number of destination IPs for every source IP. So a different way I'll write, like how I'll write is distinct count of dest underscore IP and by source IP. Okay. So here the distinct count of destination IP, I will take them as the number of the dest IP number. I'll say dest IP number. So first let us write until this. Let us write until this only. Okay. So first I am going back into the Splunk. Index is equal to SSH is there. Later what I'm going to do, I'm going to write stats. And what is the command I'm going to use? Stats distinct count of destination IP by source IP. So this is what I need first. Okay. See, whenever I have written as a distinct count of destination IP, you can see the table name the table, the particular column name coming like a DC of dest IP, which I don't like, which I don't, it's not a good way of representing it. So I will say to rename the column name, I will say as number of destination IPs contacted. So by doing that, the name of the column comes as the number of destination IPs. And after that, I need more than, then I will, when I verified it, I can sort that count by using, by just clicking it, either it will be come in order of ascending order or the descending order. By doing that, I can see the maximum number is 48. So what I'm going to do in the paid, more than 100 will be difficult. So I will say where more than 20, no, where dest IP number is more than 20, where is more than 20, I need, I'm going to filter it out. So I'm going to write that same way here, where command, this particular number of destination IP is greater than 20. By doing that, I have, I have got all these list, these many numbers list. So now I will create it as a particular security alert stating that like address sweep behavior detected. I will write like that one alert, and it need to be shared in app. When it need to be trigger, it will trigger. It need to be run every 5 minutes. So I will say no, it should take the last 24 hours data, and I need to say every 5 minutes it need to run. To do that, we have the cron. In a Linux based system, most of them use this cron. This using the cron.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
You can mention different time frames to search for it. For example, I am saying the Sugandh. I am telling Sugandh, hey Sugandh, every 5 minutes from now onwards, every 5 minutes you say hi in the chat box. So how to tell that the same 5 minutes, I am telling every 5 minutes you say hi. So every 5 minutes that can be given under the cron expression. I will tell you very one simple website is there where you can create your own cron. Okay. So or I will say, hey Sugandh, every Monday early morning 5 a.m. send a report. Or I'll say, hey Linux server, every first of the month, every first of the month, please send last 30 days report. Something, the report is something, but every month, day one, I need that report to be present on my desk, on my computer. So that kind of things you can explain it in the cron. So here we have the cron tab guru. Okay, there is one website is there. So I am saying that every 5 minutes, right? So actually it's just using the 5 stars. It will tell everybody like when it need to be triggered. When I've written the cron for all stars, like first star represent a minute, second star represent the hour, third star day of the month, fourth one is the which month, and this the last one is telling about the day of the week. It's not like Monday, Tuesday, it's telling about Monday, Tuesday, like that. Okay, suppose for example I want to tell every month first day, then I have to say when I say one, it's saying every minute on day of the month. So at 9 a.m. if I want to write as a 9 a.m. 0, and I will say 9 a.m. at 9 on day of month 1. So The next, when it gonna trigger? April 1st, 9 a.m. it will trigger. Again, May 1st, 9 a.m. it will trigger. See, June 1st, 9 a.m. July 1st, 9 a.m. Yeah, August 1st, 9 a.m. When I say a report need to be triggered every month, day 1 at 9 a.m. Like this, I need to write using these 5 things. So I am going to tell, hey, every 5 minutes I need. Okay. So to do that, first let me come back to the initial phase, all the stars. Now, now by doing the all 5 stars, it will trigger every minute. Like now, current time is 4:43, 4:44, 4:45, 4:46, 4:47, like that. No, I need every 5 minutes, right? So here I will say by 5. So by doing that, you can see every 5th minute the cron is going to trigger. So this one I need. I will copy this and in the Splunk I will paste here, and the remaining fields I don't care about it, and I'm going to save that now as the add action whenever it happening. So I want a notable, actually the currently notable is there. I want to create I want to send an email to my team, or I can do whatever I want. So for example, I want to alert actually the report. Why I'm not getting the report actually? Okay, let me send an email. Okay, for now, let me send an email, like for example, varma@something.com. No, so it will send details actually. Actually, it need to create one notable event. So for now, we are sending the email, and I'm going to save it. Okay. So by doing that, every 5 minutes, you're going to get that alert. So first, I need these search query. You need to be present here. Now, everybody should get by running this query on your Splunk. You will get those results. Everybody okay with this? Everybody got it? I will give you 2 minutes time. Everybody to run this query. At the first phase, it might be difficult for you, but we practice this kind of query every day. So, try today how much it is possible to you. So when we proceed day by day, it will be very easy for you. Okay, no problem. You just, you know, give like, when you creating it, you make one, send the email. You can see, you can type as an email and you will get that. You can give your Gmail account and no, but it won't send because we did not set up uh, any email to your Splunk, but just just for understanding purpose actually. Or else you can do one thing, but actually if you have already created, you can click on this particular alert, and when you click your alerts, then you will get the alert one. You just now created one, so which is address sweep behavior detected. You can click and you can change action later also. Okay, edit action. In that you can add one more action actually. You can click and it was triggered alerts. Every time it will triggered alert, it will trigger one alert as the high critical. Even using those alerts, you can work on the Splunk. Next thing what I'm going to do is I'm logging into the Outlook, and I need one Outlook, actually one Outlook email to do today's class. So I'm taking a new free Outlook. No problem. Later in the class also I will take that Outlook, a free Outlook we can take. So today, if you can see my screen, so the today topic what we're going to discuss is the phishing email investigation, and as well as the distributed denial of service. So these two concepts are very, very important, especially the phishing email investigation, because in the entire world, every company using the mails, right? Emails. It could be Outlook. They may take the Gmail service or any service they take. Everybody need to use the email. So when everybody use the email, the most frequent attack is the phishing email. Using the phishing email, anybody can send a malicious malware into it, or a small URL link. You can do that. So there are the multiple ways. Any attacker easily can evade a lot of the security controls. So the email is the basic thing, because every user in your company, every user have the access to their email address, and if an attacker want to send a phishing email, he doesn't know whatever the firewall you are using, he doesn't require to know, whether you are using a cutting edge technology of the security, nothing. If he know the user's email address, that's it. He can send a malicious script, he can send a malicious macro as an attachment, he can send a malicious attachment, he can send a malicious URL. So there are multiple things he can achieve. Even in a 2016, everybody might have already aware of the WannaCry ransomware attack. You might have listened this or not. There is a via WannaCry, there is a ransomware attack happened. That attack happened mostly using the it started every company using a phishing email. So the attack began on the Friday, 12th May 2017, with the evidence pointing to an initial infection in Asia. The initial infection was likely through exposed vulnerable SMB port rather than it's actually SMB port only, but it's a phishing email. Using the phishing email only, they have made this the ransomware attack that didn't this saying not, but actually this is every company using getting the phishing link only. I will tell you exactly what is the WannaCry ransomware attack and how it is termed from multiple systems. I will tell you after a few minutes. Just give me 1 minute. I'm bringing one more documentation up. So let's see. So I'm just bringing the phishing email presentation. So let me tell you, if first of all, before that, we have to understand how the phishing email. So normally what they do, if you have around 1,000 members in your company, and though you have the 10 SOC analysts, normally in a normal companies, how they how you are getting the phishing email investigation is, they will send you why my screen sharing cutting pause again and again. I think now you're able to see my screen, right? WannaCry ransomware attack and as well as my PPT. Right, perfect. So I am going to teach you how the phishing email, how you get that particular alert. Yes. So how you're going to get is, suppose for example, if a person A is working in your company and that guy got some suspicious email, if he thinks by some reason, so then there are the two ways. There will be fish me button will be there. Fish me button, like it's a new integration they do in the normal security companies. By clicking the fish me button, the email as attachment directly will go into the security analyst email box. Or else they will attach that phishing or suspicious email as an attachment, and they will send that email to you. So to do the investigation as a security analyst perspective, you will do later. But first of all, by looking at that itself, because I have the tremendous of 8 years of experience and I have worked on the thousands of emails. So in that thousands of email, because of that much experience, I can tell immediately within fractions of seconds whether that particular email is a phishing email or a spam email or not. Everything I can inform them. So what are all the SOC analysts need to view now in the holistic perspective, like in the proper investigation perspective, and how that guy is going to identify that. So let me tell you few things over here. So that thing is, first, once you have got the email, first you got the email. So the email is coming from this particular email address, right? Particular email address, and you can identify that in the email address, the from address, who are giving the from, whether it is coming as like a Verma or Darnell or Rakesh Kumar at the no, actually I did, my screen was not freezed. Actually, I'm showing you one email representation. Can you able to see? It's a blue color. All the links I have shown in a blue color. Okay, and my cursor also a bigger and in red color. Right now you're able to see that. Okay, thank you. Thanks for that. Okay, let me tell you what exactly this phishing email and how they gonna looks like. So first, once you have got the phishing email into your inbox, as an attachment, and you can see here, these are the emails, like, the manager @ fakeco.com. So normally in the companies, for example, Ashish is the manager for the any company. So it should be like Ashish @ facebook.com or Ashish @ something accenture.com, Ashish @ deloitte.com, like that. But now you can see how it looks like. It's saying that as a general message, general setting, it's saying like a manager @ so normally it should not be like that. So that one thing you can see. And second one, if any URL is there, okay, first one, like the generic greeting, right? So the sir or madam, no, you should not write like that. Even from this mail, you can understand how you should write, as a legitimate user. Suppose if I am sending that to the Rakesh Kumar, for example, I am sending the email to the Rakesh Kumar, I have to say, dear Rakesh or hello Rakesh, like that, whom I am. Suppose, for example, if I am sending around 10 members or 12 members, how I say? I will say, dear team. I will say, dear team. That means like as a whole team, I am representing that. So I never say, sir or madam. No, we should not say that. This is a generic setting. That's one thing. And second one is request for personal information over email. See, you are required to use this form to update your login information immediately. Okay, so now you can understand that, right? So they are asking you to give the personal information. So that's second thing. And also another one is, whenever I have word like immediately, by today you have to do that, otherwise your card is going to block. They never do that. Suppose if any bank want to block your card, until unless it's a very urgent, the bank will send you minimum 15 days ahead, 15 days ahead only, or 1 month ahead. They will update you very clearly. For example, I was working in yeah, these are spammer, you're right. I was working in another country other than outside of India. I am an Indian passport holder. So when I given my bank, to open the bank account, I have provided my passport to the bank as a guarantee, like the authentication, the paper, right? So who am I? So the authentication. What happened? The passport was expiring. Like for example, in the January 2020, it is about to expire. So that time, before 1 month ahead itself, the bank sent a notice to me stating that, dear Verma, your particular passport is going to expire on the January, like for example, February 28th, 2020. So we are giving a 30 days window to update the new passport or the new documents to support your bank. So like that, they never say you have to do immediately. Online you send, no, they never do that. They will inform you very clearly. And and third one, there is a button like click here now, like that. And if you hover over any of it, then you will identify.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
Using while you are hovering that itself, suppose if any URL is present over there, then you can easily identify on the left side below page, you will get that particular URL. Okay, so there you can identify where it is going, whether it is going to that fakeco.com or it is going to some other area. You will get that. That is another one. And next one is the PDF. And they say you can verify that it is saying that unsolicited pdf.exe, right? So it is a executable file. By clicking it, it will execute something in your system, and it could be anything. It could be a spam, it could be something the malicious software, it could be anything. So that kind of pdf. So whenever you are sending an email to your teams in the company, whenever you are attaching some pdf, I will write 1 or 2 lines about the PDF. Please find attached. For example, I am giving my monthly notable, the security incidents report to my customer. For example, I will mention very clearly, dear team, I am updated, otherwise, dear customer. For example, my customer is Anurag Sharma. Then I will mention, dear Anurag, please find attached last 1 monthly report. It is present in the particular XLSX, which is an Excel sheet in the Windows, or if it is a PDF, I'll say, please find attached PDF file which contain the last 1 month security incident report. I will write clearly what I am sending, which format I'm sending. I'm sending the PDF. It should be PDF only. So like that, okay. So and that one I will do, and yeah, if you hover over the mouse, then you will get that particular email address. And lastly, there will be some spelling mistakes, because if any spammer or whenever they do, sometimes they do this kind of silly mistakes. But if you see, if any email you have got, any advertisement email from the Amazon or Facebook, did you ever see any spelling mistake in that email? You never see that, because the legitimate companies will always have some validation before they sending the email. So the spelling mistakes also, it will be a huge tick mark to everybody, like this is something spam or something fishy, right? But you are a security analyst. By doing the just looking at the email, you can see simply this is a phishing email, but this can be do anybody. But as a security analyst, what are all the deep inspection you can do, right? You should be differ from the other side world to the security world. So how we going to do, right? We need to provide some artifacts to make sure that is a spam. These all are perfectly you can identify spam or phishing, but we will see the remaining details as well. And so I have taken a few more screenshots, and I would like to show you how different ways the requesting sensitive, how different ways they asking, not only for the phishing email, they not only installing some software, they also take some data from you, like your personal. And here you can see that the requesting the sensitive information. So here what he is asking, read the email. We regret to inform you that your account has been restricted. To continue using our services, please download the file attached to this email and update your login information. Actually, which is a HTML page. By downloading it, it will open a HTML page. It will ask you to log in, username and password, so that it will take that your username and password. And so this kind of activities we call as the credential harvesting. So I'm just writing that we call it as the credential harvesting. That means they will harvest all of your, they will get all your credentials, your username, passwords, and using that they will attack on your network. And now you can see there is some another one, which is talking about some, it is coming from the hotels.com, and it is saying that, see how to redeem your coupon. Click this email or open our app, search from thousands of hotels order, book using your unique coupon code. So actually, by looking at it, I don't see any wrong, but you can see they're saying you must click through this email or book through our app. The click, by clicking itself, there is a very huge huge email problem. Next level improvements, why our mail servers are not smart to detect these kind of emails before they reach to the recipients. For right now, there is a Cisco ESA email or few tools are there. They are doing, using the machine learning and artificial intelligence. They are somewhat doing it, but still, but still they are not able to do a high level going ahead, and they cannot able to do that because I can simply give some URL to you, and I will ask you to click on that URL. Like if something software is present, like some exe file, if I added into it, yes, immediately the email, whichever the email tool you are using, it is able to block it. But when I send a simple URL, how can it block? It need to validate. It's required a lot of intelligence to it. This is the second one. This is the second one. Now we have taken the from this email, and let's go to the another email. Okay, so here it is telling that domain name in email address. So before I'm going to talk something, I am giving a few minutes to you to read and understand the email, and you identify what you are thinking. Just verify that email, read that email, identify. Good improvement. Actually, I can see, I don't want to talk, I want everybody to read properly. Yeah, that's good. Actually, I'm getting a wonderful analogies. That's really awesome. That's good. Email body, yeah. Grammar issues, and also the domain name, you can see the domain name also changed. Yes, you're right. I think everybody has written something, and a few members even doing the analogy, like it's a December gift, but it is coming on the January 6th. Yeah, of course, that could be, maybe late gift, but yes, that is also, it can be, right? Yeah, right. Go ahead. Okay, let me tell you my analogy. Okay, let me tell you my analogy on that particular card score. So let me okay, so now I hope everybody can see my screen. So the first thing, when I see the from, it is saying the Costco, but it is saying the cvcbuilding.com. And second thing, okay, January 6th it came as it is, okay, fine. And they are telling, unfortunately, the delivery of your order something was cancelled since the specified address of the recipient was not correct. You are recommended to complete this form and send it back with your reply to us. Please do this within the period of 1 week. If we don't get your timely reply, you will be paid your money back less 21% since your order was booked for the Christmas. So yeah, now let's see. Let's again, let's identify line by line. First, from address is wrong, right? And you can see the reply to, again the reply to is going to that person. If it is come to me, the to address should be here. For example, if it is coming to Verma, it should say Verma at the rate that particular company name where I am working, that company name should be there. And there is no greeting like dear Verma, dear Anurag, dear Shravan. There is nothing greeting here. Simply, unfortunately, the deliver of your order. And second, there is a something Costco, something, whatever it is saying that was cancelled, and we don't know. Like I never booked something like that. So if something is coming, that one. And second, you can see you need to complete this form. They are asking me to complete a form. So that means they are asking the particular user to provide their details, maybe card details they may have asking, like how to identify that I will show you. And please do this within the period of 1 week. So here they are making one urgency, and also they are telling you will get a money back less than 21%. Who do that? If they do, that's fine. They never mention like this. So this is creating some anxiety. Whoever reading the email, they will get some anxiety, and they will, when any person will get anxiety. So of course sometimes because of the adrenaline hormone, of course sometimes we do a good work, is something we need to do. We need to deliver some speech on the stage. A little bit of adrenaline is, it will have, will work with you, and it will push you to do more goodly, good manner. But if it is a more adrenaline, then it will increase your heartbeat and it will reduce your thinking power. For example, when you want to take some, this kind of decision, so if you are clever and if you understand that anxiety one, then you will think again one step back, and you will see very clearly why they are doing like that. But if you are already some stressed or something, immediately you will click that form, or you will click this link, like your thinking power will be reduced a little bit. So that is the reason they make these emails a little bit anxiety. The person will be stressed a little bit. You don't get, you will, your order 21% will be reduced money, or you have to do today, otherwise we'll block your card. I'll block you from the Facebook, something like that. Okay. Okay, right. So now, first thing, best buy info at the rate fashionlab.com.ua. Actually, the information that is okay, that is fine. But actually, if it is a Best Buy website, it should be like some bestbuy.com, right? So there is a something, you can identify that. And second, your order, please fill the form and say again, yes, they are asking, sir or madam, if something, then it should say, dear Verma, dear Winnie, dear Francis, dear Sugandh, dear Darnell, dear Shwetal. They should write like that your name, but they did not write your name properly here. So that is one thing. And they are asking you to specified address was not correct, so has not been delivered. This thing is not delivered because the specified address was not correct. So actually, do you know, because of the security firms, when I do every day these kind of things, yeah, I will tell you when we talk about other things, right? Then I will share with you the real time problem, the real time thing. I will tell you after some time. But yeah, whatever you have done, everything is correct. It is saying the usps.com, but the email comes from something gulfslipformpaving.com, something like that. So that is the first red flag here itself. And second one, okay, forget about the remaining. And here, when a good company send, they don't make the blank, and they did not put to whom you are sending. Suppose it is sending the no, to me, it should say dear Sagar, it should say dear Darnell. No, they did not. And they are asking print a shipping label. Now what is that? You should write what is the label, what is the more information they have to provide. This is where, before, as a you are a security analyst, before you go into it, zip file generally they send in PDF, correct? It is coming from something like a epayment.com, and you can see the reply to, like when I click the reply, it is not going to payment at the repayment.com. It is going to something bank wire transfer department at the rate gmail.com. No official company should not use Gmail, Yahoo, these kind of red mail, something are there, right? They should not use. They should use only the proper official email addresses. And they're telling, please find attached bank slip for new payment on your account. It should not be like that, right? If a bank send, they will tell you very clearly, so and so time we have observed a new payment, something. If they want to write, they will write the time and exactly. And they should greet you first of all, because they know your name, so they should greet you like, dear Anurag, at particular so and so time we have observed this payment. If this payment is not from you, then please immediately call this number, like that. And they never do this kind of zip files at all. Okay, right? So actually, so when they send that kind of email, right, they make, sometimes they send you as a image like this. And if you click something, it will go directly into, suppose I have made instead of the false bad website, I have added lenovo.com, just to show you, like it is coming from the Nokia. It should not go to the Lenovo, right? So that is my intention actually. Okay, see, now you can see when I'm hovering over it, it is going into directly into the lenovo.com. See, this is where directly went into the Lenovo.com. So just to showcase purpose only, I have made that. Yes, this is a very much better formatted, and it is coming from info@newsnokia.com. But again, two is not there, and again there is no proper salutation, and simply save your stuff. No, no company directly talk like that. They write proper details. We noticed you haven't used the Nokia service. They are telling you.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
There is no Nokia account to access the Nokia servicing quite well. To protect your privacy, this account will be deleted in the 14 days. So here they made a little bit urgency and saying the so sign in now. So there is some URL they have mentioned. So like that they write a little bit and again saying sincerely the Nokia account team. But nowadays even the whoever sending, they are writing their own address. They are not telling nowadays the Nokia account team like that. They are writing the properly their addresses as well, who is sending that email. So these all are the good things. Okay, now you have verified some URL is there. You can see that URL in this. There is one zip file is there. That's it. And again, here something print as shipping label. Now something was attached. Until now, we just see and identify that, but we want to know in that HTML what is present. If I want to open the safely that HTML page, how it looks like. So let us do as a security analysis, the real security analysis do now. Before do that, we have to understand three things. Okay. Yeah, virus total check. I will tell you. So now we have to understand there are the total three concepts are there for every business email. First one is DMARC. DMARC means domain based message authentication reporting and conformance. What is the DMARC do is DMARC is an email validation system. DMARC was created by PayPal together with the Google, Microsoft and Yahoo. That is a history. Now let us what it do. Let us discuss that. With the DMARC, an organization gains insight and control over the email channel, and organizations can use DMARC to protect their brands against the abuse in phishing and spoofing attacks. And this is the with the DMARC. If we have the DMARC authentication is provided in your company, that once this is the external email, when it come, if it is a spoof email, it will be automatically rejected or deleted. If it is a the DMARC authentication passed, then only it will go to the receiver side. Okay, this is the one check. Suppose for example your company doesn't have the DMARC authentication, and once the email come, if it is whether it is a spoofed email or original email, both will go to the receiver. Suppose if it is spoofed email, your receiver is going to fished or spammed to that. And DMARC cannot do the DMARC is again a collective of the two different the two different technologies. One is the DKIM and another one is the SPF. Okay, DKIM is work on the authentication and SPF is working on the authorization. So what is the difference between the authentication and authorization? That means, suppose for example, what is the best example to tell you very simply is authentication is like I can go into that particular room, but authorization is to do some activities over there. So that kind of thing, actually the two different things. Authentication means like I'm able to log in, and authorization means I need to get those details. So let us understand the DKIM SPF, and you will get that proper details. So let us understand what is the SPF first. Yeah, let me explain you what is SPF and DKIM is doing. Then you will get automatically what both are doing. Okay, right. SPF is nothing but sender sender policy framework, okay, which is a sender policy framework. I have written a little bit wrong here. There is this SPF sender policy framework. It is not 2 letters, it's a single letter. Here, let me save this. Okay, sender policy framework. An SPF record, which is a sender policy framework record, is one of the core of the SPF implementation in which the SPF policy is defined. So there are the DNS records will be there for everybody in that, in that SPF record also will be there. And an SPF record is published in the DNS, domain name service, and it contains a list of authorized email servers which can send an email on behalf of your domain name. Okay, suppose for example, I am working in the HCL company. Then if I am sending one email, okay, let me explain you in the paint, then so that you will understand very clearly. For example, I am working in the HCL company. There is a HCL.com is there, HCL company, which is a software company in India. Suppose, for example, I am working in this company. My email address is, for example, like this, verma@hcl.com. Hey, this is not my email address, okay? If you send it, will go to somebody. So don't send any email. I'm just telling you as an example. Okay, right. And however, I'm not even working in the HCL. Okay, so verma@hcl.com. Suppose if I send this email to suppose one guy is there. Suppose for example, like Sri Kumar is there. I am sending the email to the Sri Kumar @ibm.com. I am sending, for example, I'm assuming Sri Kumar is working in IBM, so I sent an email. So here my DNS server have the multiple records, right? In that there is one record called SPF, sender policy framework. It will tell to the ibm.com that, hey, this Verma, this person is working in my company and he have that authorization. He authorized. So send one email to you to behalf of HCL.com. He can send one email to you, like that. So it is published in the publicly. Okay. So like actually it won't publish my email address. What it will do is there is a one SPF record will be there. Using that record, when the IBM is received that email, it will verify, first it will go to the SPF and it will ask, hey, this Mr. Verma@hcl.com is working in your company and he is authorized to do. Then SPF will say, yes, he is. So that it will verify, yes, SPF, the SPF record, SPF validation is verified. So it will give something like that tick mark. That is one thing that SPF is completed, right? Yeah, do the check. They will verify you the domain name. So that is the SPF. So let us understand again what I'm telling. An SPF is a record is the core of a SPF implementation in which SPF policy is defined. And an SPF record is published on the DNS and it contains a list of authorized email servers which can send an email on behalf of your domain name. If an email sender is not listed in the record section and does send an email on behalf of your domain, this email may be considered as not legitimate and it can be rejected by the email receiver. Right. So I hope the third point you have understand, right? Suppose for example, there is a like some guy, for example, Francis is not working, imagine that, and he sent one email, he's not working. So again, once the email come to here and it will verify that SPF, they're gonna verify the SPF, right? This guy is working or not, and it will reject automatically. So it will say SPF is not verified. Okay, so that like that. Okay, and you are asking some question, only domain name, not the username? No, it never verify the username. It will only verify the domain name. It will ask, hey, this particular Verma or this particular Francis from your domain name is sent an email. It will verify actually indirectly the email address as well. Okay, it will indirectly the email address as well. The production, the company's emails. Okay, right. And this is about the SPF. So that is what I have mentioned over here. In the DNF records, there will be records will be there like A, TXT record, and also the V is equal to SPF and IP. That record will be there. Okay. So let's go to the next one, DKIM. Before we go into the DKIM, we have to understand the few encryption technologies, right? So first of all, there is a two different encryption mechanisms are there. One is the symmetric encryption and another one is the asymmetric encryption. So let me explain you very clearly what is this encryption and all. So now let's get back to the basics. So I am sending hi, hello, how are you, Francis? Suppose for example, I am sending this letter to you. It is everybody can read. So I will do some encryption and I will say, whenever I say, hi, hello, how are you, Francis? And what I'm going to do is I am every letter I am just adding something, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right? 9 and 10, 11, 12, 13, like that I'm adding something. For example, 15, 16, 17, 21, 22, 23, 24, like that. Just imagine that you know that how I have encrypted to you, right? But normally, if I send something like this to you, are you able to understand what I sent? No, right? So, which is I have encrypted using some algorithm. My algorithm is every letter will add one number to that, right? So, this is the plain text, and we call this as the ciphertext. Okay. Once we have encrypted that, then we call that text as the ciphertext. Okay, it's telling cipher. Sorry, my mistake. It's a ciphertext. Now, I sent this email to you, and you are not able to read it. You are not able to read it. No, like, of course, if you put some time and you to understand however I have written, then you can write. But the very attempt, the very first attempt you want to see, and within fraction of 2 seconds you have to decrypt it. So what you have to do, like I have to inform you, hey, I have encrypted such a way that every letter is increased by like one number, every letter after that, like the post of that, like a number is added, and number is added like every one plus, like one plus every time it is repeating, like 1 2 3, say 1 1 2 3 4 5 6, like that. I'm just I have to give you a proper information and to do that. So that actually you can say as a one key. Okay. So normally in the production systems, how this gonna do is, so there is a one person is there. We have here the Gaurav is there, and Gaurav is sending one email to Rajshekhar. Okay, Shekhar. He is sending one text to the Rajshekhar. So what he do, instead of the direct plain text, he is encrypting with one key. Okay. So I have written here some something, I have given the proper details, right? So that details we call it as a key. So he is encrypted that, and now this has become one encrypted ciphertext. The data after the encryption, it became the ciphertext. And before the if the shaker want to read it, he should understand what is this particular key is there, right? So he will send, Gaurav will send shaker, hey, this is the key I have used, so that time it reached by the shaker, and shaker using that particular script, particular key, he will decrypt it, and no, he is able to read that particular file. Then the ciphertext will become a normal text. So here Gaurav and Shaker used which key? Only single key. They used a single key. So that we call as the that we call as the symmetric encryption. That means they both sending a same key, like they have done the encryption and he send it and he's saying that this is the same key, I have done it. But again, he have to send that particular key to this guy, right? So that is, it's not a good solution, but this is the, in the earlier days they have used this kind of solution. This is the symmetric key, and this symmetric key encryption is consist of one key for encryption and decryption. Symmetric encryption is a lot quicker compared to other encryption. And what are all the examples of that? RC4, AES, DES, triple DES, quad. These all are the different symmetric encryption algorithms are present currently in the wild. So now the next one is the asymmetric encryption. How the asymmetric encryption will do is, so let me tell you in a different way. So now here is the, again I'm taking the both guys, okay? Gaurav is there, and here we have the Shaker, and Gaurav should contain one public key and as well as the one private key. Everybody contain, this is his private key, and he also contain one public key. This public key will be visible to everybody, anybody in the world, whoever requested that, they will send that public key. And also Shaker also have one private key, and the Shaker also have the, I will make this into something called blue color. Okay, I will make a little bit blue color so that you can understand this. Shaker have his private key, and also Shaker also have one public key which will be visible to the world. World means, again, they won't send it to everybody, to you and me, like whoever requesting the information, that they will send that information. So this is the, to the world, this will be available. Whoever requested, they will provide this. And here one more game rule is, one more rule is okay, 1 minute. Okay, so if if a person private key, if you encrypt with the private key using that public key only, using the particular public key only, you can decrypt it. Otherwise you cannot able to decrypt it. You don't know also. Okay, so that much, that kind of algorithm they use. Algorithm is nothing but actually a mathematical function. I will show you like how those functions are looks like. I will show you those functions. For example, let's take the triple DES. I will show you how the triple DES algorithm work. No, let's go to the DES algorithm. Encryption algorithm encryption. So here you will get, yeah, in the Wikipedia. I need in the Wikipedia. So what they do here is, so there will be some bit will be there. You can see here. So here, this is what it do exactly. There is a 64 bit they gonna use. So it's a, okay, I think I went into the wrong place. 1 minute. Do the bits rotation. The 64 bits. Okay. So let me open this one. Okay, I don't know why. Okay, so here you can see here, this is the plain text, right? This is the plain text is coming. Then they sent to one repetition of those adding some bits to it. Like that, it will do the 16 different rounds, with that particular mathematical function. Then it will become the ciphertext. Like that, suppose if you take the RSA encryption algorithm, let's see how it gonna look like that. So it's a very huge functions, and you cannot see them. It's not easy to anybody to break down it. If somebody want to break down these algorithms, it will take a few millions of years. Okay, so you cannot write something which can be you can identify that report. So here, suppose for example, if you take, okay, there is some rule will be there, guys. There is some rule. There should be a proper operation. This is the operation, I think. A basic principle behind RSA is the observation that it is practical to find three-way large positive integers like E, D, and N, such that with the modular exponentiation for all integers, it will become like this. Okay, so forget about this. Then it will create some private key, and you for that particular private key, then you will get the particular public key only. Okay, so here they mentioned very clearly, everybody they will generate one key, that they will contain one public key and one private key. Okay, so I'm telling you that. So here what they do is, so everybody will get Gaurav when he want to send some data, he will get one private key, one public key. Yeah, Francis correctly said the term is key pairs. My intention is if you encrypt that with the public key, only using the private key only Gaurav able to read it. No other person. If we lose this public key to somebody, then everybody can read. Until that, nobody cannot able to encrypt or decrypt, having the private key with them. So forget about the shaker for now. For example, Verma is sending some email, from some data to the Gaurav. So when I am about to send that, what I will do is I have this public key available, right? Using that public key, I will encrypt and send it. Okay, and it will reach to the Gaurav. And Gaurav will using the private key, he will decrypt it, and he is able to read very easily. Also, when he want to send some data to Verma, no. So this time, what Gaurav do for his whatever the message he want to send, he use this private key and encrypt that message, and that encrypted message come to me, and using his public key, I will decrypt it. Okay. So now until that you understand this, right? So in that, now, what they do in the Shekhar and Gaurav are, how the data will go is, first Gaurav will take some data and he will encrypt that with his private key. Okay, first he encrypted with his private key, then it will become a ciphertext. If it is a plain text, will become the ciphertext, and after that he will again encrypt that with using the Shaker's public key. Okay, then it will become a big ciphertext. Okay, and it will go using the internet. Once it received by the Shaker, what he do? It is lately done by his public key, right? So first he have to apply his private key to decrypt it, and again it's still a ciphertext. So again what he have to do? Again he have to decrypt that with the Gaurav's public key. Then it will become a plain text. Then only Shekhar is able to read. So to doing this, and encrypting with using the two different keys, and through internet when you are sending, your data is properly secured, properly encrypted. Nobody is able to, even though they sniff it, they're not able to understand it. Okay, so what is this? Why we are sending like that is, we are giving a guarantee. That nobody cannot able to read. And also you are also giving the guarantee the message was not altered in between. If something is altered, he unable to decrypt it because the ciphertext changed. That means now first he have to do using his public key. When he doing the public key, it is encrypted at the end with his public key. So the shaker need to decrypt with the private key. If anybody altered the message, he not able to not able to read that message. So that means immediately he will identify the message was altered. By doing that, by doing this encryption, we are giving the two guarantees. One is nobody able to read, and another one is the nobody is able to modify that, altered that thing. So that we call as the asymmetric key. So a simple representation, I just took this from the Google, but this is a simple representation again. So it is telling in this diagram also telling the same. When Alice is sending some ciphertext to the Bob, Alice sending a plain text using encrypt with the Alice private key and encrypt with the Bob's public key. This will become a cipher2. The data will go using the internet. The cipher2 is reached by the Bob. Then Bob will decrypt it with the Bob's private key, and then the cipher will come. The cipher1 he will use again the Alice public key, and then the plain text will come. Okay, so this is the symmetric key and asymmetric key. The encryption will go. So here the asymmetric key, the asymmetric encryption consists of two cryptographic keys known as the public key and private key. As asymmetric encryption incorporates two separate keys, so the process is slow it down. Okay, and RSA, Diffie-Hellman, ECC, there are the different algorithms are there. And whenever you going into the interview, this is the first question, like not the first question, the question guarantee will be there. What is the symmetric and what is the asymmetric? So you have to explain them. It's simple. Symmetric key is in go with the they have to decrypt with the single key, but asymmetric having contain the key pairs, both pairs. Okay, so you can explain them a little bit so that they will be very happy. Whenever somebody asks you in the interview what is the difference between the symmetric and asymmetric, don't be like single answer. It says using simple key, that is using the two keys. No, that way you should not. As you are a professional, no, you have to tell very clearly. So yeah, when the symmetric key, it's using though it is using the same key, like the first plain text will become ciphertext, then ciphertext will go to the next end, then they both already shared the same key, so the other person also decrypting with the same. So, and those are the examples. We have the different examples like RC4, AES, DES, triple DES, squad, and asymmetric key. Though didn't ask asymmetric, you have to go and you have to explain them a little bit. Okay. Now, let's come back to the yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Right. Now let's come to the DKIM. What is the DKIM? What it is doing is the DKIM, which is nothing but domain keys identified mail, which is nothing but.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
DKIM is an email authentication technique that allows receiver to check that an email was indeed sent and authorized by the owner of that domain. That means this is done by giving the email a digital signature. Okay, so the signature is nothing but they are encrypting it and they are sending that, and using the another area, they will decrypt it with the public key, and they will identify whether the DKIM is matched or not. If it is matched, that means that is it is not altered, it is not spoofed. And from where it get from the particular domain, that SPF will take care. So using the SPF and DKIM, DMARC will tell you whether that particular email is perfectly all right or not. Okay, so DKIM signature is a header, and that is added to the message and is secured with the encryption. So now there are the different phishing attacks are there. Let's do some lab activity. Okay, so I will normally you can do it using your Gmail also. You can work with your Gmail as well, but I want to take Outlook, because most of the companies use the Outlook, the Office 365 email. So I want to show you in the Office 365 email how I'm going to read it. So I am writing this. So I think actually I need to sign up. I need to create one. So I'm creating. Okay, I'm just signing in 1 minute. Okay, I just taken a new email actually. Okay, so I will explain you both. I will explain you in the Gmail as well as the Outlook how I will verify that. Okay, first let me note down this somewhere. Otherwise, I will forget. The email address whatever I have created. So let me copy and paste this username. Okay, right. I have taken this, but we need some phishing email, correct? We need some phishing email to identify that. So let me forward some phishing email. Okay, let me forward some phishing email actually. So give me 1 more minute. As it is a new one, it doesn't have, but my Gmail account have hundreds of them. So let me send. Okay, if you go to in your Gmail and go to the spam, no, you will see hundreds of them. Okay, so let me write one email. Okay, so let us write one email. Otherwise, so I am sending to myself actually, which is a Varma2022@outlook.com, and I am giving the subject stating that very urgent, and your account is going to block. Okay, and I will say like this, um, you know dear sir, madam, your account is going to be expired by today at 12, whether it's a PM or a AM, whatever it is. Okay, so please click below link. Please click the below link, update your password immediately, and use your services free for another 30 days. Another 30 days. So like that, I will write one email, and I'm giving here saying that the click here, the click here. So I am giving one website name. I will give one website name as something like that. So we have taken this, right? So I am giving that this something public key cryptography. So I am giving that as well over here. So to add here the link, I will use here, and no, you can see the insert link, and I'm giving the link over here, and I'm sending to myself. I'm sending to myself here, and that's it. The salutations I just given, dear sir, madam, and yours sincerely, Varma. Like that, I'm sending one email. Okay, for example, I sent one email, and I will get one email. Forget about it's a whoever sent, but remember this is a phishing email. So one team member has identified that, and he has sent it to you. So yes, of course, you are right. You are absolutely correct. By looking at self, the salutations are the general salutations, and they're telling your account, which account also they did not mention, whether it's a Facebook, whether it's a Gmail, whether it's your company LDAP account, whatever it is, they did not mention. You simply said your account is going to be expired by today at 12, right? That is one thing. And also they are telling, they're given one URL over here. They are asking you to click here to that. And now what and all you need to verify? You have to verify the DMARC, DKIM, and SPF. Do you know how to do that? So to do that, what you have to do is you have to open that email. Okay, you have to open that email, and actually, open that into a new window. You have to open that into a new window, and here we need to see the headers of that email. This is the headers will be there somewhere. Just give me a minute. Forward, delete. Okay, actually this is the web app, right? So normally if it is Outlook app is there, then it will be a different issue. So 1 minute, I am just struggling how it looks like. Normally, if you go to the properties and you will get it, but here it's a little bit different. 1 minute, give me 1 minute, but we can achieve that. Ignore create rule, customize. No, not customize. I want to see the headers of this email. Every email contain the headers. Where is that? You saying advanced options? Where is that advanced? Here are you talking about here? I'm clicking it and no, this is one note. Okay. Oh, okay. Advanced action. No, it's a create rule. Not that, not that, not that, not that. Flag, market seed, check, view. You were right. View message source. Yeah, this is the one actually we required. The message source. Okay, the message source. So you have to click that, then you will get the header. Okay. So let me see whether I have this Outlook app. Outlook app I doesn't have. Okay. Download the Outlook app because it's in your company you don't open that in here. Okay, you will open as this is iOS or Android. I need for the Windows Outlook app or Windows. Let me see Outlook business. I need to download where I can get this download. I need to do from this some Microsoft website only. Where is it? Free personal email calendar, Microsoft Outlook for business. Okay, but how to download from this page? This is a plans pricing, and is there any download option is there? They are saying everything. Outlook for Windows. Outlook for Windows. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Okay. So normally you have to identify anywhere. Okay. So let's take, don't waste our time. So that may take some time, but we understand, right? In the web app where we have to go to the view and view the message source. Like that, I have some Proton email. Let me open my Proton email as well. So, and also I have one Gmail. Let me open that Gmail as well. Okay. So, and I will show you in a different emails how you can verify that. Okay. So for that Proton email, so I'm just opening that login and it should be contain that. So let me see. This is a Proton email. This is also something free public email actually. Yeah, and this is my Proton email account. And also let me open something Gmail account. Okay, gmail.com, and let me open some Gmail, which I rarely use that. So you can see, and okay, and you have to do in your Gmail account now. So that is my one thing. So let me open my Gmail account. One of the Gmail is, let's see this. Okay, so there is one Gmail account I have very old one actually. So let me open it. Something called like this. Control C, sign in into it. It's one more email. Let me open that using the passcode. Okay, let me open another Gmail account. I used these, no, I have used most of them for multiple purposes, different purposes. Okay, forget about the Gmail. I will tell you how to do that. For example, I have got something email from the Fortinet here in the Proton email. Suppose though I am here, how to open that email is you can see here uh, view source code. See the view source code. Even in the Outlook, where we are going, we are looking into the view and view message source. See, like they say, message source or the source code. Even in the Gmail, if you open your Gmail, click any of that email and click those three dots, and you can see the show original message, right? Can you see that? See original message. Suppose for example, let me show you my Gmail account over here. This is my Gmail account, and here we have got one this, right? And you click this three dots in the Gmail and you can see the show original, right? Show original. So you go to the you go to the more in your Gmail account, and there are the spam emails will be there. There are hundreds of spam emails will be there. You can click any of that. You can click any of that email. Okay, you can click any of that email and open that any of the email. Click the three dots and click on the show original. Okay, and when I say the view message go, no, the source will come, right? Copy that entire one and open the MX toolbox. Open the MX toolbox. MX toolbox. There is one website called MX toolbox. Open it. Okay. And you can see there is the analyze headers is there. Analyze headers. Click that analyze headers and paste the entire header over here and say analyze the header. That's it. Okay. And once that done, the email box is completed, you will get lot of details over here. Headers analyzed, but actually it is not able to identify anything actually. Okay, let me do one thing. Okay, let me take my Gmail account only, and there are the few spam emails are there. Let me take any of them. Now there is some email I have got, and I'm clicking over that show original, and I have got the show original message, and copy to clipboard, and I'm opening that to the analyze headers. Okay, analyze headers. I'm opening the analyze headers section, and I'm going to paste the headers, and I'm saying that analyze the headers now. When I say this, see now it is properly analyzed very clearly, and it is telling that SPF alignment is present, SPF authentication is done, DKM alignment is present, and DKM is the authenticated. So by doing that, and I can see from where and all it going, this is the hops, how many hops it was it went to vent, and something is in the block list. Okay, what it is saying here, it is saying it is present under the blacklist one. Okay, this IP address is present is only in the one blacklist, no problem. Okay, I will tell you later. So here, if you go a little bit down, then you will get what is the DMARC academia no, that DMARC details will be present over here, and also what is their SPF record, what is the SPF record will be there. Okay, so before I proceed anything, MX toolbox is free. Everybody open the MX toolbox and go to any of your Gmail, go to the spam, open any of the email, click the three dots, show original, then original will be shown like this to you. Copy to the clipboard and open the MX toolbox, click the analyze headers and paste. And everybody done that step? If done, okay, nice. If you have done that, then we'll go by step and we'll identify that. Okay, so now we have identified it is delivered to which email, and you can see what is the SMTP source, where it is authentication failed. Okay, right. So what is maybe the authentication failed? So that means it might be altered. You cannot say it is altered, but you can say there might be something was altered, or it is the DKM not authenticated, but you cannot guarantee that whether it was altered and who it altered. We cannot do all those stuff. We have to identify whether it is a phishing email or not. If it is a phishing email, we will block the sender at the sender to at the email server. Okay, so this is the DKIM signature, which is showing in a red color. That means it's not authenticated properly. And we'll go down a little bit. The DKIM public key is not present. DKIM signature is this one. And there are the multiple headers will be there, like received SPF, authentication results, DKIM signature, what date it is arrived, from whom, to, message ID, subject, MIME version, there are the multiple details will be present over here, and these are, and in that one of the important one is the sender IP address. Sender IP address. Okay, so you can see here. Actually, the another one is the return path. Also, one of the important. From and return path are same or not, you can verify. Actually, bounce@academiamail.com. So is that both are same? No, you can verify that. See, bounce academiamail.com. So both are correct. Until that we are good. Okay, and you can see here. After that, there will be some sender email address will be there. See, there is a client IP or else the client IP. You can see the client IP 54, 240, 48, and 197. I will tell you how to verify that IP address, how to verify that URL. Now everybody is doing that, right? So until now, 1 minute, until now we have identified the DKIM, the SPF credentials, right? We have done that. So what if the IP address, now we can see the client IP, we need to identify whether this IP address is a good or bad. That we can't do anything from our end. We will use the different other tools. I will show you those other than the what are all the different websites we're going to use. So once I give that information, please make that as a bookmark, because the question in the interview will come like that. How will you identify the phishing email? Then you will tell all the details, sir. First I will verify whether it is any urgency is coming, what about the salutations, the surface level information, and also I will do the deep dive information we'll get from the MX toolbox about the sender policy framework, DKIM, domain case identified email, like that. Don't say DKIM SPF in the interview. Just give the proper definition of those 4 letters. So that will give a proper give some assumption that everything in depth. So that is a trick in the interviews. Instead of the definitions, you give the full form of that particular thing. Okay, then they will ask you, okay, if some client IP is there, then how will you identify that? Then you have to say, we will identify that using the multiple tools. So one of that is the virus total. Okay, virus total is a website. Actually, it is a, if I'm not wrong, it's a Google subsidiary for now. Google acquired this later, but this is the virus total where you will get. And also another one is the IBM X-Force, IBM Exchange, X-Force, IBMcloud.com. And there is something like IP wide. Okay, so from these 3 you will identify that. Okay, so let me get one bad IP first, and let us explain you that. So when you open that IBM X-Force, right, it will ask you whether you want to create IBM ID. You no need to do anything. Click this button, agree to the terms and services, and say enter as a guest simply. So then it will add you into the enter as a guest. Okay, and you can go inside and you can verify what are all those information it able to provide. And I am taking one of the IP and I'm providing that IP over here. Yeah, Cisco Talos also very good one. Cisco Talos also. And the IP address, you will go to the search and you will verify about some IP address over here. It is telling something is a malicious. Only once it is saying in malicious. So I want to show you how the malicious the IP address is present, how it looks like. So let me verify that here in the IBM. So which is the blacklisted ones. So let me see. Yeah, the IP. Yeah. So this IP, let's take this IP. Okay. And when I enter, once you open the IBM cloud, actually, this is the page it looks like. Then the IP address, I am giving the IP address also here in the chat. You also copy that IP address and paste here. Then you can see it is telling the 8.6 risk. Go to the virus total. Click on the virus total page. In the virus total, go to the search and write that IP address and simply press enter. It's saying it's a clean, and IP void, copy and paste that IP address. Actually here IP blacklist check will be there. There you can verify it. And also there is a Talos intelligence. Cisco also one of the good website to provide all this information, which is a Cisco Talos intelligence. Here also you can put that IP address name, and it will give. It's telling that it is not able to identify that. Okay, maybe there is a plus button came. Let me see that. It is saying it's a good reputation IP only. Only the IBM X-Force is telling about the. It is having the risk score of 8.6. Actually, you should not believe everything. You go down and verify what's happening over there. So from here, we are getting one email, it's a passive DNS request we are getting. This is the subnets it contain. And here it is sending the 86% of spam emails from the February 7th onwards. Okay. If more information, if they provide, you can understand that. And it is a spam from continuously from December 26, 2021 onwards. So that time, if they're still sending a spam emails to you, then you can then you can either you can block this at your firewall level, so that nobody cannot able to access this IP address or not able to send any messages to your clients. Okay, so this is the virus total. Let me see. There is a recently actually the log4j attack happened. Let me open that. I need those IOC values actually. I'm just verifying about those IOC values. So give me 1 minute, so that then you will get how it looks like. And mails. Okay, we can block the IP and emails. Yes, you have to do both. Damodaran, you're exactly correct. Okay, I am going into the IOC list. If I get any IOC of any of the IP address, let me see. No, I'm not getting in the orange cyber defense. Do I get any IP address? Any IP, any IOC? Okay, let me see the IOCs from the GitHub. So they have provided the orange cyber defense has provided some GitHub. Okay, all.csv. Let me see. So they are provided these many IOCs. Yeah, so this is the IP they are saying. This is a possibly working in the log4j. So let me give that IP in these websites, and let me see what is the reputation of this IP. There is no security is providing here. Okay, what's the problem? It's saying some HTTP request. No, there is no problem. So I'm just verifying, do I get any blacklisted IP? Can anybody get that? So let me identify that from these IP addresses. Okay, so 227. No, that I already given. 120. Let me see this 121. Sugan has provided 120 IP address. I am copy and pasting that in the virus total. Let me see. Now this is good actually. So let me see whether I will get any recently added blacklisted IP address. Okay, we are not getting, but normally what they ask is, in the interviews they will ask you, how will you identify whether that particular client IP address or any IP address is a blacklisted or not? You will say, dear interview member, we will use the virus total, IBM X-Force, IP void, and Cisco Talos to identify that so and so particular the IP address is a blacklisted or not. So that information is very much important. So I am giving those the website names. So copy those website names and use them. Okay, so I am giving this 40 IP address. No, this is just a spam. Okay, right. And next one is the IBM's free exchange. Next one is IBM free exchange, and next one is the IP void. save these websites, guys. It's very much important. You have to inform, no, when the whenever the interview person asks, this is very much make you that you are doing every day some work on the cyber security, because this is the operational time only you will get all this, right? Where the learning phase you don't get. So this is very much important. Now the next question is, you have some link in the email. If you go to the Outlook email, this is close, and you can see there is a one phishing link is there. How to identify the phishing link, guys? Again, whenever I am hovering over that link, you can see at this bottom of the page, you can see that link is coming. Okay, now you don't see, now you can see here. See at the bottom of the page, top bottom left, you can see enwikipedia.org, whatever I have entered that, right? So normally what I will do is, without clicking that, I need the link. So I will copy that link address. I will copy that link address. I will go to the virus total, and you can see there is a URL is there, right? Open that URL and paste that URL in the virus total. Also in IBM X-Force also I will provide the URL. It will take the URL as well. And I have one more website which is hybrid analysis. And also I have one more website which is a URL scan.io. Okay, URL scan.io. Using these websites, in the URL scan.io, what I will do is, I will provide that web page and I will ask it to public scan. And they ask you some verifications. Okay, some cycle. Where is the cycle? Maybe here it is the cycle. Okay, so it is a scanning, and it will give us the without you clicking on it, without you work on the sandbox environment. See, they will show you here. This is the web page. It looks like, no. They will open that on the sandbox environment. Sandbox environment is nothing but it's a something controllable environment. Though if something goes bad, nothing to worry, they can recover it. But we don't have that kind of labs in at the personal level, right? So we will use this isolated environment. That is the correct word. See, like this I will get, and by checking this I will verify. If somebody you asking my user's username and password, I will say, hey, this is the credential harvesting, this is a spam email or phishing email, like that I will clearly mention them. Same like that, there is a hybrid analysis also will be there. In the hybrid analysis also you will provide that particular URL, and this is also will do that after I'm not robot. It will process that and it will show. Okay, exactly like that. So please remember these two, hybrid analysis and as well as the URL scan.io, to verify how it exactly to verify the web pages. Verify web pages, how they look, no. Both are the sandbox environment. That is a very good trick. Okay. And after the URL scan.io, for example, somebody has sent one attachment to me. So that time what I will do, I will download that attachment in my system, but I never click. Whether it is a PDF or something, I never click. For example, I'm creating one PDF file over here. Okay, I'm creating one PDF file. So I'm saying the malware suspicious file. So I'm just opening this file and I'm writing something like this is to practice a malware file, like that. I'm just writing that and I'm saving it. File save as in the desktop itself. I'm saving this as a PDF file, and I'm going to save it. Okay. So this is saved as the malware suspicious.pdf. So now what I'm going to do is, this is the file I have created. Now what I'm going to do, I will open this sandbox environment, right? In the hybrid analysis, what I'm going to do, file that URL you can upload, right? So here I will drag and drop that image. So PDF file I will drag and drop over here, and I will say I'm consent to the terms and conditions, and I'm saying I'm not a robot, and I will go down and I will click on the continue. Okay, it will say, it will asking you where you want me to run. So I'm saying Windows 7 32-bit is perfectly fine for me, and generate a public report. I'm opening that. Okay, so currently I'm not able to show you exactly the malware file, but I'm giving you the clear picture. Even though some PDF attachment is there, how it gonna looks like this. Okay, so it will tell me from the CrowdStrike Falcon, Meta Defender, and some other areas. It will verify, and it is doing some info actually. So it is provided the SHA value to me, and it is doing something. Falcon Sandbox, it is doing it. So here you can see, you cannot see the view details, but you can see the view scan results. Click on it, and you can close here. These all are saying it's good, but actually I need the I need that particular PDF, how it looks like. So I am waiting for that. I am waiting for that, which is nothing but it's present under the sandbox environment. Oh, average processing time is 9 minutes 43 seconds. But normally what it will show is exactly the page, how the PDF looks like to me. Ideally, every company should have their own sandbox, but due to a lot of budget issues, company is not able to provide the sandbox. So that is the reason most of the members are.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
Using these open source tools or the free tools to secure their environments. We cannot judge them, it's up to them, like so we will use like this. Okay, and in the interview, if they ask you if you don't have sandbox, tell very clearly we don't have the sandbox. And what is the best thing in the security? Even you need no need to provide which project you have worked. You can say that information is very secure, so I cannot provide my project name. No? So that is a very good option. Actually, you can inform to the interviewer you are very see they can trust you very well, because you are not revealing earlier persons the informations, right? So that is very much good actually. So they will trust you here. Okay, it's a CrowdStrike. Oh, it's not doing anything. Okay, it's not provided. No problem. Well, actually, it should contain the the ideally it should given the PDF page, but however we didn't get that PDF page, right? No problem. We don't waste time. Let's go to the next concept. So the next we're going to discuss after the DKIM is the what are all the different phishing attacks. Guys, phishing attacks are very much important, because every day the SOC analyst is going to work on it, and the phishing email investigation is a compulsory question. Okay, and there are the multiple different phishing there. One is the spear phishing. Spear phishing means instead of targeting entire company. Suppose for example, if I want to hack Anurag Sharma, I will verify his Facebook account, I will verify his Instagram, whatever the social accounts are there, I will verify all his social accounts, and I will take whatever the how much information I can grab from those social websites. I will grab those information. I will go to his LinkedIn account. I will verify what and all he is doing, and I will perfectly curated email. For example, Anurag has posted to in the last week, every week the Facebook. He is showcasing some. He likes cars very much, some luxury cars, and he is going into wherever the luxury car is there. He taking the photo and is printing that in the Facebook. So suppose, I'm just assuming that. So whenever I want to send some hacking email to the Anurag Sharma, so what I will do, I will create that particular curated email, such a way that we are getting the 50% discount of this car. So maybe whether he click it or not, but there is a huge chance is there. At least he will give some attention because he like the car. So that's why I curated that email. So that way of phishing, we call it as a spear phishing. I just told a simple bit, but it will go the more and more into this the spear phishing, like to identify, suppose X person is there and you want to get that. Normally most of the members, what they do, I want to show you that actually. Person taking a picture in front of a car, like if they do like what they do is they showcase their car number, they will present the car number, whatever the car. Suppose for example this guy, just imagine that whoever it is, this guy, he's showing his car number is BEC129, and also in the Facebook account he will provide his children name, kid name, like that, right? So when I want to attack his account, I will do some dictionary attack, like his password may contain this number 129 or might have contained this BEC letters. No, maybe, right? So there is a chance. So that kind of things it will provide. So that kind of activity if we do, then it is spear phishing. Next one is the whaling. Whale, you know that what is the whale? Whale is a creature. Mostly everybody know, right? It's a whale is a creature, a very big fish. So instead of small fish, if we know fishing the big fish, then we say that is a whaling attack, which is nothing but the company CEO. Instead of the Tesla employee, if we send a phishing email to the direct Elon Musk, instead of the Facebook employee, we're sending an email directly to the Mark Zuckerberg, right? So then we say it is a whaling. Not only that much big one, like any celebrity target. You're right, Anurag. It's a celebrity target or company CEO, CISO. So that we call as the whaling. And the next one is the smishing and wishing attacks. Smishing, which is nothing but simply, SMS and phishing, and wishing is nothing but voice over phishing. So I want to tell you recently what happened with me. So it's happened very recently. Okay, I'm working in one of the company, and I have got a call around evening 5:30 p.m. I have got one call, and the phone was ringed. I just said, "Hi, this is Mr. Verma. How can I help you?" Immediately that guy said, "Hi Verma, how are you doing? So we recently met last week, right? So tell me what is my server operating system is." So the question directly, he's not telling his name and everything, but he's telling that I am your client, and what is my operating system. So that is the he's asking his operating system. If I tell the by operating system easily, it will be a maybe it's a phishing attack. Who knows, right? It might be a phishing attack. So what I said immediately is, sure, I will tell you that very clearly, but we have some policy that we need one official email to share this kind of information. So please send me one information, and I will give you all the details. So by doing that, I stopped that. It might be wishing, or maybe by telling that that client may be escalate. See, he don't know who am I. He simply accepted and he told all the information through phone. What if tomorrow hacker asks the information, he provide all the information, right? So that kind of doubt he may get. So whenever I say no, you provide one official email to me, shoot one official email so that I will provide all the information whatever I can give. So that kind of thing, whenever you get a phone and all, it's very important. And next one is the online tools, like we discussed, right? There is MX toolbox, SPF validator, and IP validation. You need to use the IP wide, virus total, IBM exports, and also you will use the Cisco Talos. Cisco Talos you're going to use. For file validation, use the virus total and hybrid analysis, URL, virus total and the hybrid analysis. So actually you have done actually the investigation of those emails today. So but let's do a small lab for 5 minutes, okay? So numbers and IRS audits, yeah, of course, yeah, you may get, right? So okay guys, so let's take another Gmail, any of your spamming email, right? So I showed you here. So take any of your spam emails over here, from any of the spam email, okay, and click on top of it, open those 3 dots, click on the show original, and copy that, paste that entire, no, this entire details. Oh, it's very huge. Then in that case, you no need to provide all that information. We need the show original until here, in the MIME part actually, until the MIME part only we need. So until that, copy here and open the MX toolbox, open the MX toolbox and go to the analyze headers and paste the headers over here, okay, and provide these information to me. Copy it and paste here. That information I need from everybody. Okay, see, now you see, the Francis shared one email. You have problem with the DMARC, SPF and DKM. So there is a huge chance. Oh my God, Rajshekhar shared everything is a problem icon, which is nothing but, though it is not a phishing email, that should be a spam. Okay, so, okay. So suppose, yeah, the next chapter is, suppose if a client sent an email to you and like this happened. So what is your actions? What are the actions you have to do is, the first thing what we will do is, according to our investigation, if that is not a phishing, for example, it is not phishing, then still you will give advice stating that still, if you don't know the sender, then don't reply to the sender. That is the simple thing you can advise to them. For example, if something is a phishing, if the email you have identified that as a phishing email, so there are the multiple actions. What you're going to do is, first you're going to block the sender at the firewall, and also block his email ID, block his email ID at the email server stage. There is a exchange emails will be there, normally exchange servers. At the exchange servers, you're gonna block that person, okay? And after that, you will verify from that particular the phishing attacker, how many emails you have received. You have received, and yeah, and you received, and you will verify all those persons, whether those persons are clicked on any of the URL, any of the IP, like that. If any suspicious URL is there, then you will block the URL, at the firewall. And for example, if any blacklisted IP is present, then you will block that particular IP at the firewall. And if any credential harvesting happened, then what you're gonna do? Whoever clicked that particular link, how you will get who clicked or not? Like you will if you click with you will check with the URL in the firewall, you will get to know what are all the users or access that URL, and you will ask immediately to reset their emails, their passwords, by calling the by calling the IT help desk, your company IT help desk, because you don't have all that privileges. No, you will ask them to reset, and again you will investigate again on their systems whether any malware is present after the any malware is present, or any access any suspicious access identified. All these identified, all these questions will come, and again you will verify it. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this and paste in the PPT, because when you will get this now, so that will be very useful for you when you will get the PPT. So that is what you're going to do. We are going to do in the SOC environment, like how to defend the phishing, how to defend the phishing, how to defend the phishing emails, like what are all the actions you are going to take. So here you have the Grammarly, it is suggesting me multiple spelling checks and also the things. So let me get it right, block listed. Okay, accept indentations, marks, spaces. Good, actually Grammarly is good actually. Okay, fine. So here I am getting that all this information, and let me no reply. If it is not a phishing email, not a phishing email, not a phishing email, and if it is a spam, if it is a spam. So these are all the things you're going to do, right? And the don't reply. Okay, right. So okay, is this concept clear, guys? Or anybody have any questions in this, so that accordingly I will discuss. Otherwise, I will go to the next concept. I hope everybody done that. Now everybody know how to verify the DMARC, SDF, and DKIM. So that is what you need to inform to your to the interviewer. Wonderful. Okay. So again, right? Not only until that, no, yeah. Not only until that, guys, actually you have to provide this information also to the your interviewer. Okay, don't stop you at what is STF DKM. They ask you about the this phishing emails. Recently everybody have got in India, everybody have got from the Yono SBI. Do you remember that? Recently, even in your phone also you might have got, which is they ask you to update your PAN actually. So which is it's a wrong message, everybody get it. So that one, it's a nothing but a SMS. It's nothing to do with the company actually, but it is the individual level as well as the if you are using the company level, company giving a mobile, then it's very be careful, because if you are opening your company email address, yes, then you have to take care. But normally companies, what they do is, when you are using the company mobile phones, they are using the MDM, which is nothing but mobile device management. Okay, so using that, they can track what and all the website you are visiting and everything. So that is the MDM and the okay. And also we discussed recently the phishing as well. Sorry, I didn't get the Francis, whatever you message here, I didn't get. Could you please rephrase your sentence and message me again? Sensible information, right? So recently, for example, I have booked a flight. Okay, in that flight actually, so I want to I'm not able to do it. I have to book extra luggage. So that the flight company not provided that through the website. Either have to visit their office, or else I can do it from the phone. Okay, instead of going to the office, I tried calling them. Okay, when I tried to calling them, they are asking me, please provide your 16-digit card number, CVV number, and your full name, so that we will book instead of you. I said, what kind of company you are? You directly asking the 16-digit card number and CVV and the expiry date and month, so, which is nothing but I'm giving my entire money, right? So to them, so I said, I don't want to book anything. So that kind of thing. So when they can ask anyway, maybe it's urgency, you may give, or something like that. Yeah, scammer kind of company, but actually, unfortunately, that is a legitimate company. Okay, I don't want to tell that company name, but that is a legitimate company, and they have it's very wrong. Okay, okay, blank call, I don't think I can simply cut it. No, normally just not even more. You will say hello and hello, and if they still didn't speak, you will cut it, right? Three minutes. I don't know why the blank calls come, and with the blank call, they may get anything. But see, you shouldn't give any info. Like, so that is a very much important. Okay, let's move on. So let's move on to the next one. Okay, here we have the next module is the distributed denial of service. Okay, so I said bootcamp, but actually it's a distributed of denial of service. Here also a major questions come. Actually, we discuss this mostly not only for the DDoS, because there are the hundreds of attacks are present here. So those attacks we are going to discuss in this DDoS, which is the distributed of denial of service. So here, like you asked, how the DKIM will get to know whether the DKIM is present it or not, right? So normally, in the mail itself, you will get the hash value. Actually, that using that hash value, and if anybody changed it, okay, so let me tell you how this person this person sent no particular email, and nobody altered it. So we said this is using the DKIM, will get to know because it get the hash value of that email address, and that hash value will be given to the particular sender, right? So the person will verify the hash value. So then the one person asked, what is that DKIM? How they know whether the DKIM is exact? So in the mail itself, you will get the DKIM hash value, and the mail in the mail contains, right? Like for example, from the 5th line to 15th line, something they have. I don't know much in depth actually. They will verify those lines. Those lines hash value should be exactly equal to that. Then here it will verify, yes, the hash value provided in the mail and the content provided in the those all are perfectly all right. So there is a chance somebody can take or sniff that email, that in that way still the DKM perfectly all right. Okay, so that sniffing we cannot able to identify that. For to sniffing, to remove the sniffing purpose only, we are use the RSA algorithm. We will use the RSA algorithm or the different encryption mechanism, because though if they stiff something, they cannot able to understand anything. Okay, so that one thing, one question actually. So if that good, then we'll discuss about the DDoS concept. Okay, right. So in the distributed denial of service, what exactly that is? A denial of service is nothing but it's actually the suppose if you want to log in into the website, but you're not able to log in into that website because huge traffic will be there, and that huge traffic is a illegal traffic or illegitimate traffic. So, and that we call normally as the denial of service. But nowadays it become as a distributed denial of service. In the distributed denial of service, how that is, there will be one attacker will be there, and he controls one server. From the control server, he manage the multiple bots, okay, from the botnet attacks, and he will manage everything. Once he give the command, all of them shooting the particular person using the multiple the request, so that the victim network bandwidth will get the suffocation and not able to provide the access to the legitimate users. So this attack we call it as the distributed denial of service. Okay, to use the multiple resources is primarily intended as a method to amplify the capabilities of the single attacker, but it also helps to conceal the identity attacker and complicate mitigations. And why they do this thing is because in the victim side, if your company is in the victim side, if you take that particular IP addresses, what is the source IP addresses, what you can identify, the source IP address, you will see this, the different botnets, but you don't really know who is the attacker is, because he is the attacker. He is not sending directly packet to you. He is, doing the botnet. He is sending the traffic to the victim. And what they do is, the first one is the using the DDoS, the brand reputation will go bad, and direct revenue loss, because if the company is a e-commerce company like Amazon or the ticket booking companies, if their websites are stopped for 1 hour or 1.5 hour, that means, of course, the lot of purchases will be stopped, and also the particular company brand name also goes bad. And the next one is the loss of the productivity. Like a DDoS attack often prevents employees from performing their normal responsibilities. And last one is the attack smoke screen. So you might have seen in the lot of movies, before that, any army, when they going to find out in a building, they will put some smoke bomb first. By doing that smoke bomb, whoever the outside, the bad guys, not able to see the good guys, so these guys will go jumbling here and there, but nobody can able to see, so they are putting some smoke screen, right? So something like that here in the DDoS, they will put some smoke screen so that you don't know who is exactly the attacker. You may think this is the botnet he is sending, but these all are the innocent guys. Due to lot of things, you put your server or your particular laptop is acting as a botnet. So in this case, either you work in your company. I have worked. I never be victim, but I have become the victim of the botnet attack nodes. That means my users, few of their systems having this botnet attack nodes, where they are getting some control, command and control traffic. From there, they are sending the multiple the botnets to the victims. So you have to either need to verify that laptop, or if you are at the victim level, how you gonna stop it. So those we need to understand that. So what are all the motivations to do that? The first one is the extortion, like the same like the ransomware active ransomware. What they do in the ransomware attack, they will encrypt their files. Until that you have that key, you cannot able to decrypt those files. And to get that key, you have to pay some ransom amount to the people. So which is nothing but extortion. The same way, even the DDoS, okay, when they start the DDoS, do first a 20% attack, and they will inform the company stating that we done only 20% attack. If you give $1 million to us, then we don't we don't do that particular time the extortion. Otherwise, they will say we will attack you on that particular day, particular time, and we will attack you. Like that, they will mention, and they will get some ransomware money. Okay, that one thing is extortion. Next one is the hacktivist. Like within the scope of DDoS, hacktivism is the use of DDoS to promote a specific political agenda. Like attack of this type will often be preceded by a public statement from the attacker on social media or other public forums detailing a specific grievance or the manifesto. And the next one is the state sponsored and cyber terrorism. You can see this kind of state sponsored and cyber terrorisms in the particularly from the North Korea, Iran, Russia, like whoever anti-America countries are there, they say they are doing it, but actually this state-sponsored cyber terrorism nowadays every country have. For example, China also have that kind of cyber terrorism. In their Belt and Road Initiative, if any of the country is denying them, then the Chinese hackers will go and hack their opponent website, something like that they do. So that is nothing but the state sponsored, where the government is sponsoring that country. And next one is the personal vendetta, which is in the 1990s, the personal vendetta or business rivalry will be there. But nowadays there is nothing like that, because if you do the business rivalry on one person, the very next day even you can do that, right? The same business rivalry. So these kind of attacks were reduced a lot. And the next one is the bandwidth attack. So see, they don't ask you like what is the DDoS and all these questions. They will ask you what is the DDoS and what are all the attacks you're going to have. So you have to inform them. In the bandwidth attack, we have the UDP flood, ICMP flood, fragmented ICMP, and tsunami sin. So you have to inform all those. So that's why we are going brick by brick. We'll understand the simple things. Before you understand bandwidth attacks, you have to understand what is a bandwidth, botnet, and a null route. For example, if I say what is your bandwidth of your home network, then you will say in a single, my bandwidth is 10 Mbps, or my bandwidth is 100 Mbps, or 1 Gbps. That means per second 1 GB of data in your home router is able to take. So that much, yeah. See, the Anurag's bandwidth is 100 Mbps. Okay, very good, Anurag. So so you will get your bandwidth by doing that. So there is a something Ookla test will be there. Using that you will get that bandwidth, right? So if you remember or not, so there is a Ookla, correct? There is a lot of bandwidth you can identify. The speed test also there, speedtest.net. You just click on it and verify what is your bandwidth. Okay, verify your how much bandwidth you have. Fast.com. Yeah, you can anywhere, no problem. See, my bandwidth is just around something like 16 Mbps. That's it, my bandwidth. But this is good. Okay, fine. So can everybody can put that, like what is your bandwidth? Simply, mine is maybe 16 Mbps. So now you know the what is your bandwidth. That info needs the botnet. This is that have been exploited so that an attacker may use them to initiate distributed denial of service attacks. A botnet may consist of end user systems located on the residential internet connections. It could be smart homes, CCTV, smart TVs also it can be. And the owner or the resource is often unaware that their resources are being used in the launch of the DDoS. And the next term you're going to understand is the what is your null route. So the null route is nothing but, suppose in any network, if you want to drop all the packets on that particular network, what you will do, you will put it is in the null route. This is a network route that goes nowhere. All matching traffic is simply discarded. Why we discussed all of this? Because we're going to understand the few concepts over here. So the first one is the bandwidth attack. The bandwidth attack means they target on the bandwidth attack, like a volumetric DDoS attack. That attempts to overwhelm the targets by the saturating the available network capacity. So there are the 4 different attacks are there. The examples: UDP flood, ICMP flood, fragmented ICMP flood, and tsunami sin flood. So let us understand today the bandwidth attack. So yeah, before that, what is the attack impact we have? We have the link saturation. The primary effect is, for example, you can see in the chat, the Prasad Nayak have the 85 Mbps. Suppose what if I'm sending him around 200 Mbps of data, his router is not able to deliver that information. Okay, and all that 88 Mbps is sending from my end. Whatever I'm sending, maybe I'm sending the UDP packets. So Prasad want to for example, if the one weekend night he want to see some movie, but he is not able to open that website because the entire Mbps of data I am sending, his router is not able to capable to do that, right? So that time his service was denied, as he got a denial of service. So that is the link saturation. Next one is the network load on the devices. His router will get very heat, and also maybe it may going into the hang state. For example, if you use the firewalls, then firewall devices will get that huge time. So recently, earlier days, I have identified that every day one of the person using the firewall. The firewall is the Palo Alto firewall. They are using the Palo Alto firewall. So in the Palo Alto firewall, they have a huge, the we getting the data into the Splunk actually. So they have, for example, total 500 GB of license, and every day they are consuming the 450 GB of license. Okay, in that 450 of GB of license every day they are consuming, the Palo Alto is consuming around the 150 GB every day. Okay, but one day what happened? No, one day what happened? Like the Palo Alto consuming like this. One day it consumed, like this. This is the track it's going on. Around 100 GB extra space it is consuming, because of which from instead of 150 GB it is consumed around 250 GB from here. Okay, so earlier it is just 150 GB, now it become the 250 GB, because of which of where it is consuming 250 GB, it is consumed the total Splunk license become the 550 GB, where we have got the license violations message we have got. So not only the finite resources, this is the actually, suppose for example, if this has become of the DDoS, see what happened? Increased load on the network devices, the firewall log each and every data, and it is become more and more of the traffic it had taken, and it is consumed a lot of license utilization also. And also the next one is the conceal the other attack vectors, which is nothing but a volumetric DDoS produces so much traffic that it may take it difficult to detect more subtle attacks exactly where it is happening. Earlier 150, now it's become a 250 GB. While we are trying to understand why it was increased, actually the already some attack is going on in between, and where we are not able to identify exactly, because a very huge network traffic is there, lot of data is there, where we are not able to identify or correlate these events that much huge, right? That is common, right? Suppose for example, some strike or something is happening in your city, so somewhere some robbery gone, who knows who did what? It's very difficult to identify that, right? So which is what, to conceal the attack vectors, they do that. And next one is the increased network cost, whether you know it or not. Nowadays most of the companies having the servers in the cloud, and they have the network devices in the cloud, firewall in the cloud, everything is present in the cloud. What is not present in the cloud is the humans and their laptops. That's it, seriously. The remaining most of the servers are present in the cloud only. Yeah, we are going in such a way. So when it is in the present in the cloud, so the network devices costs are depend upon the how much utilization, because they all are using the pay as you go model, so they increase the network costs as well. So here we have the UDP flood, the first attack. So this volumetric DDoS attack generates a large quantity of the large UDP packets. You know that, right? TCP packet, if you want to send, you have to say a particular, what to say? The UDP, you will say the request message. Then you will get the multiple responses. So the same way, this volumetric DDoS attack generates a large quantity of large UDP packets. UDP is a common protocol used for the communication on the internet, and many services such as DNS, games, chat, and voice over IP use in this protocol. The source IP address of the DDoS packets may be forged as a random IP address The target of these attack is often the UDP based services like DNS, which makes a mitigation more challenging as the protocol can't simply be dropped as it is used for the legitimate communication. So if you have the TCP, then you know which is a very legitimate connection. But if the UDP, you cannot identify which is a legitimate and which is a non-legitimate thing. So whatever they're saying, no, they are asking the request to the DNS server, they have to provide the request to it. So doing this, no, how they do is, let me tell you very clearly. So let me create a new page. So here I have multiple systems. Here there is a hacker is present. What he do? He installed some services in these systems. These all are present in the multiple area. Maybe this is present in US, this present in Japan, this is present in the maybe Singapore, this system is present in the UK, and this system is present in the India. For example, think like that. And he trigger such a way that there is a one company is in the US, for example, and these all are sending UDP packets to this server. How this guy, the victim, he is the victim actually. So he is the victim. How they know whether the UK connection is a malicious connection from India, whether it is connection is a legitimate, illegitimate? No, right? It's very difficult. If those alarm are coming from one country, you may can stop it or block it for some time. But when it is coming from the multiple areas in multiple times, it's impossible to identify that. Okay, so that is happening in this UDP. You can see the multiple IP addresses are sending the IP packets to one IP only. You can see 192.162.10, and everything is going into the NTP, Network Time Protocol, unspecified, and the length is 1400. So lot of requests are coming within a fraction of seconds time. You can see the time is 15:10:59. This is in a second. Again, if you become a millisecond, if you know that many times it is coming. You can see here these many requests came. Okay, within just half millisecond time, all this data is came this much. So it's a very huge data. So by doing that, what they are doing it, they are targeting the connection of that particular 1 Gbps of the target, and nobody able to log in into this target. So
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
So we are discussing about the distributed denial of service. This is the one of the attacks happening in the cybersecurity area, and there are the multiple distributed denial of service are going on, and this is the guarantee question in the interview. So now whenever you are appearing in any interview, they ask like what is the DDoS attack, and what are all the different types of DDoS attacks are there, and tell me some of the examples. So for this purpose, actually we have given the lot of the base from the earlier classes. So let's start today with the distributed denial of service. So we discussed what is the distributed denial of service earlier. What happens normally here is there will be one attacker will be there, and he is taking the lot of devices into his control. Like he will put some software over there by hacking, or by making them triggered, like sending the phishing emails to all of them. Once he installed on those devices his software, then those systems works for him as well. Normally how they do is there will be a different malwares are present in the wild. So this kind of malware, what it do, it never create any difference for the victim, whoever, actually victim is the person, but this person, like a botnet attack node, for example, somebody has logged into my laptop and he has provided some software into a malicious file was downloaded and present here somewhere in the my system. So what happens to this, by doing that is, yeah, this is a malicious file. Okay, it never create any difference. There is no difference before I am using the machine and after this software when I am using the machine. There is no difference. So I'm not able to identify. I'm not able to identify anything like some malware is there, no something, no. But what this going to happen is my system is becoming a part of the a botnet process. So what happens is like that this attacker will take a 5 or 10 or like when actually it's thousands of millions of machines they took. Not only the laptops, sometimes they take the servers, or sometimes they can work with the routers, or sometimes they take the CCTV cameras, like whatever the network devices are, whichever having the some vulnerability and where he can use the vulnerability, he can make use of that many servers, and from that servers he will attack, he will attack some victim. So like here, so there is a victim will be there. So on the victim they do that. A denial of service attack is an attack that prevents a legitimate user from accessing a network resource. A DDoS attack is one that multiple network resources as the source of this specific attack vector. So denial of service means like if I am logging into one of the website, I'm not able to log in because of the huge network by the illegitimate traffic, then we can call it as a DOS. But when it will become a distributed denial of service, where there is a lot of botnet attack nodes are included in that attack, then we call it as the distributed denial of service. Okay, so this that particular system, like in my system, there is a the malware happened, right? So that time that we can call it as my system as the botnet. Mostly what happens is like for example, like students are the suppose for example, if any person using the laptop without a good antivirus detection thing or endpoint detection software, if they don't have, those kind of machines are more vulnerable. And you know that, right? Even the phones also nowadays very vulnerable, because none of you, 90% of you people who ever using it, we never use any antivirus in the phone. So of course even phone can become like that, because what it never give any symptom to you. If it giving some symptom to you, then immediately you will identify and you will delete it, right? So that's why it don't give any symptom. Okay, so, like why these the DDoS attacks are happening, let's identify that. Okay, so the first one, why they do, first one is the damage to the reputation. No, when the attacker is causing an outage, an attacker can negatively impact the reputation of the company. For example, I am providing some cyber security softwares to some to hundreds of companies. My company itself, something this kind of DDoS attack happen, then what my customers think, this guy, he himself cannot able to secure his company, how can he secure the other networks, right? So so that is the problem it gonna happen. And the next one is the direct revenue loss. For example, if the company is Amazon company, and every minute thousands of us are logging into the Amazon, and and we are purchasing some items. Suppose for example, 10 minutes of time or 1 hour of time, nobody is able to log in into that particular the thing, then we call it as the direct, that time they will get the direct revenue loss. Second, third thing is a lost productivity. For example, one of the company is which is depending on the which is depending on the production machines, and if somebody is attacked on their supply chain attack, so that time they cannot able to do anything. That is the last productivity that can impact a lot of things. And last one is the attack smoke screen. What is the attack smoke screen? Like you might have seen in the movies, whenever the army police doing some operation, they release some smoke bomb, right? They release some smoke bomb. When the smoke is going on, then these army personnel will go here and there. Why? Because by doing the smoke, it become like one screen, and the attacker cannot able to see who is behind the smoke. And because army person is not a is not a normal person like us, right? He has taken several years of training, and so if we lose one army person, means we have lose lot of training hours we have kept on him. So one army person is very much important for every country. So that is the reason whenever they do, they put some smoke, and whatever they are doing behind it, nobody can able to see that. So that is the attack smoke screen. So these guys, what they do in the DDoS attack is, when the DDoS attack is happening, everybody will look into that DDoS attack. At the back end, these bad guys do some other malicious things which can be more automatically wiped away. So I will tell you one of the real time scenario. So one of the customer I have worked on, that customer are customer is using the Fortinet firewall, for example. Fortinet firewall they are using. So the firewall, right? So it is a device which is between the internal network and as well as the internet. So whatever the data is going on the network connection, everything the firewall is logging into it. That log I am taking, and keeping that in the my Splunk, which is a SIM tool. Every day I am going to get normally a 60 GB of data, 60 GB of logs I am getting from that particular firewall logs. But one day, what happened? I have got the 300 GB of data, especially from the firewall logs. So suppose if I want to do some analysis, it is very much difficult. Earlier, within 1 minute, I can do some some analysis, some security analysis. This time it will take more than 5 minutes, maybe more than that. When this kind of the increase happened, we are mostly every security analyst are discussing on this particular log, why this happened, why that happened. Maybe on that time one of the computer might have done some small changes which may create the antivirus log, and we may there is a human kind of thing, right? We put more attention over here, and this attack may disappear from that particular time, or it may without any monitoring it may go away, right? So that kind of thing will be there. Or every day the security analyst will get the normally 60 alerts, but on that day there is 1,000 alerts are triggered. It's impossible for a person like normally in a SOC, security operations center, there are the maximum 3% will be there parallelly working on the particular thing, because most of the security operation centers work on the 24/7 thing. So when they want to monitor the 24/7, most people won't be there on a single day. Mostly the maximum 3% will be there per client, and 3% per day 60 alerts, which is like per head 20 alerts they can work on. But this day they have to work more than 300 alerts, which is very much impossible to identify what exactly happened that way. So that when they create this kind of alerts, and they do in between some malware thing, so like that they will slip away from the system. So that is nothing but the attack smoke screen created by the DDoS. And what are all the motivations? Okay, fine, these are the attackers are doing on. What is their motivation? Why they are doing it? So actually the first one is actually these four are very less, but the first one is the business rivalry. Actually, for the ransomware, the ransom amount, which is nothing but the extortion. First one is the extortion, which is nothing but what they do is first they do for a 15 minutes like a trial, for when a movie is releasing. Before that they provide some trailer, right? So by doing that we will get to know what is the depth of the movie and how many scenes are there, like how good scenes are there, like we will identify like that. They provide some trailer of the attack and they will send a mail to the particular company is stating that, hey, so this is the DDoS attack performed by me, so and so person, and we are going to do this DDoS attack tomorrow early morning 8 a.m. to for the next 7 days. If you don't want to do that DDoS attack, you have to give me some money to us. Like that. If you don't give us the money, the next 7 days, your company will get into the distributed denial of service attack, like that. They will tell, and when they are telling, they don't tell simply, like that. They will do research on your company. They do research on your network. See, within, if you want to purchase some software, some tool, and you want to implement in the entire company, you cannot able to do in a one day. Okay, it will take a months of time. For example, if you want to purchase some software in a company, how it happens is first I will inform my security team stating that, hey, the particular software what we are using is not good for us. We need more much good software. So then the budget will come. The money is very much important. When the budget will come, okay, how much the license it going to cost, and what about the support it going to cost, and if we going to implement it, how much how many servers we need to include. Again, servers means again extra money. So like that full plan will be there, and that plan need to be approved by the managers, and then we will go and negotiate with the multiple vendors, particular software. They will give the proof of concept. Once we take that service, and then we will, if we are happy, then we will provide go ahead, and then they will install first using the professional services, and later they will give us the a proper training, and they provide that particular software to us. This much work is need to be happen whenever we going to purchase a software. So the extortion guy called today, and he said tomorrow you want to, we are going, I'm going to attack on you, which is impossible to, they cannot able to stop. Okay, so that time either you have to pay the money or you have to take the attack. So that kind of thing they do, which is a extortion. Next one is the hacktivist. It's it is actually the hacking plus activist, right? So there is a two words including that. Like somebody want to showcase a particular rivalry. So in that kind of times, like kind of strike, in a normal public level, how the strikes are happening, like they are showing the voice of their problems, right? So whenever they want to do that kind of thing, we call it as a hacktivism. Not anonymous, actually. This is a, they will tell you very clearly why they are doing, what is their motivation, why they are looking. And next one is the state sponsored and cyber terrorism. Do you know what is meant by the state sponsored? State sponsored is nothing but the country acquire some of the cyber security personals, and using them they attack on the another company, another country's data, like that. For example, actually the problem in the world is mostly there are cyber security vendors are from the America, Ukraine, from Ukraine, and Ukraine state is sponsoring them, and they are attacking on the Russian servers, as well as Russia always have their kind of hackers, and they do. So the real time scenario, the unfortunate situation is the America is the all have the vendors, right? So they provide whenever they say whoever their rivalry, right? Like they say Russian, Iran, no, North Korea, no, this kind of the cyber terrorism they do, like that. They say even the China also they say, but I am telling every country in the world, they have their own cyber security person, cyber security terrorists, they, which are the state sponsored. Whenever they want to attack on the next rival country, they do that. Okay, for example, so this is the state sponsored and cyber terrorism. We don't want to discuss much, we will discuss the topics later. So next one is the personal vendetta, like if somebody want to punish somebody, like that, they do that. And last one is the business rivalry. Whenever they want to some other business is going on, and he want to showcase his power, or like egoistic something, then the business rivalry do. But normally they never do, because the business rivalry, if you do, yeah, tomorrow that guy also will you do on it, right? So they don't do normally. Okay, right, let's go ahead. And what are all the different type of attacks are happening? Let us understand the in between. The first one is the bandwidth attacks, right? Which is very easy. What is your bandwidth? Correct, we already discussed. Like I have maybe 20 MB or 100 Mbps bandwidth. Like everybody have your own bandwidth, right? You cannot increase that bandwidth, or you cannot decrease the bandwidth. So these guys, what they do now, using the botnet, they will flood your network with a lot of data. So that time, so that is the bandwidth attacks. And we understand the bandwidth. What is the botnet? Botnet is a globally distributed group of computers or machines that can be smart home systems, CCTV, smart TV, anything which is connected to the internet, and as well as whichever have the vulnerability. I don't say everything is a vulnerable. I don't say that, but we should be vigilant to which system we are using, and what is what operating system it is using, whether it have any vulnerabilities. And the best thing always is the patching. Like every now and then, the particular software company provide the upgradations. You have to take that upgradations. That's right. And next one is the null route. What is that null route? Is nothing but whenever a network want to delete the network, or you don't want to capture the particular network, so they say they want to do the null route. So in the any of the Linux system or Windows system, that kind of option will be there. So using that, they can if they want to release release is not a correct word, so they want to discard. Yeah, if they want to discard, so they can discard that particular thing. And next one is the bandwidth attack. In the bandwidth attack, there are the 4 different things they do. First one is the UDP flood. Second one is the ICMP flood. Third one, fragmented ICMP flood. And fourth one is a tsunami sin flood. So tell me, how many what are all the different ways can they do the DDoS attack? So you have to say it's a UDP flood, ICMP flood, fragmented ICMP, tsunami sin flood. And they will ask you, hey, okay, what's happening in tsunami sin flood? Yeah, I will tell you. And then you have to draw some picture, and then you have to tell. So let's go ahead and understand how how they're going to happen. So yeah, these are the attack impact. What are all the before we going that, let us understand what are all the attack impacts. First one is the link saturation. Like in the volumetric attacks, they will saturate. That means the end point, until suppose for example my system can take up to the 10 applications, and if I am using that and almost 10 application, they cannot take the 11th application, right? So that 10th is the saturation point. So same like that, even for every device you can use up until that particular data point. If you use more than that, it's going to be hang state, or it's going to be shut down, right? So like that. Next one is the increase on the load on the network devices. You understand by name itself. Third one is the conceal other attack vectors. We discussed in the attack smoke screen, how to they evade the remaining other attacks, right? So the same word in a different, which is a concealing the other attack vectors. And fourth one is the increased network cost. I hope now everybody know already, but let me tell you one more thing. Now there is a earlier, there will be a server will be there, server. So server, they have to purchase this hardware component of the server. They have to put in one nice AC room. In that AC room, it contain the multiple ports, multiple ports will be there, and one person will be there. He give that ports and wires he connected, and he connected through entire network they give. Like that they do this kind of server. But nowadays, once the AWS cloud and Azure cloud and next one is the Google cloud, when these providing these cloud technologies, nobody, as far as I know, nobody using the physical servers in their uh, companies, because the physical server, if you want to use, it is a very high cost, so they are taking the service either from AWS, either from Azure, or from the Google Cloud mostly. Okay, the AWS the earlier one. So most of the members already have in the AWS, and Azure is giving the the Bill Gates, right? So he's a very clever guy. He say if you purchase two, I will give you another one free. Like that, he give a lot of discounts. And most of us having the Windows computers, right? Even my system is a Windows, so that is actually the the benefit of the Azure. And Google, of course, the Sundar Pichai, he won't leave, right? The Sundar Pichai as well. He very cleverly they have provided these Google Cloud services. But yeah, the mostly the most of the companies are using the AWS or the Azure. These are the rivalry and most data. So when we are using having the server, to connection also will be on the cloud, right? When it is not in the server, so when we have everything under the cloud, so everything is present in the cloud, my server. So when my server is present in the cloud and I am sitting in my system, I have to connect it to this, right? So the network also present in the cloud only, right? This is a normal the remaining network, but this is a cloud network. So when they use a more and more, the network bandwidth they gonna use, that much, they have to spend that much the amount of money. So that is nothing but increased network cost. So after that, again, I'm coming back to the point, like UDP flood, ICMP flood. Let us understand how they're gonna do. Guys, we already know, we understand what is the differences between the TCP and UDP. TCP protocol will do the handshake protocol. First, you have to give the hand, the second person give the hand, and you both do the shaking of the hands. The same way in the TCP, what they do, clients send the acknowledgement, server sends the acknowledgement when SYN packet, and then the third they will provide again the SYN packet. So then the connection will be established. But in the UDP, no handshake, nothing. It's a broadcasting thing, right? So the volumetric DDoS attack generates a large quantity of large UDP packets, right? So they don't want any connection. They're simply sending data, sending. UDP is a common protocol used for the communication on the internet, and many services such as DNS, games, chat, and VoIP use this protocol. And the source address of the DDoS packets may be forged. 100% they will be forged, with the random IP address. And the target of this attack is often UDP based services like DNS. So actually, what I'm going to do is, before I'm going to teach this, I'm going into the next unit. Actually, in the next unit, I would like to discuss, actually we need to discuss the ports and protocols. In that, I need to complete this because here you're going to get a lot of DNS things. So I need to explain you first what is the domain name system. Because then only you can understand why the DDoS attacks are very high. So I am mixing these two. So I hope you people can understand both of them, and here. But let us discuss what is the the DNS first, and then I will come back to the DDoS again. So I will discuss the remaining concepts later. First, I'm going to talk about the DNS server, right? So the DNS is nothing but the domain name system. What is the domain name system is, computers don't talk in English, right? We know that computers talk in the bits and bytes of the data. The same like that, every website is having the a different no IP address. Everything having a different IP address. Let me open. I will show you one thing. Okay, so here, yeah. Okay, so first thing first. First, let me remove this. How to remove it? Okay, don't know. Okay. Let me clear the cache. I'm pausing the share screen. We use the clear cache. Let us go ahead. Now, I hope you will can see my screen, right? So I wanna go into the facebook.com. Most of you, everybody have the facebook.com, right? Facebook profile, right? So I logged into the facebook.com. So whenever I say the facebook.com, actually the facebook.com using a different IP. What is that IP? Let us find out that. Go to the IP void. No, go to the IP void website and if you know in the IP tools, if you click the IP tools, there is a find website IP will be there. Find website IP. Click that find website IP, and here, for example, if you put the facebook.com, then it will provide a IP like this. This is the facebook.com IP address. Okay, so whenever I have entered that facebook.com in my browser, so this is my web browser, my Google Chrome, I am putting like facebook.com. Whenever I say facebook.com, the here somewhere in the internet, here the Facebook server will be there. Facebook server. So you know the remaining things, right? You know already the remaining things. Here multiple internet routers will be there. Using the router, it reach the facebook.com, right? We know that it will reach using the multiple paths and multiple routers. It reach the facebook.com, the particular website. But the whenever the server is present in the internet, it will say like this. The IP address of that is 179.62. This one. So you need to find out using the IP address, the particular IP address. to do that, whenever I say the facebook.com, I have I have one I should have one DNS server, which is a domain name system. So what it will do is, hey, facebook.com is having the IP address of 179.60.192.36. No, it should have like this. No, facebook.com have the IP address. So then my browser will take that IP address and it will send a packet. No, to where is it? So using this particular IP address, it will go using the different multiple paths. It will reach the facebook.com, and again the traversal come back to me because the packet contain my IP address also, right? So it will reverse back and it will open the facebook.com. Whenever I say facebook.com, see, this is coming from the particular browser. It's a web application. It is opening that application and it is asking me username and password. Whenever I say again, it will go there and come back. But it already know now where is the Facebook IP, so it won't need to ask again and again the DNS. Only first time it will ask, only once before connecting it. So that is the domain name system. And yeah, so that is the domain name system. The domain name system helps to change domain name to the public IP and public IP to the domain name. It works on the port 53 and it can be used UDP and TCP protocol. When it is used, the UDP is if the packet is less than 512 bytes, then it will use the UDP. And if it is it will use more than 512 bytes, it will use the TCP protocol. In the interview, this is the first question they ask. What is the the DNS protocol use? Which protocol the DNS use? It is using the the port number 53. That is your answer. Okay. And next, so this is the small illustration of when I'm looking for one IP address. So it will go to the DNS provide the IP address and it will go. Now let us find out in your system how this gonna how it gonna identify that. So the first one is in your Chrome, in your web browser itself, you 100% sure you will contain this net internals and you will have this the DNS. But not every browser contains it. No need to show. Okay, it's contained in the cache or it may use the local DNS server. But the process is first it will identify it may be present in the your browser cache. No, it no need to go again and again the DNS server. It will verify in the cache. So open your Chrome browser. So I am opening a Chrome browser here, and in that Chrome browser you just give like write like a Chrome and write net under hyphen internals, give the net internals. So I am providing that URL to you in the chat messages, guys. Open the Chrome and provide and enter that URL whatever I have given. Sorry, I did not provide everyone. So now you have got right Chrome net internal hash events. So when you give like that, it will provide. And once you go with the DNS, actually you can see the DNS, but unfortunately we don't have any of that. I don't have. Ping me, you have like async the DNS configuration details. If not, then it can verify. The second one is in your system there will be hosts file will be there. Using the host file also it can able to identify whether that particular the particular host is there or not. So to do that my PC, I am logging into the PC. I will tell you how to go into that page. Okay, so open your C folder, system32, and then drivers, and then etc, and here you can see the hosts file over here, hosts file. You just click on it, say open with notepad. Okay, then it will open like this, the hosts file. Okay, maybe you may not contain any of the details over here. Host file is not like a proxy. Actually this is your local DNS. I can say it is like a local DNS file. I will tell you later what is the important of this file. Everybody have to open this host file. You have to go to this path, C folder. Okay, even the Linux systems also contain. If you are using the Mac, check in the Google like where is your host file will be present. Even in the Apple system contain. Mac, where is the host file contain? Yeah, you will get the under etc host folder. You will get if you are using the Mac, you just go to the etc and hosts folder. Okay, you will get there the host.txt, and even if you open like that, it will be open like that. And everybody opened the host file. If you open, give the thumbs up please. Everybody have to open this. In the web browser, first it will verify the cache. The web browser cache we have verified. That is the first step. If it is not identify that, then it will verify maybe your computer system may have contained that host file. If still that host file is not contained, then the third step is it will verify using the local ISP contain the DNS server, right? The third step is it will send a message to the DNS server and it will get back the detail of it. Okay, yeah, no problem, Anurag. Yeah, and what if even your local DNS server also doesn't contain? So that time what happened is it will check nearby if there any other systems are present it or not. Okay, do you understand? So what is going to happen? It will verify the other DNS servers, local DNS servers are present it or not. It will verify the DNS servers between them. It will verify one of them each other. Hey, don't have this particular IP address. By any chance, do you have? Like that it will ask. If they that time also if they didn't able to identify, that time there will be a root DNS server will be there. They will ask the root DNS server to identify where that particular website will be there. Okay, I will show you how the what is the root DNS servers will be there. So in the entire internet, there are the 13 root servers will be there. 13 root servers. Okay, so again, I'm just before I'm going into the root server, again I'm telling you very clearly. So whenever I say the facebook.com, first, it will verify my browser cache. First, it will verify in my browser cache. If my browser cache contain it, then it don't ask any DNS server. It will check with the browser cache and it will go ahead. If still browser cache doesn't have, then it will verify hosts.txt file in my particular computer. If that hosts.txt file contain that IP address, that's fine. No, as a humans, we don't remember the IP address, right? We always remember the domain name as English letter. Facebook.com is easy. I cannot always remember 179.60, 192.36. Like that, I cannot able to remember, right? So the Facebook.com, so the English name. But computers don't talk in English. They talk in the numbers and digits. So what we have to do? We are using the help of the DNS server.
Just a quick info guys, if you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
But not every time you need to go to the DNS server. First, you will check with the browser cache. If the browser cache doesn't have, then the host. If the host also doesn't have, then you will check with the DNS server. If the DNS, if you are under your company must 100% sure your company contain one DNS server, and in that DNS server will verify the detail. If you don't have it, then it may ask your ISP, internet service provider, that they contain the DNS server. They will verify the DNS server. That DNS server also doesn't contain. The fourth step is the DNS. From the DNS server, it will go and connect the root DNS server. There are the total 13 root DNS servers are present. 13 root DNS servers are there in the world. These 13 root DNS servers are interlinked each other, and they looks like this, like a.rootservers.net, b.rootserver, like that. They are present in this particular. Most of them are present in the United States of America itself. Okay. And this is how it looks like. If I did not able to identify, it will go to the like this 13 root servers. Like if it's actually the tree, but we have inverted that tree because this is a root. From the root, it will go into a branch. There are the .com, .org, like that. For example, I am searching for the eat.example.com. So that time, when my request go to the root server, root will provide, hey, this branch having the .com, then go into that branch. In that branch, you have the example.com. Then they will identify and provide me that example.com. And if I go to that particular DNS server and I search it for the eat.example.com, then it will provide particular a leaf or that particular page of that eat.example.com. So this is the DNS servers are traversing. So the DNS server is everywhere. For every company, the DNS servers are compulsory present, because why they do have it is when your thousands of employees are working on it, and you going to put your web page, right? You have your company created your web page. Where they gonna paste? They gonna paste in the one IP address, like for example 1.2.3.4. For this, they have to provide. They cannot, the people cannot identify that, right? So they have to write like this is a example.com. No, like that they will provide the example.com. So your DNS server will provide this detail example.com having the 1 2 3 4. Okay, and like that, and also using your DNS, before between the step number 2 and step number 3 harnessing. I didn't understand what your question. Could you please rephrase your question and make it bit elaborate? Before that, yeah, before the DNS server going to directly connect to the root DNS server, what it will do, it will connect the local DNS servers to identify whether they have the information. You no need to go every time to your capital city, right? You can check with your next major city. If in that major city also doesn't have, then only you will go to your capital city normally, right? For example, so in the same way, even here they first verify in the next nearby DNS servers. So the DNS server is a public facing server. So I am coming. Okay, so that is about the DNS server, and the DNS server contain the multiple records in it. The first one is the A record, 4As or quad A record, like that. The A record contain the namespace, actually like the most common records used in DNS. These records match easily the remembered host names and IP address of the resource, which means the A record is the primary record which containing the IP address and as well as the name. For example, if you are using the IPv6, then you should have the quad A. Okay, so the harness question is there: can DNS server that connect to our PC as our PC acting as a DNS client? Okay, so the server can also restrict the web pages. I don't think DNS restrict it. Maybe no, at the application server level, they might have the authentication or authorization levels. Even the proxy, I don't believe. DNS never do that proxy stuff. You should have a proxy, a different server. DNS is a public facing server. Between the DNS and the general internet, there won't be any proxy. Okay, so the DNS is a public facing server, so where it is going to get more of the attacks, like, of course, right? So your public facing, whatever the public facing server will be there, there contain the more attacks will be there. So that is the target of the DNS server, and it contain the multiple records. One of them is A record and quad A record. A record for the IPv4, quad A for the IPv6. And the next one is SOA record. The S. Okay, so the TTL is nothing but the time to live. That means whenever I send some packet, some ping or some connection request, it will wait for the 3600 seconds before it going to drop. Okay, so that is the TTL. And R data, I'm not sure what exactly this, it is contain the IP, right? So let us verify what is R data field in the DNS record. Okay, resource field is the R data is an IPv4 address indicate where the name. Okay, yeah, it's contain the IP address only. There is no nothing. There is no special something, like it contains the IPv4 or the IPv6. So that is what the R data, the content. Okay, let's go ahead. The next one is the SOA record, which stands for the start of authority record. Okay, so what it contain is, it contain the particular query, the query message, or including the secondary servers and recursive servers information. It will contain that particular information in the SOA. So compared to the A record and quad A record, the SOA record is a little bit bigger one. It contains the primary name server and the responsible party and the timers for how the zone and its records should be handled. So it contains the different fields, and also this contain the multiple records. One is the C name, we can say it is a canonical name. Records map additional names back to the host name, like alias names, if anything, then the CNAME will take care. PTR, it's a pointer records map an IP address back to the host names that exist on the IP address. Next one is the NS, which is a name server records publish the name of the name servers for a domain. Other DNS servers use them to find the authoritative name of the servers of the domain. Whenever you take any of the website, okay, whether you have the DNS or not, you should have the name server record. So the name server record is exactly where it contains the name itself telling name server record. So where it will contain google.com have this IP, allow the DNS clients to find the mail servers, mail servers present in the MX. TXT records allow the FQDN to be associated with the text string, and SRV records define the resources required to support the specific internet services. SPF, where is the SPF you see in this page? That is, we discussed in the SPF, which is a sender policy framework, right? So here you don't see any SPF, right? SPF is a sender policy framework, which we discussed in the, okay, you are telling the SPS will present in the MX records? No, that is a different story, which is it contains the DMARC, secondary policy framework, sender policy framework, and DMARC. DMARC stands for the DKIM, domain keys identified email. So that is a different subject actually. Okay, so these all are the different records contained in the DNS, and the DNS, the query path resolutions goes like this. So whenever we say if we don't identify where is that, then it will go to the root, and root will provide. For example, I am checking for the example.com. Root will say go to the .com, then it will go to the .com, and the .com content, hey, go to the example.com at particular IP address, then it will go here. The query path is the set of queries starting from initial question from the client and finishing with the answer the client receives. A query path can be as simple as a client asking a server and receiving an answer directly. However, a query path can also be complex. Okay, I don't want to read this. You can read all of them, but I'm telling you the exact points over here. Okay, and next one is this is the recursively how it is going. A more detailed the picture over here. So if you see in this picture, first step is recursive query I'm sending www.example.com. Actually, the computers read from the backend. First, it have to identify the .com. Go to the root. It will read the .com. Then it will send it to the .com. The first the interactive query and authoritative answer. It will give like go to there, and the fourth again iterative query it will go. It already know the .com, right? After the .com, what is there from the right hand side? Example. So it will identify that example, and it will give, hey, the example is present here. Then it will go here, which is example.com. So the example.com, which contain the authoritative domain, which is the NX domain, will provide the non-authoritative answer to that particular client. So these all are like client server responses like that. When you click on it, it will come here and it will come to this particular party. And the DNS contain the multiple attacks, when it is outside network. So it contain the multiple attacks, amplification, reflection, combination, which we're going to cover in the DDoS attacks. And next one is the cache poisoning attack. So what they do in the cache poisoning, whenever there is a cache poisoning happens, they will change the host file of the particular system, so that whenever I search for something, it will go into a different website. So I will show you in a real-time example, and everybody how to do that. But when you are doing it, be careful. You have to do it very carefully. If you change something, then your system may not log in into either google.com or the facebook.com, right? So when you are doing, first clearly observe whatever the the cache poisoning I'm doing, and then you will understand it. So what we are doing here is, if you understand the basic point, whatever we discussed here, first it is identifying the browser cache. If browser cache doesn't have, then it will verify in the host.txt. So here what I'm doing is, I will go into the host.txt and I will poisoning my host.txt myself. So what I'm doing is, I will go to the host.txt file and I am telling that, no, this is the facebook.com, right? Facebook.com IP is 179.60.192.36. Same like that. I will open the duplicate tab, and here I will verify for the google.com. Google.com IP address is 216.58.204.142. So I am writing here clearly to you first. Okay. So these are the correct. So I am writing in a green. So google.com contain the IP address is 216.58.204.204.42, and facebook.com contain the IP address as, no, this is the facebook.com. See, facebook.com contain 179.60.192.36. Here I am in the paint, right? Yeah, facebook.com contain the 179.60, this one. So what I am going to do in this attack is, I am going to write in a host.txt, hey, my google.com is present here. I am giving like this 179.60.192.36 is nothing but a google.com. Like that, I am giving the cross connection like this to the host.txt, which is literally I am doing the cache poisoning. I'm creating one attack. Okay, so before that, before I done any of the poisoning, I am opening my command prompt. Oh, it opened my camera. Okay, I am opening my command prompt. Okay, I am opening my command prompt. So I'm pinging the ping google.com. Okay. Okay, my google.com, it's saying that google.com is present in this IP address. That is fine. Okay. So I am going to give this IP address now. No, I am going to give this IP address. Actually, this 179.60, because Google contain the multiple IP addresses. So from my system, it is saying the Google is a 172.217. So actually the host dot file, we cannot able to modify that. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, I am going to copy this host dot file and I will go into the thing, and I'm deleting this and I'm pasting the file over here, host dot file. In, you can change the ownership, but what I'm doing is, no, I am opening here. Once I kept on my desktop, I am opening with the notepad. Okay, so I am giving here like this. So what is my intention to give? I am going to give like this 179.60 179.60.192.36 192.36, which is nothing but google.com. No, like that I'm going to save the file over here. I'm saving the file and I am copy and paste it in the under etc. I am replacing the file. Continue. Now I have replaced the file, guys. So I am opening here. I'm opening here now. When you see in the host.file, it is contain the 179.60.192.36, right? So now I am giving the pinging, I'm giving again a ping I am doing here. Now I'm saying ping google.com, and you can see that, see where it is going. It is going into the IP, which is earlier we have discussed, which should be a Facebook IP. It is going into like that. I have taken a good web IP, which is a facebook.com, but by doing this kind of change in my system, an attacker, whenever I say facebook.com, maybe it may open a malicious my attackers facebook.com, maybe, I just changed this a letter. Okay, I just changed this a letter, facebook.com maybe it may open, which I may not be able to observe that A, but it contain exactly Facebook. It may take my username and password. Like you, maybe it may take my bank, whatever the bank I'm using. It may change my bank website also, right? So that many things will be there by doing the that particular no DNS system changing by doing the cache poisoning. I request now everybody do the same activity in your lab now. Okay, so be careful. After that, the first I request you keep that one host file in the desktop for the backup purpose. Okay, harnessing you already done. Great, buddy. So just wait for few more minutes as well. Our friends also do that. Okay, so it's very easy, guys. You go into the ipvoid.com, or don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. You just open your hosts.com. Sorry, first check for the google.com, whatever the IP address it is going. First observe that, and after that go to the Windows system, C folder, Windows system32 drivers and etc folder. There will be hosts dot file will be there. In that hosts dot file, add a line, add a line like that. Add a line like this, which is a 179.60.192.36 as the google.com, and then you have to ping again google.com, and you should see the Google, it's not going into the original IP address, it is going into a malicious IP address where whatever you have provided. Okay, so this one you have to do that. I am here, you can see the where is the host file, the path is also present, and the host file also will be present. Everything is present here. I hope everybody can do that. Okay, I am giving for this lab only 5 minutes. Complete that. If you have any questions, ping me. Okay, I hope most of you guys completed it. Good. So Harnik is saying the attacker can first attack PC. Actually, see, okay, see, this is the attacker not getting the PC, but you are keeping your DNS server in the outside, right? So this is the real example of cache poisoning. Okay, this is a cache poisoning. So even the DNS server file also contain one host, right? So if you change that host, entire people whoever accessing that DNS server will get the wrong the IP address or the wrong address. Okay, guys, once you have done the changes, remove this okay, and save again. So again I'm keeping here, so here I'm opening it, put the original IP address again, or the remove this line, that's it. That will be enough. Again, do the changes back so that it won't affect your system later. This is for the lab purpose only, right? So you remove it. So it is your own system that is allowable. Okay. So once you're done, you should remove that again. So right, good. If you type only the web, yeah, PC, because your browser already contain the browser cache, right? So like even though you give the wrong IP as a google.com, whenever you say facebook.com, maybe your browser already know that facebook.com. No, suppose like that facebook.com, whenever you say, it already know the it contain the cache. So you remember that, right? First, it will verify the browser cache. If the browser cache contain, it no need to go into the host.txt. You can check with another URL which browser should not know. Then you can try with that. That time host you will open a different system. Okay, right, guys. So you have well done. It done good job now by doing that. That is a cache poisoning attack. So normally what the attacker do here is the attacker is sending to the time server or the DNS server one packet. He is sending the UDP packet, and he is telling my IP is 10.1.1. He changed that packet source IP address and he is sending, and the server is sending the request response to some other different server. No, I didn't ask for the time. So that is a DNS weakness. So that's it. No, I'm going to discuss for the DNS currently. So let me go back to our DDoS attacks. So we are discussing the UDP flood. So we understand that, right? The DNS is present in the public facing. So where it will face exactly is, suppose we have the internal servers are present and we have the firewall over here, firewall, and normally every company they have one demilitarization zone. No, demilitarization zone exactly here, DMZ. In the DMZ, actually these people also can access these DMZ servers as well as the outside internet. The outside internet persons also to access the DMZ servers without interacting with the firewall. Okay, yeah, right. Let's go back. So in the volumetric DDoS attack, so we already discussed what they're going to attack. They're going to attack on the bandwidth. In the bandwidth, what you have to do, you have to pump more and more data. When they want to do, what they're gonna do is they will generate large quantity of large UDP packets. The UDP is a common protocol used for the communication on the internet, and many services such as DNS use that UDP protocol, and it doesn't require the handshake. When they know all these basic functionalities, they are pumping up the more and more the UDP packets. The source IP address of DDoS packets may be forged as a random address for 100%. The target of these packets is often UDP based services like DNS, which makes mitigation is more challenging as the protocol can't simply be dropped as it is used as a legitimate communication. Okay, so why it is becoming complicated is as this is in the DMG, and what you can do, you cannot say don't take DNS, right? Maybe, who know, maybe one of the legitimate vendor want to use your no, the application, want to use open your the web app. So when he type in his laptop, they even the same it coming as a UDP packet only, right? Yeah, no, so no, so that is the reason no, which makes the mitigation more challenging. Okay, so in the UDP flood, what they gonna do, they gonna the randomized their IP addresses, and they are sending the huge UDP packets. Whenever you take the UDP packet, you have to reverse send that particular UDP packet. It is nothing like you you're taking the packet and you're storing, nothing like that, right? This is a server client server topology. Like you should take the request, you have to provide the response. No, you have, they ask some query, they say, hey, do you know google.com? Then you have to provide, yes, I know the google.com, this is the particular IP address. Hey, do you know something something.com? Then they have to provide, yes, for something.com, this is the IP address. Hey, do you know something facebook.com? Yes, facebook.com. No, you have to provide all that information for every request. So by doing that, they are sending them huge traffic. They are making the UDP flood. Next one is the ICMP flood. So ICMP is nothing but, which is nothing but a pinging, right? When you ping some server, it have to provide whether it is up, whether it is down. No, it have to provide the reply, right? If the ICMP is there, no, the DDoS attack generate large quantity of large ICMP packets. Normally, normal packet whenever you send, right? So here we are, and I'm simply taking the clear CLS ping 8.8.8.8 google.com, and it is normally sending the 32 bytes. So that time, it is going to send maybe 512 bytes, or maybe 1000 bytes also they can send in the ICMP packet. So that way the ICMP flood, what it gonna do, they gonna generate large quantity of the large ICMP packets. ICMP is a common protocol used in the internet for communicating the miscellaneous status information between the devices. The packet type is echo reply, yet there are no associated echo request packets as packets as would normally be expected with the legitimate traffic. The timestamp and packet size can be used to estimate the attack intensity. Okay, so they can be like 700 Mbps in the example. So like this we're gonna send. You can see verify that this is the time frame and this is the IP. It is saying like it is giving the reply. It is giving the reply. It is not request. That means they sent request to different IP by forging the packet. So they are giving the reply to 192.168.0.10 as the ICMP echo reply. The ID is giving, the sequence is giving, the length is giving. You can observe like that. The multiple IP addresses, different IP addresses are sending the packet to same IP address, right? They are, they are sending the packet to the same IP address. You can see that same IP 192.168.0.10, which is the ICMP echo reply only, and ID is changing, sequence sometimes changing, the length are same. So using that, they make the ICMP flood. Next one is the fragmented ICMP flood. So, what is this fragmented ICMP flood is instead of sending one packet, in the networking, if you know the networking a little bit, when a huge packet you want to send, you cannot send in a single packet, right? You can fragment it and you can send. So what happens? You take in the other end and you will they come as a puzzling wise. Okay, so for example, a huge packet is there, they want to send. What they do first, they cannot send a direct this much huge packet. They cut that into the multiple pieces. For example, this time we are cutting into the 4 pieces like this. We do 1 2 3 and 4, like that. 4 pieces we are sending, and we are sending through to the other end of the particular victim. So when the fragment is happened, it won't come like first 1 2 3. No, they want to confuse them. They want to make, first they will give 4, after that 2 will come, after that 1 will come, after that 1 will come, and after that 3 will come. So when you want to arrange this, you have to make a proper way. After 1, next 2, after 3, and then 4. To do that, let's go into this. Let's finish the DDoS and let's do some lab today for sure. Yes, right. Cool. Nice. Okay. So we are discussing about the DDoS. In the DDoS, we just started the layer 7. Layer 7 is nothing but the application layer. In the application layer, if you take any application in the world, they have to store some data. For example, you log in into the Google.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
In the Gmail, you have to give your username, your password, and your details, your mobile number, right? All those fields will be stored easily as some kind of the SQL, or like that. And once you store something in a SQL, you have the web page. From the web page to the data store, you have to go with some server and you have to come back. So they call it as a LAMP stack, which is nothing but Linux, Apache, MySQL, and PH. These are the basic functionalities earlier days they have used. Nowadays they are changing. Instead of Apache, they are using the Nginx, and instead of MySQL, they are using the PostgreSQL. Instead of PHP, the new one you are using, but the basics are here, right? Even the Nginx, if you take, which is a web server, the base is the Apache only. There is nothing changed. Even the Linux didn't change. Maybe a new flavor will come, but the base is they didn't change. So that is the LAMP stack, and we are attacking this LAMP stack in the DDoS attack. So the client here will be there, and between the server and we have the SQL data. So you are sending to this is the HTTP request you are sending to the browser, and the server will take the request, process the data whatever you want, and it is giving you the response using the same data, and then your browser showing that in a proper web page or the proper way they will gonna show you. So so here So you have the ISP circuit, router, and firewall. These three are targeted using the volumetric attack. Later, using the load balancer, you have the protocol attacks, and the below you have the applications, the entire applications, and until the firewall. The layer 7 attacks are going to be covered. Okay, and let's go. Yeah. So, what is the attack impact on this? Is protocol attacks is they increase the resource usage on the application server. Okay, and application server that are responsible for responding to a request will often experience a sudden increase in a CPU or the memory utilization, and increased resource usage on the database system, or the exhaust the storage on the devices. And also the next one is they gonna increase the cloud cost. Of course, most of the applications are present in the cloud only, including the network. If a server is increased more RAM or the more CPU, everything is a cost base. They all are using as per the pay as you go model. If the more usage is there, then they have to pay the more money. And next one is the reach the arbitrary application limits. The many applications have default configuration values that affect the performance of the application. As an example, most web servers have a finite number of worker threads that when exhausted will cause the client request to be delayed or fail. Likewise, a database may only allow a specific number of the licensed connections. So that we understand. But why this why these DDoS attacks are so effective is because of the two reasons. The first one is it is very much difficult to diagnose. Why? Application level DDoS attacks are often the low bandwidth attack. They don't consume the bandwidth and they go unnoticed. Like the graph shows the peaceful graph. It won't show some the highs and lows. They don't show. So you cannot able to identify that. The second one is they have mimic the real user behavior. For example, if they want to consume your HTTPS, right? Suppose if I go into the, for example, the paloalto.com, I'm going into the Palo Alto. Let's see, Palo Alto networks. Yeah, Palo Alto networks. Yeah, sorry. See, it's very difficult. See, yeah. So if I want to consume their thing, right? So what I'm going to do is I will click here. I will click this page. I'll click here. I'll click this page. I'll go here. I'll click this page. By doing that, every page, do you see? It is going the request and it is getting some data to me. This is maybe 100 members at this particular time they are doing, but if they do more time, it is going to create more and more data to it. And also see, sometimes the request trial or the charting options will be there. I will fill all these, and suppose for example they're asking, hey, please you can upload some data. I will upload a 10 GB file. Do you understand? When they ask, sometimes they ask you to add some data, right? I will say 10 GB of data I'll put, or some the chatting option will be there, the chat bot, even the chat bot I'll click something and I'll click something and I will provide all that data. If it is they having the live chatting is there, in the live chatting I will put some malicious commands. At least somebody out of the next pay in the next chat, whoever is using it, if that guy clicked that chat, that his system is going to be malicious, something like that I will write. So these and all the mimicry, the mimicking the human like behavior, and it is impossible to identify whether a human is doing or the robot is doing, right? So that kind of things the everything we do. So this under attack, like that you can write all these details. Okay, so let's discuss what are all that. The first one is the HTTP and HTTPS request to general high request rate, or exploit the search functionality, exploit user login functionality, large object, uploading content, site crawling, form data crawling, form data flooding. All these are belongs to the HTTP and HTTPS request. So you can see So suppose something downloading is able to do, then I will download. Suppose some white papers will be there. Suppose 2 GB I am downloading. Where I will download? It won't come from it's like a magic, right? That guy have to share that 2 GB of data to me, and then only I can download that particular white paper one dot PDF. See, every time I'm hiding it and I'm downloading. So this way, now by doing this way also, the HTTPS request flood you can do. And next one is the UDP DNS flood. In the UDP DNS flood, they send the UDP packets to retrieve more and more. We discussed air record. Air record is talking about the example.com and all, right? I am going to ask not only the example.com, I'll ask all the records whatever you have previously provided to me, or I will provide this IP address and I will ask all those details I need. MX record, see, I need whether you have any mail address domain, please provide all those details to me. So like that, I will ask all those details in the UDP DNS request flood. And last one is the reflection attacks. After that, the reflection attack. In the reflection attack, we are going to talk about the NTP as well as the DNS. NTP is nothing but the network time protocol. It is a mechanism by which the network connected devices are communicate to synchronize the time information. So let me explain you what is the NTP doing. Okay, so before that, I hope everybody clear about this application layer attacks. There are only two are there. One is the HTTP and HTTPS requestlet, and another one is the the UDP DNS requestlet. Using the UDP, what we are doing, we are asking the DNS records. See, all the DDoS attacks are depend, mostly targeting the DNS. Why they are targeting the DNS? Because the DNS is the public facing technology, public facing server, and which is a very sweet for everybody. Okay, what is NTP? So reflection attack, they're telling the DNS as well as the NTP. Why NTP? Let us understand what exactly the NTP do. So for example, I have 1,000 servers are present in my company. Suppose for example, imagine like that. This is the imagine that in the world, if you imagine the world map, why you gonna imagine? Let me put that map directly here. Okay, so what I'm doing is world map PNG. So let me see whether I will get, yeah, I need like this world map PNG. Okay, here you go. So I am adding that world map PNG into my I'm just copying this and pasting here. Give me 1 minute, guys. I will open with paint. I'll say open with paint. Let me see. Yeah. Okay, fine. So I hope now this is good for everybody. Okay, this is 100. I hope everybody can see this, right? So now I have the servers like this. I have some servers in the United States of America. I have some servers in the UK. Okay, and I have some servers in the India region, and I have some servers in the Singapore region. Okay, in the Singapore, and I have some servers in the Indonesia, and I have some servers in the Australia. If you know the geography of Australia, most of the people are living in the east coast of the Australia. No, this side. So my servers are like this, and the time varies, like for example, I have another server in the Middle East region. So like these many servers are there. Every server having their own time, right? For example, here in India, it's already around 10 p.m. But if you go to the UK, it is around maybe like 4 hours or 5.5 hours. Like let me take the 4 hours of time. In the Europe region, it is a 6 p.m. But if you come to the United States, it should be it's around like it is around like 12 p.m. Here, and here maybe they have like 10 a.m. like that. They have the 10 a.m. here at this kind of west coast of it. And if you come here, then the Singapore, it should be like it's already like 12:30 a.m. the next day. And if you go to the Indonesia, it might be like 1 a.m. and maybe in the Australia, it should be like around 3 a.m. early in the morning. Like that, I have the multiple servers are doing the multiple way. So whenever I am going to have the do the investigation, there is a something happened on the Australia server. So whenever I'm going to do some investigation over here, and my guys, give me 1 minute. So here you can see here, it's a 12 p.m. like that. Suppose something malicious activity happened in the Australia. Something malicious activity is happened on the Australia, and I'm in the India. So what I'm going to do over here is, from the Australia, I'm going to write one investigation report. In the investigation report, how I will say is the alarm is triggered at 10 p.m. IST. 10 p.m. IST. I have got one alarm triggered. For example, the brute force attack around while doing the investigation 9 p.m. IST. I have identified that there is something a phishing email came to the user like that. I'm writing that. Suppose one of my team member is present in the America. When he see 10 p.m., he have to convert that particular time, the investigation report time into here, the American time, and then he have to understand the report. For example, if the person is in Australia, he have to convert the time into here. So which is a very difficult process, right? So what a companies normally do is they will put one server, which call as the NTP, Network Time Protocol server, and they say every server is talk with the NTP, and they have to adjust whatever the time they're going to use. They have to adjust the same time everybody. By doing that, everybody having the same time. For example, everybody having the India standard time, then everybody discuss about everybody talk about the India standard time only. So there is no confusion. I just talk about the SOC analyst, but normally even all those servers should have contain the same time, which should be equal to the NTP server. Even this NTP server use the protocol DNS, okay, and whenever they do, it is also using the port. NTP port is also around. Let me see what is the NTP port. Network Time Protocol 1223. Very good, Francis. Yes, Network Time Protocol uses the 123. Okay, so this is also using the UDP. So when they both are using, they both are vulnerable to this reflection attack. What is this reflection attack is? The attacker are using a technique called amplification technique. You know that, right? In the radio waves, what is the amplification? You send one you send some data, the amplifier make it bigger, make it a big wave. So the same way in the amplification attack, attacker send, if you clearly observe, attacker is sending 74 bytes of the request, but response is sending the 112 bytes of the request. That is a normal DNS server. But when he use the amplification, he is sending the 74 byte and he is getting the 5 to 20 bytes of the data. So you don't need to worry about the. So what he's doing, exactly, observe clearly, guys. Observe clearly. What is the DNS request asking for? A record of the www.example.com. What is the A record contain? So the DNS response will give a www.example.com and as well as the IP address. So that is the reason 74 bytes and 112 bytes. But if you see the DNS request of here at the amplification, they're not asking for the A record. They are asking for everything, like any. So that is the reason they have to provide all records like A, quad A. If quad A is there, the quad A, MX, SOA record. They provide everything record, CNAME. So that is the reason the bytes are 5 to 80 bytes. The same way, Even the in the NTP also they do the same. So they what is the bandwidth of amplification attack is like that. Suppose for example, if you send the 52 to 54, then they will get a huge number of details. Same like the NTP also like that. Bandwidth, like that means if you give 1x, then you will get the 556x times more data you will get. SNMP 6.3, NetBIOS 3.8, SSDP 30, like that. BitTorrents. You do BitTorrents normally most of the people download the movies, right? It will take the 3.8, like that. Multiple networks are there. So one of the best thing are the NTP and the DNS. The QoTD quote request is there, but not every server use, right? But the DNS and NTP are the public facing, and they are using the UDP protocols. So so they are using it. And let's go to the next. So the application use reflection and amplification attacks, normally having the source IP spoofing. Response is significantly larger than the request, and plentiful number of public servers are available. Okay. And the next one is the reflection servers are the high bandwidth connection. Yeah, that's true. So whenever the DNS servers and NTP servers are there, when their entire servers are talking with those main servers, so they have the huge bandwidth to them. So the reflection servers have the high bandwidth. Now there they are going to catch them. The request is less bandwidth, but the going is the more bandwidth. Why the reflection and amplification attacks are very the very best is the the significant amplification, like the security researchers have been able to achieve an amplification rate of up to 179:1. Like if you request for 1 byte request, it should the reply contain the response contain 179 times more response you can get. Easily spoofed source IP address, we discussed already. For the TCP you need to do the handshake. For the DNS nothing, so you can easily spoof the IP address. And the DNS infrastructure is massive. The DNS infrastructure is globally distributed and massive in size. For example, if you write one malicious command for one company, you can apply for any company because everybody use DNS for sure, right? So the DNS infrastructure is massive in the internet. So here you can see they are asking like 192.168 the IP address and the reply, and they are asking for the star, and they are getting all those data. So this is actually the request. Actually, we did not capture the responses in the DNS amplification attack. Same like that, the NTP reflection attack, it is exactly same, and the NTP infrastructure also massive. They are also using the UDP. The spoofing is be very easy, and the amplification rate is 556 times greater, better. And NTP infrastructure is also very massive. Like every company compulsory use the NTP server. So if you write some malicious query for one NTP server, that will be useful for hundreds of NTP servers in the wild. So this is the example of the NTP amplification attack. So by doing this, we have completed the DDoS attack thing. Okay. So then we will go into the lab now. Everybody open the Splunk. You already downloaded and installed on your systems, and add from the secrepo.com. Download the DNS logs, and add those DNS logs into here. Okay. How to add the DNS logs? I already downloaded that data. I am going into the Splunk, go to the settings and click on the add data, and upload the data. Okay. And then I am just getting the data into here, whatever I have downloaded, right? The DNS logs. I'm just adding that data into here. It's done. You can see the data is uploaded here. Clicking the next, I am verifying whether it got any DNS data it got or not. It didn't yet. Let me verify whether we have the DNS, any DNS. Yeah, we have the DNS is there. Let me click that DNS data. Okay, the DNS source type is added. I am going into the next index. The host value I am giving as the Verma laptop. It is my laptop. So the host is nothing but where that particular log was generated. Okay. Unfortunately, that is a secrepo.com, right? Okay. So you're asking what is a secrepo.com? So see, like whenever we are trying for the security analysis, or you are learning about the logs, how the real world logs are looks like. It is very difficult for me to generate that kind of logs. Even though I am working in some other companies, I cannot bring that the original logs, right? I cannot do that. That is a contractual obligations. If I bring the data, which is nothing but it's a data breach, so we have to use some lab setup logs. So this is the secrepo.com. This website is providing for the security analysis, a sample of security related data. These are equal to the real time data whatever I am working on in the production environment. The same data, it is exactly present all the fields. So when we are working on it, you don't feel like you are doing something lab exercise, and in the original how it looks like, you don't need to be worried about it. It is exactly the same logs we are going to use there. And I have creating one index called DNS and saving that index name as a DNS, click review and submitting that DNS files. Is everybody done until this step? So up to now, whatever we have discussed, the same DNS data it is showing. And for example, if I, if I expand this, you can see the log over here. This is the time window. This is something encrypted data, or we can say anything. Okay. After that, you can see this is the source IP address, source port, destination IP address, destination port 53, UDP 53 port used by the DNS protocol. And after that, you can see it is asking for the DR DNS SD UDP 048 16 172. No, in addr.arpa address.arpa lo it required it in one C internet, and it is using the record called PTR. It is using the record called PTR. We already discussed that record, and then it is saying the refused connection it has got. So like that, I'm just checking for, is there any A record is there? Is there any A record is there? I can see the SRV, I can see the NX domain records. Let me go to the next page. I can see the other records, but I cannot see the A or double A or quad A records. Okay, fine. That is absolutely fine. Okay. So I want to see, my question is, let us identify, is there any DNS attacks are happened. To identify, we will write a correlation search now, like an alert, to identify whether is there any DDoS attack is happened. So what kind of DDoS attack happened? Like either you can identify the SYN packet, what kind of SYN packets are identified, or what kind of records are identified. So my target is, in that many attacks are there, my target is the reflection or the amplification attack. In the amplification attacks, as you remember, they have to not only check for the A record, they will verify for the any record, A and Y record. I am verifying in the Splunk, is there any record is present? So to verify that, it's very easy. Simply write ANY and search all time. There is no any record is not there for me. For you, you have got the any record. Please verify that. If any record is present in the DNS logs, that could be a reflection attack. DDoS reflection attack. Security analyst need to verify. Okay, this is the description I have written. I will give you that detail to you, that description to you, so that you can copy and paste in the. So I am giving a description. No. So first the title. The title you have to mention as DDoS reflection attack is identified. And next as the description. Next one is the description you have to write as if any record is present in the DNS log. And next you have to click on the shade app scheduled. You know that, right? You need to run it for every 5 minutes. So click on the run on cron schedule. We discussed about already what is the cron schedule. So I will say star by 5 star and I give the star over here. So this is the run on the cron schedule. So I am adding the cron schedule, the cron expression you have to provide as this one, whatever I have given to you. And it expires within the 24 hours. Alert trigger number of results is perfectly fine. Is greater than 0, trigger once. Everything is fine. Everything is absolutely fine. And you have to provide the throttling mechanism. Throttling means if one device is already present, if the one alert is triggered, I'll say for 1 day, you don't need to trigger again and again. Or I'll say 1 hour is the better. 1 hour is the better because we don't taking any data, right? So throttle, give the throttle, select the throttle, and suppress triggers for 1 hour. Okay, give like this 1 hour. Give that. And alert action, click on the add action and write as the no email. Send an email. Click alert action as email. Select alert action as email and write your email address or something. No, for example, Varma. I have 2020@outlook.com. I'm writing like this. Primary normal, Splunk alert normal. The remaining all same. I am writing in the message. The remaining 2 address you give whatever you want. Priority same. No, priority is high or highest. Give highest priority. Subject is same. Message same exactly whatever you have copied in the description, right? Paste the same in the message as well and go down and remove all those and attach to the CSV and attach to the PDF. Give these two and simply save that particular alert. Okay, so you should create one alert now. So which is a protocols and ports. So there are the multiple protocols we are going to discuss in this chapter. The first one is what is a protocol? Protocol is a set of rules in which computers communicate. We have 0 to 255 range of different protocols are there, and it is used in the TCP/IP protocols to support and extends the basic functionalities. Of course, right? You can say whether it is fit into the TCP/IP or OSI layer, anything could be. And port is the endpoint communication in any operating system. It is the ports are ranging from 0 to the 65,535 different ports will be there. And server provides services to the clients running on a particular port. There are some well-known and standard ports we are going to use. So those are FTP, which is using the 2021, SSH, which is port 22, Telnet use the 23, SMTP use the 25, DNS 53, DHCP 67 and 68, HTTP 80, and HTTPS is 443. So these are the ports you have to remember in the entire your lifetime. You may think why I need to remember, but the thing is, when you are doing any of the security investigation, you will get port number 443. Of course, while when you are working on every day in the cyber security, of course, when you see it 10 times same thing, you will remember it. However, if you remember this now itself, so it will be more easy for you to understand the investigation process. Okay, if the port is 443, that could be HTTPS. So HTTPS means the secure layer is present on the HTTP, which is the data will be encrypted, so they cannot see the clear text data. So like that, multiple things you have to remember using the port number. And next, what are all the different protocols are there? Like we can differentiate between the communication protocols and the supporting protocols. So the communication protocol are nothing but the IP ARP protocol, and supporting are the ICMP, TCP, UDP, and more. Let's discuss about one by one. So in the TCP, IP, and OSI model, we have protocols to support the functionalities of these models. Each protocol has a designated protocol number associated with it and its own functionalities. As in IPv4, we have the protocol number is 1 for ICMP, 6 for TCP, 17 for UDP, and more. Actually, you don't need to remember these protocol numbers. That will be a overwhelming information for you. But when I'm telling, it's a for you a reference. Later in the part, you can remember one day. Yes, that day I listened that there is IPv4. We have protocol number is one for there are protocol numbers are there. When that time you can search in Google and Google gives you. So you no need to remember these, but but you have to understand we have the protocol number. You no need to remember them. And range for the protocol number is from 0 to 255. And we have some well-known and most usable protocols. Those are the ICMP, TCP, and UDP. So what is the ARP protocol? ARP. ARP is nothing but the address resolution protocol. You know already. It helps get the MAC address associated with the IP address. Address resolution protocol works between the IP layer and physical layer. So this word is important, guys. So where the ARP protocol works, it works between the physical layer and IP layer, and it helps in mapping the IP address to the MAC address and the MAC address to the IP address. So everybody already worked on it, already know about this. So here there are the multiple I have installed 3 different hosts. I have one is last 2 digits, remember 18, it is 19, and this is 20. And from the host I want to send data to the the 20, requesting the MAC address of 20. Then it will go to the router, where the router the request will be multicast request. It will send every system and ask for, hey, this IP, what is the MAC address, like that. And then the response will be unicast. That means only one system will send the response, so that router will get to know this system have that particular MAC address, and a host is able to send the data from one area to another area. So just open your system in your laptop using the ARP -A. You can see you can have your own ARP table in your system. So I'm opening my command prompt. Okay, so let me show you how it looks like. Okay, so here this is my command prompt, right? So sorry, where is this? Yeah, here you go. So I'm just writing ARP -A, and you can see when I click on the ARP -A, you can see that the interface number, and you can see what are all the multiple IP addresses and what is their physical addresses are stored over here. Suppose if you are connected to your the college network or the office network, then you can see multiple IP numbers. Otherwise you will see very less numbers like me, because I am in the public Wi-Fi. So that is the reason I can see only less number of IP addresses. So anybody can see more than like 4 or 5 different MAC addresses in your ARP table. That means in your network, the router is able to capture all that information, and already in your system it's already stored that. Okay, so it's very easy to communicate that with the remaining systems. Otherwise it will be a bit difficult. It's not much difficult, just a blink of eye. The ARP protocol can work and it can bring the data to us. So it's not a difficult, but we should know these many things are there. What are all the what are all the different adapters are able to connect, like it will properly give my whether particular DHCP enabled or wireless LAN adapter enabled, WAN enabled, everything, all the informations it's gonna provide everything about my system. And you also will get, if see the Bluetooth is also there, and if you give IP config IP config minus maybe that is a Linux system command. That time I will get what are all the wireless adapters I have. Here I don't think I have the adapter name over here. What is the adapter no, I may have? So like that, different commands. Use all. I already use all. I already used all. All will get all the details, all the different details. Okay, I am coming back to the ARP protocol. So by doing the ARP minus A, you will get what are all the MAC addresses and also the IP addresses in the which are present under your cache system. So computer system maintain the ARP table consisting of IP and MAC addresses of the in the nearby network. So that is fine. And let's go further. The next one is like how the ARP request will go, and the ARP response will get the same way. For example, from here I want to identify the 192.162.1.3, who is that guy. Actually he is the person, right side person is having the 192.168.1.3, but when I'm requesting, it is go every system whichever is present in the network, which is we can say it is a broadcast message to everybody. It will go. You cannot control to whom to broadcast, to whom not should not broadcast. But when it is giving the response is a unique cast. It will send only to the only one person. So that is the ARP response. So the important message thing which I want to highlight here is the ARP request is a broadcast message. So that is the very main point. And so if you identify that in the Wireshark actually, so you can identify that whenever you say ARP minus A, or whenever you want to identify them. So it will give like this, it will provide the ARP protocol, and it will ask like that who has that particular IP address and what is the ARP response we are getting. So like that we will get, but this required connected devices and which can provide us the data, so which need the very long lab setup. So that is the reason I have taken this. The concept, right? So this is the example, the real-time example. It will show like this. Actually it is not infected with the virus, guys. So the thing is, it is containing the .spl. Your system doesn't know what is that .spl. Okay, yeah. .spl, no, it's normally it never contained anything, but it is not a virus. Just download it. It's a normal application only. I will show you what is that application and how that application will work. Okay, but download it. It's not a virus. I only uploaded in that. Let's go further. Next, we're going to discuss about the client server model. You already know, right? So a server is a computer program that provides a service to the other computer programs, and client is a piece of computer hardware or software that acts as a service made available a server. There are different types of services provided by the server. The below are the most common services offered by the server: DNS, SMTP, DHCP, HTTP, and HTTPS, and Telnet SSH. We already discussed about the DNS and all, and also we know what is the client server protocol. We discussed multiple times, right? So whoever sending the request, that is a sending back, that is a client, and whoever responding that is normally a server. So in these servers actually you can see in these particular servers, either one server can able to have all these services, like this server can able to do the HTTP, can able to do the FTP, can able to do the SMTP, DNS, everything single server can do, or a different multiple servers also can able to work in the same way. And the first one is the HTTP versus HTTPS. So HTTP traffic, it is depend on the port. So which is it is giving you the a particular web page. Whenever you logged in into somewhere, it will provide you the web page. Once you give the username and password, if attacker is sniffing the traffic, you will get the username and password in the clear text format. But when you have the secure shell, SSL, then you will get the though attacker sniff the particular traffic, he don't get the username and password. Do you remember when we done the earlier day one or maybe day two, when we have done that lab on the Wireshark? Yes, we have identified that when the attacker is though we have sniffed using the HTTPS, you never get the username and the password. But if without HTTPS, you will get the username and password. Yes, encryption. So you all remember that. And the major difference is, yeah, if you don't have the HTTPS in any of this site, then of course you have to be worried, right? Like if you give your credit card number, or you will give your CVN number, if somebody is sniffing the traffic, it is very easy to identify that. So that is the reason you should always identify that HTTPS. For example, I am opening this one of the website, which is a Splunk.com, or I'm opening the Palo Alto Networks.com. When you open any of the repeated sites, you can see this is the lock symbol, which is telling that it is connection is secure, and which is containing the HTTPS, which is the security layer. It is identified. So let me see. See, verified by the DGCert INC. And when I say more info, whether it's getting it or not. Okay, I'm not getting that. But normally, okay, let me show you that. Suppose when I open that in the Chrome, so when I open to the Splunk.com, and if you click on this button, and you can see here the connection is secure, and it is telling you that certification is valid, and it will provide what is the certificate details, proves your identity to a remote computer, ensure the identity of remote computer, and what is the versions, what is the cipher suits they are using. This certificate was issued to the Splunk.com DigiCert, which is using the TLS RSA SHA-256 2022 CA1 certificate, and that certificate is valid.
Just a quick info guys, if you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
From 22nd April 2021 to 28th April 2022. So, in another 1 month, it is going to expire. Normally in this kind of big companies, they have a proper thing, they can able to create a new one, and these are the certificate details, and also you will have the certificate path. DigiCert has given this particular certificate to the Splunk.com. So you open any other website, any other website, and you also verify. If you have a Chrome browser, that will be very easy. Open the Google, and even Google contain that, and you can see google.com cookies and site settings. Where is it? The connection is secure. Click that connection is secure, and you can see the certificate is valid. When you click here button, then you will see the particular certificate, because it contains the HTTPS. If any website which doesn't have the HTTPS, then there is no certificate. It won't be anything, valid. So everybody have to open it and verify the details and your certification path. Okay. So what I need from you is, you have to provide what is your website you have visited. Visit everybody different website and give me who issued that. Okay. So I need these two details to be pasted here in the chat. Okay, I think I did not include SSL. Now I will include SSL, and I will share one more time this PDF. Don't worry. I will sure we will explain. I will explain about you. Geo.com, GoDaddy, dearlife.co.in website. Okay, R3, cpindia.com issued by R3, issued by Amazon. Oh, nice. Very good. Okay. You went to zoom.com and it is valid by the CA, right? Okay. Right, there are the multiple certificate vendors are there. So anyhow, we are discussing about the HTTPS, right? So let me explain the SSL layer, my SSL layer as well. I think I forget to include earlier in this course, but not a problem. I will include right away and we will explain that. Okay. Next one is the SSL and TLS protocol. So every website wherever you go, you can see these website names, right? So which is the SSL and TLS protocols. And let us get those details. Let me close them. And here I am. So what I need is what is SSL and TLS name by. So I hope everybody can see my screen. So here you go, which is a transport layer security. And I want to know about that. The full name of the SSL and the TLS, which is SSL means transport layer security. And what is the SSL abbreviation? That is okay, secure socket layer. Yeah, sorry. Secure socket layer and also the transport layer security. So let me add that. So which is nothing but so which is a secure socket layer and also the transport layer security. Okay, actually the same way how we know the three-way handshake, right? We discussed the three-way handshake for the TCP, right? So the same way the SSL layer have a different way of handshake. It contained another 3 more steps extra. So let me see SSL handshake. So that is what I need. I'm looking for a handshake. SSL handshake. So when I click this Cloudflare and as well as the IBM, okay, let me, this is what I'm looking for. And what about the IBM docs? Is there any good save image as save image, save it. I got it. Copy and paste here in the PPT. That's it, guys. I hope you people can see my screen and I will let me explain you very clearly how this gonna work. Okay, right. So let me one more time. Everybody can see my screen, right? Everybody can see my screen, which is showing the SSL. Oh, right, nice. Okay. So this is how the SSL works, guys. Okay. So we are talking about the SSL, how the SSL client and SSL server are discussing. So whenever in my system, for example, I clicked on the IBM.com. Whenever I clicked on it, it will, it is opened within 2 minutes of time using the HTTPS. Okay. So whenever I have opened the IBM.com, my system or my browser is the client. And my client is talked with the IBM server and it is loading in my system. The entire way it come back and it is loaded this particular website on my system and my laptop. So in between it completed these many steps and the entire data is encrypted. So first what happened, whenever I clicked on the IBM.com, my system message went to the server and my client saying the hello, and I have provided my cryptographic information to the particular IBM server, and server said hello and please identify my cipher suit and the server certification, and after that client, my laptop will exchange the key to the SSL layer, and it is sending the client certificate, and after that client will finish and server will finish, and there onward they exchange the messages. And also there is a Cloudflare. One more image is there. I will show you that image. I will show you the another image over here. So I think this is it's also one of the easy image. So let me get that image in the here. Yeah, here you go. Okay, so actually this is how it works, right? Okay, first we have to do the TCP handshake. So my browser is sent the first the SYN packet, and server has given the SYNACK packet, and my client has provided the acknowledgement packet. So by doing that, the three-way handshake got completed. After that, the SSL client says the hello, and the what server will do is server say the hello, and the certificate hello server hello done will be completed, and then the server sends the client key exchange cipher spec. It will send, hey, I have these many cipher suits. I have, you select whatever is the best suitable cipher suit from you. And once my client, what is my laptop is identified, hey, see, I can get until this particular cipher suit, then the client will will select that particular cipher suit, and the once it will sending that particular whatever it can able to highest level, it will provide that information at this point to the server, and there the server will provide the client certificate. What exactly happening, let me explain you in a small paint. So first, here I have my laptop or your laptop. Okay, and suppose for example we are logged into the ibm.com. So whenever I said in my browser I am searching for the ibm.com. Okay, so first from my client, the data, the first connection is the SYN packet will go here, the SYN packet, which is a synchronization packet. And after that, from the IBM, I will get the SYNACK, right? And after this, one more packet will go, which should say the acknowledgement to to complete the three-way handshake, isn't it? So it will send the another acknowledgement packet, so that this is the TCP connection was established between them. Whenever it is sending the acknowledgement, when it is using the cipher suit, it will provide the client hello, SSL client hello as well in this packet itself. So it will provide SSL client hello, and the SSL server, the SSL server will send the server hello as well as the certificate server hello done. So and also it will send you the hi SSL server hello, and I have particular certificates I have, and you identify from that particular cipher suit which one is suitable for you. So that is what it is sending. Cipher suit, they used, so whenever the client hello, the server hello is going on, they are sending the cipher suit. You can see the client certification like cipher suit. So once the cipher suit it has sent, then the client will identify whichever it want to take. It will take that particular suit, and it will say, I need some particular info, and the client will say client key exchange. So it will exchange the client their own client key. Okay, it will exchange the particular client key and change the cipher spec finished. So the particular cipher spec will be finished. At the end, change the cipher spec here also finished. So the server at the end, again server will send one more message stating that maybe in this picture it's good. client, the client key exchange, send a secret key information. That's it. By doing that, it's already completed. Like later, client finished, server finished, and exchange the messages. So like that, it will do client key exchange done, and then here actually the server done. So like that, this gonna complete it. And do you know how much time it is taking to complete everything? So if you can see in this picture, you can see very clearly until the TCP handshake complete, it took the 50 milliseconds, and after that the TLS handshake taking the another 110 milliseconds to communicate between the client and server. Actually, as a humans, total 160 milliseconds are nothing, because in a second there are the 1,000 milliseconds will be there. So we normal eye are with our capabilities, it is difficult to identify whether it is doing late or not. Suppose if it is more late, like 2-3 seconds late, then you can identify, but this much time it is a very difficult. So like that, the SSL layer completes the handshake protocol. Okay, so yeah, this guy has given a good information about the Cloudflare, has provided all those information, the client hello message, server hello, authentication, the parameter secret, private key used. So whatever I have discussed, they have more predominantly they have given. So I'm sharing this URL as well to you guys. So if you are interested more in the SSL, you can go through it. So this is the basic concept. Okay, so this way you can explain them in the interview. They don't ask more questions, because until unless that is a Cloudflare who provided the SSL the things, they don't ask you more and more questions about it. They ask you, do you know what is the SSL and TLS protocol and how it works? You can say simply, yes, I know about the SSL and TLS, which is providing the the encrypted messages in the HTTP protocol. So after that, it will become the okay. So that good question actually. What is the difference between TLS and SSL? Actually, they say earlier there was a transport layer security, but now everybody are using the secure socket layer only. I think every company should provide that. Let me see. Okay, see. Now you can see. See whatever I just said. SSL was original encryption protocol developed for HTTP. SSL was replaced by TLS or transport layer security some time ago. So SSL handshakes are now called TLS handshakes, although the SSL name is still wide use. So I hope now it is very clear to you, right? As I will keep this as well in my PPT. So again, I will share this information to you guys. Okay, let's go further again. So we come back from the HTTPS, and again, I don't want to miss this chapter, so that's why I just added right away this. But we have the multiple things to cover today. We completed the HTTPS. HTTPS we have completed. So here, which is using the port HTTP is using the port 80 and the port 443. If it is using the port 80, that means HTTP only. There is no S. So if you are using the HTTPS, that means the port number is the 443. And the client can access the HTML pages using the HTTP request, and server will give the pages with the HTTP response message. HTTP methods are used to communicate with the web server. And now there are the few methods will be there. One is the get method, post method used by the client, and server gives the response code for all the HTTP request messages. And these are all the HTTP methods. So there is a spelling mistake, actually it's a methods, which are the get, post, delete, and there are the multiple options are there. And later, which one is the HTTP? So that is a different one actually. When you say the post, it will post some information. When you say get, it will get the some information. Yes. Okay, so these are the basic methods of the HTTP methods. And HTTP response codes, if it is there are the hundreds of codes are there, guys. There are the multiple codes are there. Let me open that. And this question is guarantee in the interview. HTTP response codes. This interview, this question is compulsory. So, the HTTP response status, HTTP response status are like informational responses, successful responses, redirectional, client error, and the server error. So if you come down, suppose if it given the 100, that means continue. 101 switching protocol, 102 processing and early hints. And you might remember 404 error, right? 404 error not found, like whenever your internet is not connected with the server, our server side is a problem. In the web page, you can see the 404, the error in your web page. Yeah, service not found 404, right? Yes, exactly. Everybody seen that earlier in your life, in your, whenever you verified, right? Exactly. So that is nothing but actually a HTTP response code. It is telling HTTP not found. Until now, you are a student or you don't know that, so you simply ignore it. But now you have to understand what is that. The server cannot find requested resource. That could be any reason. Maybe internet not there or whatever it is. So server cannot find the requested resource in the browser. This means URL is not recognized in an API. This can also means that endpoint is valid, but the resource itself does not exist. Server may also send the response instead of 403 forbidden to hide the existence of your resource from a unauthorized client. This response code is probably the most well known due to its frequent occurrences in the web. So like that, HTTP send the multiple messages. So like that, so 40 messages are client error responses, 500 to 599 are the server side responses, between 300 and 399 redirection messages, 200 to 299 successful responses, and 100 to 199 informational responses. And what you have to remember exactly is in the interview they will 100% ask you what is the HTTP response status codes, or they say what are all these different status codes. Then you have to explain these 5 codes: informational, successful, redirectional, client error, and server error. You have to explain this, like if it is between 100 to 199, no, informational, 200 to 299 successful, 300 to 399 redirection, 400 to 499 client error, 500 to 599 server error. So that is what I have mentioned over here. So which is very much important. Okay, so which is a very much important. This is a compulsory interview question. Compulsory interview question. Okay, so and also if you want to learn more about them, right, so I'm giving this URL as well to you guys. So you just go through this URL. Okay, successful responses 200 is okay, and there are multiple will be there. You don't need to learn each and everything. It's not useful. Okay, suppose in the investigation, if you want, you can get in a Google, you can identify that. But normally in interviews they won't ask you more things. They just ask you about whether you know about this concept or not. So you should know about at least these 5. These are the compulsory. Right, let's go further. Yeah, HTTP request and response, the screenshots here, guys. So even in the Wireshark, whenever there will be any HTTP request, it will be provided in the red color, and the blue color will be provided as the response. So like this, it will be there. Okay, Saubhik is saying 103 early hints. 103, what's that? Yeah, see, Saubhik, even I don't know much about it. Okay, even I need to learn. So it will take into a different story. So, okay, let's go further. And yeah, the next one is the DHCP, guys. This is also one of the most important concept where we are going to use every day in the life, every day in the security operations center analyst life. So until now, you may don't know, DHCP is nothing but the dynamic host control protocol. So what exactly this is. First, let me explain it in the paint, and later we'll come back here. So in your company or in your college, you have the multiple hosts. You have, right? When they are connected to the internal network, when they all are connected to the internal network, they should have they all are talking with one firewall here, one firewall over here, and there will be some netting should be there. So as per the security levels, all you will get the internal IPs. So what is the private IP ranges? The private IP ranges like 10.0.0, that 1 the by 16, are the 172.16 0 to 192 172 dot 31 0.0, and also 192 168 0.02 192 dot 168 255.255, right? So we have 255 255. We have the multiple IP ranges, right? So any of the one range will be added to you. Let me see. I'm doubting about the 172.16. It shouldn't be wrong when I'm teaching to you. So let me explain that one more time. So internal IP ranges. Yeah, see, these are the one I'm looking for. Okay. Yeah. So forget about the class A, and 172.16 to 172.31 255 255. Okay, where I mistaken. Okay, right. 192.68 to 168 255 250. So these are the internal IP ranges. Any of the one range will be added to you. For example, they have taken the 10 dot series. There are the huge number of IPs will be there, but those IPs needed to be upgraded every day. So for example, so there we will take the one DHCP server in the in companies, DHCP, which is a dynamic host control protocol. So whenever your laptop come online into the network, your laptop come online into the network, for example, this is the Harnett laptop. So whenever the Harnett laptop came into the online, so Harnett laptop will request the DHCP server, the internal DHCP server, to get one IP, request to get one IP, and DHCP server will give a IP address to the Harnett. It will provide, actually they will give as a lease, as a lease it will provide. What is meant by lease? Lease means like a rented home, like one day you have to vacate it, right? So the same way, once the work got completed, like normally what it will do, it will say it, I am giving you it for the 1 hour lease or the 2 hour lease. Normally most of the we have the 1 hour lease. After 1 hour, if still it is online, then it have to send one more request, like I need to increase the lease value. So again, as per the availability, DHCP provides the lease, increase more IP address. So these are the IP address. For example, this Harnett got 10.0.0.1. After that, sometime, yes, that's also correct. And after that, Soubhik came into the online into the network. Soubhik. So Soubhik laptop. No? So the Soubhik laptop also will request the DHCP server, and DHCP server provide. He's saying if offline continuously for 30 days, IP will change. See, the thing is, even you shut down your laptop and you bring it up online, even that time also there is a chance DHCP server, whenever again you trying to do, it may give you a new IP. Normally in the companies, it will give you the lease period for 1 day, normally 1 day. Okay. So another, every day whenever you log in and log out, normally what happens, the production systems are, suppose if I go to the office, if I open the laptop, morning, for example, 8 a.m., evening till my shift ends or my job completes till the 6. I never shut down the laptop. The laptop will be on. No, maybe we lock the system, but we never shut down the system. I'm talking about my laptop. Be careful. So my laptops, I'm telling. So the laptops normally the lease will continue. So I will have only one IP per day. Why this DHCP concept is very much important is, see, for example, yesterday Harnek has got one security alert. I want to identify the Harnek value, like his laptop, whether he's got any antivirus or not. Suppose, for example, if I see only the IP address, today it's a 10.0.0.1. Yesterday, that could be 10.100.100.23. No, something. A different IP address will be there. If I'm searching for the 10.0.0.1, it contained the multiple laptops for the last 2 days, because not only the Harnek, right? After some time, DHCP assigned that to some other person. So I have to correlate in such a way that instead of the Harnek IP address, Harnek also contain the host name, right? So I will verify with the host name, and actually, let me clearly explain you where the security investigation goes wrong is in the firewall logs. In the firewall logs, what happens is you only get the IP address, man. You don't get the host name. In the antivirus logs, you will get the IP, IP, and as well as the host name, and as well as the MAC address. Both three you will get. Sometimes in a few companies, even the host name also will change according to the DHCP, but normally the host name will be at least same. 90% of the companies. So forget about it. So suppose you want to verify Harnek IP address firewall logs. Today only this IP address will work. Tomorrow the another IP address will come, or the day before yesterday another IP address. Where I will identify through using the antivirus logs. First, I will create one table. Using the like Harnek laptop table. I will identify the his laptop host name. Maybe just as a easy purpose. No, it's like a Harnek laptop, and Harnek laptop contains, as per the date. Today, the IP address is something like 10.0.0.1, and yesterday it something like 10.100.100.23, and before that today I have got 10.23.56.89. Like that, I will identify. And if I want to search firewall logs for him for the last 3 days, I have to modify I have to verify these 3 IP addresses on the particular days to get a proper investigation report. Okay, so that is I need to verify. If you don't know the DHCP is changing like IPs like that, your investigation will go wrong 100% sure, right? Okay, so one more thing is, these are all for the laptops, guys. Normally for the what they do is, so like and not moving objects, like for example printer. Nowadays every company printer is connected with the all the systems, even using the Wi-Fi you will get. So for the printers and servers and routers, which you don't move oftenly, of course, right? Printer, nobody cannot move it from one area to the another area, right? So whichever objects you cannot move easily, those contain the static IP. Like for example, for this IP, I am giving 10.0.0.5. No, printer, whatever the printer will be there. My server 10.0.0.6. The IP never change. No, then IP never change for these, at least the servers and the routers. So at least there we can save some of our investigation time when you are doing with the servers, printers, or routers, or any other network objects. But moving objects, like which can take like a laptop, mobile phones, so these kind of objects, you can go outside of the network, you can come inside, so there you will get the dynamic host. So when you are doing that, So that is the dynamic host control protocol. So
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
the dynamic host control protocol, it assigns IP address to the machine in the network. It works, the DHCP protocol works on the port number 67 and 68. The process used by the DHCP server to provide the IP address is based on like four things like discover, offer, request, and acknowledgement. So to easily identify, they say it's a DORA project, DORA, which is DORA, DORA. So DORA, discover. First, laptop will discover whether I have any of the server is available. So discover, and DHCP will offer, hey, I want to, there is IP1 is available. Will you take it or not? The laptop will take, yes, I will. I would like to take it. Like it will do the request, and DHCP will give the acknowledgement. It's not like offering, whether you need something. Our fancy phone numbers. No, it's not like fancy number, whether you want fancy number or not. That is not offering. It's saying there is IP1 is there. So send a request. So then it will send a request for that. There is no fancy numbers, right? You cannot get fancy numbers like mobile phones, mobile numbers. So that is one thing. Okay. Anurag is asking, so it is only for laptops and mobiles. Actually, mobiles also, you don't connect it to the network. No, they won't provide your mobile phones. You cannot log in your mobiles into the company network. Why? Because if you have the company laptop, the company laptop contain must meet some standards, like it should contain a proper antivirus. All the softwares here they are providing is having with the up to date. They purchase those licenses for you. Like they will give the Windows laptop. They purchase up to date licenses for you, and they install it. Mobile phones means it will be very budget issue, right? So budget is very much, man. So money is everywhere, right? So they don't, though company provides some mobile phones to you, they will say they will provide particular apps to open the your mail, only the mail and chatting options to with your colleagues using the mobile phones. The remaining everything you have to do with your laptops only. Yeah. For the mobiles, there is a different concept is there, which is a mobile device management. Nowadays, a few companies already working on it, but most of the companies they don't work. So suppose if the company provide a mobile phone to you, you cannot install each and every app. You cannot install every app into that mobile phone. You can do only few things. They will allow as per their criticality of the business. Okay, right. Let's go further. And next one is the whether the DHCP is enabled or not. Do let me know whether anybody right now is connected with any of the your college network or the office network. Actually, normally everybody, if you everybody log in with the home Wi-Fi, you will get a DHCP enabled no only. So let's do that. Okay, first let's do that. Let's do whether anybody got a DHCP enabled. Yes, let me see. So you have to give the command as ipconfig -all, ipconfig and /all. Once you done that, you go up. For me, DHCP enabled is no. DHCP enabled no, because in my home Wi-Fi, though it's a virtual adapter, my ISP is providing that DHCP for me, or my router is acting as a partial DHCP. In my home, I have connected it with the around 10 devices, including the mobile phone. So it is saying the DHCP yes. So it's enabled for everybody. Nice, nice, nice. So everybody is using that DHCP protocol. Okay, let's go further. So whenever you say the ipconfig all, you will see the DHCP enabled yes, and you should get the IP address either 10 dot or 172. Is that also you are getting? Now let's check that. because you can see the IPv4 address, which is a 192.168.91.91, where my Wi-Fi router is taking like that. Yeah, 192.168, not only the 10.10. Normally, most of the routers use this 192.168 series. Okay, nice. Let's go further. And after that, they will identify the DNS server, the lease obtained, the lease expires. Maybe these two last two information may not be available for everybody. Ah, yes, you're right. 192.168. Yes, you will get it. Yes. Okay. See, this is the DHCP settings. In the DHCP know how many IP addresses are available now and how many IP addresses the DHCP server can lease out to the IPs whichever joining the network. For example, at this point, it can able to provide the 100 different IPs in the DHCP to lease. And for example, in my network, there are only the three different IP addresses are, three different IP addresses are present. For example, it is sending it to renew the IP address for the lease. And if any new computer come, then it will remove the lease from it and it will provide the lease to other address. For example, for the servers and the printers, they already fixed one of the IP address. So in that case, we have only two IP addresses are able to do. Though some other laptop is came into the online, if my DHCP doesn't contain more number of IP addresses, it cannot able to connect it to the internet. So that is the reason they provided the lease concept. But however, there is no company or the no network which contain only two DHCP or two internal IP address. They never do that. They will contains a minimum a million IP addresses, okay, or at least few thousands of IP addresses as per their according to their servers and their laptops and their users. It is IT admin will take care of that. This is the DHCP setting. The DHCP table, reservation ensures that a specific computer or device will always be given the same IP address. So it will give the IP address, device name, and MAC address. So the next one is the DNS. Yesterday we already discussed about the DNS protocol. You already seen all these, like we have verified, we modify the host file to ping now the different wrong Google IP address. We done all this, and also we observed using the the DNS, different distributed denial of service attacks are happening over there in the wild, and we observed all those details yesterday itself. And we also observed there are the 13 root servers will be there in the DNS. Suppose if you are not getting, your DNS server is not able to identify the particular URL, it is not able to matching the IP address, then it will ask the root server, and from the root server it will come to the, for example, if you're asking for the eatexample.com, first it will go to the root will identify, hey, it is you are asking for the .com, so go to the com branch. From the com branch you go to the sub branch, which is a example.com. In the example.com, which is a website, in that website itself there are the multiple branch leaves, like there are multiple branches or multiple pages will be there. It will go to the particular page, so like that it will go. We discussed this. And also how the DNS record, what are all the DNS records are there. A record contain the name of that particular host name or the URL, and as well as the IP address. Quad A, which contain the 4A record, which contain the IPv6 and as well as the website name. And we discussed about the SOA, which is the start of authority records, and canonical name, pointer, name server, MX record for the mail server, TXT record, SRV record. We discussed about all the different records in the thing, and also the how the query path and how the recursion will go. We yesterday we discussed it already. Okay, and what are all the different DNS threats? So yesterday we discussed amplification DDoS attack, reflection DDoS attack, and we discussed. So today there is a one more attack is there, which is a combination DDoS attack, guys, which is nothing but already the amplification and reflection, right? So the same they're gonna add that into a combination and they're gonna use. So what they do is they send, attacker control the botnet, they send a spoofed IP address, okay, and then the query will go into the local authoritative server, and the amplified response will come. The response will go to the victims, okay. So yesterday we discussed, they from the bot itself they are sending the info and they're getting back the same info, but this time the the attacker is not getting. Instead of some other, they are using some another websites to do this amplified response, and that amplified responses they are sending to the particular DNS server. So if I explain you clearly how that exactly happening, I'm using some legitimate companies, guys. Don't think bad, okay? For example, my view is to attack Facebook.com. Yeah, my view is like my goal is to attack the Facebook.com. So what I'm doing is I'm not directly attacking the Facebook.com. So as an attacker, I have the multiple botnets, right? So from these botnets, I am sending the data to the Tesla.com. So I am sending the forged IP address, the UDP address to here. I am sending the amplification, yeah, spoofed IPs. I am sending the Tesla.com, the DNS request. Yesterday we discussed amplification attack, right? So for this request, Tesla.com have to provide a amplification result. So that time the spoofed IP address is belongs to the Facebook.com. So this time they are sending huge data. They are sending the huge data to the Facebook.com from here Tesla to the Facebook. Facebook think Tesla is doing the attack. No, the attack is, Tesla think it is doing attack by the Facebook.com. So nothing is correct. So attacker is anonymized. Even these are the botnets. Attacker is present here very securely. These guys even don't know from their laptops or their computer system, some DNS requests are going to like that, and they are part of the attack. They really don't know. These are the actually the, I can say, the innocent devices or persons, and here. So guys, I just, as I say, when I remember this innocent, right, I remember a few things, man. There is a the Cyberabad cyber cell is there. Okay, so do you know what happened one day? There is a one person, a old person is using their own Wi-Fi. Okay, he have a Wi-Fi router over here, and what he done is he asked, now on top of the building there is a one more person is there who is rented over there. Okay, he is a young man. So what this guy done is he is a he know the Wi-Fi password of this guy, because he's a old guy. He don't know about Wi-Fi and all, but he wanna talk with his kids, in the in his phone. So he asked this guy help, and this guy know username and password, right? So this guy is using those Wi-Fi password and all. He is abused few women in the in that local area. He done the abusing. So those whoever the victims are there, right? So the victims are filed a police case, like which is a cyber in the cyber cell, regarding the some of the user in the Facebook is doing that. So the cyber cell check with the Facebook or has an account, and they identify that the Wi-Fi that guy is using this one. So the cyber cell team came to here, and they started asking the interrogation on this old guy. Then this person told, I really don't know. I don't know about phone. I don't know how to operate phone only. I just operate by WhatsApp to that to do the video call. By when the police ask a question itself, they can identify that this guy is the innocent. So they asked who and all know the Wi-Fi username and password. They said, no, I don't know anything. Either who set up my Wi-Fi and all, or the person maybe in the above apartment. So then police taken this guy, and they not even do any of the interrogation, nothing. They took Facebook ID and password when he verified from his mobile that he is the real guy. Okay, so he become the victim. So immediately police said, just give a warning to him, not provide your username and password. So this is the thing is happening. So you never share your username and password with anybody. You don't know who is doing what, right? So later it come back to you. So you never ever share your username and password. For example, for some reason you need to share it. Okay, share with them, and very next day or once the work complete, you change your Wi-Fi username and password. Okay, this is in your hand, right? So always update your username and passwords and be secure. So now you become a security operations center guy. So you have to be first secure yourselves first. Later you secure the other person. Okay, next one is the cache poisoning. Okay, what is the cache poisoning attack is? Yesterday we have done that, right? In the hosts file, we have changed the IP address. So later, whenever we ping that google.com, no, it went to the Facebook IP. So the same thing, the cache poisoning is nothing but in the DNS server, if you change the cache, cache file with the different IP addresses, the attack will go. Whenever victim is opening that particular web page, it will go to a malicious website. And next one is the lack of randomness. When a recursive name server makes a query, so that time it sets 5 different fields, guys, actually. So that time attackers send a request to that, and it send the packet to the authoritative server, and authoritative server will send packet back to the recursive DNS server, and recursive DNS server will identify the packet, and it identify this is coming from the authoritative DNS server, and then it will go into the recursive DNS server and to the laptop, and it will bring out the data, which we call it as a Kaminsky attack as well. What exactly happened in this attack is, let me explain you very clearly. So what happens is, in the company, there is a firewall will be there. So everybody nowadays are using the next gen firewalls, so which is very much difficult. Any attacker or who doesn't have the password to go inside is a difficult thing. So what they are doing is, like, for example, this person, he is compromised one of the network. He need to get that particular data to the attacker thing. Suppose directly that the compromised system is sending direct data to the attacker. Immediately the signature come as here in the firewall signature as C2C, which is a command and control traffic, command and control traffic, and immediately it will block that particular traffic, it will block the particular traffic, so they don't get the data, so it will block the data over here. So that is the reason what attacker do is, attacker will send a DNS request or the DNS packet to the DNS server will be there. So he send packet to the DNS server in a such a way that it looks like a original packet, and this packet will reach to the system, and from this, it will be encrypted, it will be encrypted. Encrypted message come as the response from that particular to the DNS server, and it will reach out to the attacker. And attacker later what he will do? He will the encrypted packets he will be getting it, and using that he will decrypt it the packets over there how the data is coming, and he is able to get that details, whatever the data he want, he is getting that data using the DNS, using this encrypted messages. Only he know what is that message is coming from. Even though the SOC analyst, as you are identifying that, you don't get what the data is going, but what you can get is whether it is a kind of an attack, like which is a whether it's a DNS randomness attack or not. So that is happening in this. So that is proved by Dan Kaminsky in 2008. So that attack they also called as the Dan Kaminsky attack or the DNS vagueness randomness attack. So that one more thing in the DNS. Next one is the DNS exfiltration leverages the tunneling. I just now discussed, right, the same thing, which we call it as the tunneling process. What is meant by tunnel? You know that, right? The tunnel is nothing but safe passage to from one end to the another end. So here the tunnel is for the attacker, right? So the attacker, without any notice by the anybody, he simply created one tunnel, and the tunnel data is going from one end to the another end. And the next one is the data exfiltration example, the same thing I explained very clearly over here. And next one is the DNS malware or the DNS hijacking. So this is a the attacker will provide they put some malware into the DNS server, like by changing the host file, or the they change entire records over there. So when the user is looking for the legitimate website, but the data will but he able to open the fake website. For example, imagine that this time they are opened some bank website. So the data, the bank website, the fake bank website will be open, and if the victim is provided his username and password, it's very easy for him, the attacker, to get the malicious passwords to him. And what happened in the WannaCry ransomware attack? So the WannaCry ransomware attack is released on the 2017. Ransomware is nothing but that is a malware which will encrypt entire your system data, and it will provide this image to you. So let me open that WannaCry ransomware image. WannaCry ransomware image. Let me see. Yeah, so this is what I'm looking for. Let me see whether it is a clear it or whether it is a clear or not. Okay, I think everybody can read it, right? See, can you see? And they entirely encrypted this, and it will provide this kind of page on your desktop. Except this, you cannot do anything. See what this guy is telling? Your files have been encrypted. What happened to my computer? Your important files are encrypted. Many of your documents, photos, videos, database, and other files are no longer accessible because they have been encrypted. Maybe you are busy looking for a way to recover your files, but do not waste your time. Nobody can recover your files without our decryption service. Can I recover my files? Sure, we guarantee that you can recover all your files safely and easily, but you have not so enough time. See the left side, no, you can see the time ticking also going on. No? You only have 3 days to submit the payment. After that, the price will be doubled. Also, if you don't pay in 7 days, you won't be able to read your files forever. We will have free events for users who are so poor that they couldn't pay in 6 months. Okay, so how do I pay? Payment is accepted in Bitcoin only. For more information, click about Bitcoin. See, he given the Wikipedia link. Please check the current price of Bitcoin and buy some Bitcoins. For more information, click how to buy Bitcoins and send the correct amount to the address specified in the window. After your payment, click check payment. Best time check-in is 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. and this is your Bitcoin address, and send $300 worth of Bitcoin to this address. So like that, they are providing this. Okay, so very be careful, guys. Okay, see the time left is 6 hours, 6 days, 23 hours, 57 minutes, 37 minutes. No, otherwise your files will be lost. Payment will be raised within 2 days. No, within 2 days, 23 hours, 57 minutes, 37. So like that, they are they made a lot of payments have been done. So few companies, they don't want to in the as a security analyst, we should not pay this kind of ransomware guys at all. Okay, because there is no guarantee whether they're providing it or not. And also, why the Bitcoin is very dangerous is, you cannot you cannot, when you are using the Bitcoin, it is like two-way sword. Using that, anybody can do this kind of illegal activity as well. So that is the one of the disadvantage with the Bitcoins, but I don't want to debate here. Okay, so that is one of the reason. Okay, let's go further. So here, why we are keeping that in a DNS is, there is a one kill switch is there. What is the kill switch is, when that ransomware attack, whenever the WannaCry ransomware attack is happened, it will verify whether their DNS server is containing one of the one of the web address or not. One of the if that particular web address is there, it will encrypt the file. Let me see what is the kill switch. Kill switch for the kill switch for WannaCry. Okay, I'm looking for what is that kill switch domain name. So what happens is, it is verifying before it encrypt any of the file. It will verify in the DNS server. Suppose, for example, there is a Varma.com, like their own website. If this Varma.com website is present, if the Varma.com is present, then it don't encrypt the file. It don't encrypt the file. So what every company do, they identify this kill switch. Yeah, they added that particular Varma.com in their DNS files, and no, nobody get into that WannaCry ransomware attack. So that is a different story altogether. So that kind of kill switches are helped in the WannaCry ransomware attack, and we'll discuss more about this WannaCry when we discuss about the malware concept next week. Next one is the Miral network, Miral malware. So this Miral malware, like though it is a malware, why we're discussing in the DNS is, this is also used same DDoS attack, guys. So what this done is, the bot master or he hire some DDoS guys. So those are the bad guys. Even to do the bad things also, there will be DDoS. You can see, right, in the movies, you can see the Gundas also do some services, right? If you give some money, they will fight with somebody or they beat somebody. The same way in cybersecurity, it will be bad guys will be there. They work like a service-based companies. Like if you pay, you can hire them, and with that money, they will do some DDoS attack on the some servers. For that, they also do a lot of work. Like they put some command and control servers over there, and they activate the botnet nodes and the botnet nodes. So that is the Miral at a glance, and they doing this the Miral malware. The attack is going on in this way. And next one is the FTP. FTP is nothing but the file transfer protocol. It's completed, guys. Okay, just give me a few minutes. FTP is a very small concept. FTP is nothing but the file transfer protocol services used by the server for offering to upload and downloading the files. It works on the like just to sending the files and downloading the files. Okay, and it works on the port number 20 and 21. Port 21 used for the connection, and 20 used for the actual data transfer. What is the telnet and SSH? Telnet works on the port 23. It is used to access the devices remotely, the remote devices. And however, telnet communication is insecure or data transfer in the plain text. To overcome the limitations, we are using the SSH is being used to connect the device remotely. Secure shell, and in which channel is encrypted and the data transferred in encrypted form. It works on the port 22. So the next one is the simple mail transfer protocol. SMTP, we are using that for the the sending or receiving the emails. So the we know, like the we discussed in the phishing attack, what is the DKIM, DMARC, SPF fields, right? So the same way, this is the SMTP. They are depending on the SMTP server. SMTP server is works on the port number 25. And if the credential is successfully accepted, the server will verify the sender and receipt of the email, then forwards the email to the recipients. So there are the two category protocols are there. One is the POP3 and one other one is the IMAP. Either one are using in the email. So no, first somebody is sending an email, something like he put that into the post box, and the SMTP server is using the cloud, and they know to whom they're going to send. So it will send that into the SMTP server mailbox. From that nearest post office, how the post is coming to the particular homes, the same way the SMTP server know who are the recipients, and it will send those emails to the senders. The POP3 is nothing but it will send email automatically. The IMAP is where the devices will contact the SMTP server and they take the emails, the post. That means it won't come home delivery. It will come like you go to the nearest post office and every minute you are asking, hey, did I get an email? Then give me that email. So that job will do by the IMAP. So that is the major difference between the POP3 and IMAP. They don't ask in the interviews how the POP3 work, how the IMAP work. They ask what is the SMTP. You have to explain. The SMTP is a simple mail transfer protocol, and it is the the responsible partner when two persons are sending, when a person is sending the email, sender and the receiver, the SMTP server is taking care of it. So the it is sending through the cloud. SMTP server know how the data will which SMTP server it need to send, and then the local SMTP server will take the data. From that, using the POP3 or the IMAP protocols, the data is reached by the recipient's inbox. That is the way you have to explain. So we already explained about the SSL and TLS, guys. So you're saying the number 37. You want exactly, yeah, okay. So the thing is, the attacker, what he do first, the data exfiltration, he create one website like this, like starting with the ZG5 and ending with the HKK. Nobody remember this website, right? So that is the reason he take this website, and whenever he take the website, like if you take any website from the GoDaddy or Google domains, you will get one name server like this, NS1. Two name servers they will provide, primary name server and secondary name server. And this attacker also has identified that. And this time, what this guy do is, he attack the particular thing by somehow, that is come under the malware concept. Different malware attacks. He assume he compromised this device. So what he do is, first, whatever the data he want to exfiltrate, he put the, for example, he want to exfiltrate this word like a password. First, he encrypt that using, the password will become something like that, the encrypt word. And now you see he is sending one DNS record. How he's sending the DNS record? This is the his malicious domain, right? This word is added here, you can see, and after that the domain name. You can see the domain name, and from here from the malware infected machine, when the request sent, no, using the recursive name server, it cannot identify what kind of data is going on. It thought this server thinking that this is something, a normal DNS query. You cannot identify by looking at this, right? So they send this, the query will be allowed to reach the attackers DNS server or their own server. From that, this guy, they will identify and he will encrypt this particular message and he will get the entire data. So that is the one of the way how to do the data exfiltration. So I'm closing this session.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in cloud computing, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification on cloud and DevOps by IIT Madras. This course is taught by industry experts and IIT Madras faculty. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job.